correctly. So first is, hold on just a second. First is item 2.3, readmission case 011424. Do I have a motion on readmission?
I'd move to admit the student readmission.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Moving on to case number 082525. Item 2.4. Do I have a motion to suspend the expulsion for this case number?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then item 2.5 is case number 091025. Do I have a motion to suspend the expulsion in this case as well? I will make a motion. Do I have a second? Bill? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. And then lastly, item 2.6. This is case number 091025.1. Do I have a motion to suspend the expulsion in this case?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That concludes our report out of closed session. Next is the flag salute led by Trustee Lopez.
Please join me for the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is against one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Do we have any adjustments to the agenda? This is item 3.4. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 3.5. We're celebrating success tonight. I think if you're in the audience, you may have an idea of what we're celebrating, but I'll turn it over to Trustee Carnation to tell us a little bit more.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is like Christmas before Christmas. So this has been a long time coming. The wrestling team last year had a fantastic season. It was in 30 years that Windsor, 30 plus years that Windsor's been a school. In 2014, the wrestling team won the whole North Coast section championship. And just to put that in perspective, like when football or basketball, when they win, they're usually in a division. So of the North Coast section, there's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, depending on the sport, different divisions. And so what I'm referring to is this is all of the divisions. So when you take everybody in the North Coast section, all the way up to Humboldt Del Norte and everybody in between, East Bay, all those folks, De La Salle, all those teams, everybody goes to one big tournament and then they have a champion. And we did it in 2014 and then we did it again last year. And unfortunately, we don't have all of our guys here. Some of them are back in school. They've gone to different things, but we've got a good cross section of the guys. One of them's trying to make weight right now. He's getting ready to go down to Fresno this evening. But anyhow, I'm just as a grandpa to the whole deal. I'm pretty excited and pretty happy. We got some of the best kids in the area as far as just being people, and then on top of that, being great representatives of our school and our community. I'm just proud of our guys. We've got Coach Kevin. Kevin's been with us forever, plus one day. Coach Kevin's our head coach. He took over and has done a fabulous job. And we've got Coach Eric. He's another one of our great little finds that we got. He was out there as an officer of the law and then decided that he would rather work with kids before they get in trouble at Windsor Middle School. Angela's wanted to take credit for that, but, and it's okay, because he teaches science over there, does an awesome job, and he comes from Vacaville, great history of wrestling. Coach Kevin came from Rancho back when Rancho was a good school when I was in school. Actually, his dad and I were compatriots. It's just that his dad was a state champion. So anyhow, and then we've got Coach Ryan. I see Coach Ryan back there. He's always helping motivate everybody, keeping positive vibes going all the time. And I think right behind Ryan, I can't see, we've got Coach Cody. Cody's coaching here. He's Windsor's first state placer. So he started as a freshman, never wrestled before, took third in league his freshman year, and by his senior year, he was he's beaten the state champion. So anyhow, and he's back coaching and helping all the guys. So I'm going to kind of turn this over to Coach Kevin. I see we've got we've got a few of our fantastic four that were freshmen last year that kind of really took a whole bunch of people by storm and by surprise. We've got Chase, one of our team captains from last year. He wrestled at junior college this year, had a really, really good career, good season this year, and part of that team that placed higher than they've placed in, I think, since Kevin was the assistant coach at the junior college about a long, long time ago. So anyhow, I'm going to turn it over to Coach Kevin. If you want to introduce the guys, basically we've got some really sharp rings. I have to, Stephanie Clausen, who's Windsor's mom to everybody, she made sure that, yeah, let's give Stephanie some. She was not going to let an accomplishment like what we achieved go without having some hardware. And so she just was relentless on making sure we finally got the good design. And this is a big thing. And so you guys, every time you look at that, you better go, thank you, Stephanie, we love you. And because without her effort, something like this wouldn't happen. So anyhow, Coach Kev.
Thank you.
Hey, you got to step up to the microphone there.
Can you guys hear me all right? Perfect. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for coming. It's exciting to finally get to honor this group of young athletes that has represented the Windsor wrestling team, Windsor High School, and the Windsor community extremely well. These gentlemen are always doing the right thing in and out of practice. So thank you again for being here tonight. Just a quick acknowledgement of the accomplishments that they did. In this group, they won the league title, so there's a pennant over here for that. They took second in the NCS duels, lost a battle of a dual meet, which was extremely fun to be there. Then went on to win the league tournament and then won the section tournament. I think there's 130-something schools in the whole North Coast section of wrestling, and this team competed hard over 2 days. With just their work ethic, their drive, and believe in themselves, and came back with the title. Second time that Windsor's have been able to win this. Only 2 schools in the North Bay have ever won this, and we've won it twice now. And it just goes off of this team, their work ethic, their drive, their amazing group of young men. It was a pleasure to be around and just watch them grow. And everyone's extremely proud of them. What they earned along the way, not only on the mat, but what they learn about themselves off the mat, which is just as important, if not more. So just a couple of thank yous to the athletes that came in and day out and worked their butts off. Double days when they needed it, and just continued to thrive and did the right thing outside the room, in the classroom, and in the room. So thank you to them. All the parents, it takes a village, and these parents were there every step of the way, 5 o'clock, dropping kids off, staying late, making sure they had the right fuel, the right food, and just being there, and then entrusting their sons with us to help lead them along the way, which is a great, and we appreciate everything. Ms. Jamie Williams, our athletic director, who is always there if we need something, advice, we need to get a room, she's always there, which is amazing. Stephen Summers, we appreciate everything he's done for our wrestling program, as well as all of the Windsor School teachers, administrators, everyone. They're always supportive of us. They're always in our corner, which I know sometimes doesn't seem like we appreciate, but we appreciate greatly. The Clausen family, who goes above and beyond with our tournament. We have 45 teams that come to our tournament as a fundraiser. Stephanie and her husband are always huge into that. And the Windsor community. Like I said, we have fundraisers. We're always out. Our dual meets are well attended. We get a couple hundred people, and it does take a village. And Windsor community has always supported the wrestling program. So as far as me, the wrestling team, the coaching staff, we appreciate everyone involved in it. And we just thank you so much. So we will call up our athletes real quick and acknowledge again the hard work and the accomplishment they've earned through last year and continue to earn this year. We have another solid team coming through. Mr. Liceo Sanchez. Like I said, Joey Guanella, he's not here. He got invited to wrestle in a big tournament in Fresno. He's on his way down there. I know he's sad to miss this, but it's a great opportunity for him to go represent himself in the school. So he's not here, but he wanted to be here very much. Next, Cole Sanchez, NCS placer. Cole Schmidt, I'm sorry, I can't believe that. I got dropped in my head earlier. My bad. Cole Schmidt, who's only a sophomore, and you're going to see big things from him. Team captain last year, now at the JC, a stud for us and led this team, Mr. Chase Clausen. My man, Caleb Koch. Romeo De La Rosa. Brody Bischofberger, another section placer for us. Luca Gorenik. Senior this year, Max Solorio. Sure. Hold on. I was just starting to hit my stride. Good call. Skyler. Titan Estep. Emiliano Nava. Mr. Terran Rojas. Fernando Lopez. Finn Bean. And we had about another 10 that couldn't be here tonight. Once again, I just want to say thank you to these coaches. Cody Howe, who is always around. He is a student of the sport. He's up early, stays up late. No matter what the athletes need, he is always there for them. It is a huge help, and he is just a wealth of knowledge. And then like Rich said, Coach Ryan's always there. And then Eric Uldal, who came over from Vacaville, another wealth of knowledge, comes from a great program, has helped leading this program as well. So once again, if we get one more round of applause for this team.
Hey, Coach Kev, let's get the banners.
And again, I thanked her already, but we did get her a pennant because she is always so helpful, Miss Jamie Williams.
Thank you.
Let's get, yeah, there we go. Thinking, Bill. All right. Let's get a picture. All right. There we go. Smile. You got to smile.
Hey, see if you guys to sneak in a little bit, get in between. I don't know if the board wants to go in front or do you want us to?
No, we're good right like that. Just put Liceo up in front so they can see him. Are you on your tippy toes, Stacy?
Way to represent Windsor, gentlemen. Good job, Jonathan.
Good job, guys. Come on. Stephanie got a shirt for you guys.
I have an agenda printed out.
So your next home match is January what?
7.
Seven.
7.
So if you want to watch some of these boys on the map, come to Windsor High School. We're in the big gym. for, versus Maria Carrillo for senior night that night, January 27th. I just want to thank the board. Thank you. Hello. I just want to thank you guys for taking this time to celebrate your student athletes. They all work very hard in the classroom. Thank you, Cabinet, as well, for, yes, you, for giving us this time. And thank you all for all of your support tonight. Try to get home before
Thanks for being here.
tomorrow.
Congratulations to our wrestlers.
Just one quick follow-up, just so you guys understand. Hey, guys, just really quick. The thing that I love about this one tournament the most is that it is the epitome of a team effort. If you scored, we beat Liberty, Kevin, was it 2.5 points? 6 points total. There are about 3 or 4 kids who did not place. They didn't get a medal, but they scored team points. And without their effort and their points that they scored, we wouldn't have won. It kind of reminds me, so I'm going to take a flashback real quick, Natalie. When we won it in 2014, her brother Joe, he was in a match and he was winning, and then he thought he lost and he was upset. And then we protested the call, and he came back and he won the next match. He won that match. And then because he won that match, his next match forfeited to Joe. Anyhow, in that match, we only did win by, I think, 1.5 points. We beat De La Salle by 1.5 points. So Natalie, so your brother was part of the team that helped us win the very first championship. So every little thing matters. It's amazing how many small little things add up to a great historical event. But anyhow, so I just want to make sure that, I got to keep you in your place. Your brother was there first. So anyhow, thank you all.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Championship shirts.
I'll give them a moment to potentially head out. Our next item is public comment on non-agenda items. So anything not on the agenda is subject for public comment. Do we have anyone here who's here to make a comment on something not on the agenda? We have 2.
Kevin's taking the shirt.
Hi, guys.
Oh, if you could speak into the microphone, that would be great. You could pull it.
Hi, guys. Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
Hello.
My name is Shiden Whiting. I'm a senior at Windsor High School. This is Kai Johnson, and this is Hattie Estrada. We are the founders of the first CTE Theater Club at Windsor High School. And we have been working very hard this past semester on a production that actually our very own Rebecca Herman wrote and directed.
Wow.
Yes. So we are inviting you all to come see it. Kai and Hattie are going to hand out some of our posters, and on that poster there's a QR code that you can scan to reserve tickets for our production in January. And we have also been working very hard to turn our CTE Theater Club into a CTE Theater course, which will now be available on the course catalog for next year at Windsor High School. So tell your kids to take our theater class at Windsor High School because it's super awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to shoehorn this in because technically it's not an agenda item, but my name's John Richards. You all received an email from me. I just wanted to put a face to the name for those of you that I haven't met. I just wanted to acknowledge about a month ago, I sent you guys an email and speaking on behalf of the English department and the teachers that I cohort with, we feel a genuine sense of appreciation that you took our words with the intention that they were delivered. You respected our request and you participated in this book adoption process with us. From that email, I had a fantastic email exchange with Trustee Lopez. She's given me a hefty book list that I'm diving into as we speak. Trustee Carnation and I had a wonderful, very fruitful conversation yesterday with Ms. Buckman. So I just wanted to say that in this atmosphere, being a teacher doesn't always feel like the most respected job. We're often overlooked, we're often dismissed, we're often told what we're doing is wrong and we need to find our place. And I felt like by you guys honoring our request, you did the opposite of that. So I want to say thank you for that. Later tonight, you're going to have one of the best, in fact, the reigning teacher of the year at Windsor High School to come in and discuss that book. And I hope that if you have questions and you have concerns and you want to know more about her intention with that book, you ask her. And just with that same intention that we came to you, bring that with her. Approach it with curiosity, and I'm sure we'll come to a great decision. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on to item 3.7, which is our report from our student board members, Rebecca Herman and Natalie Valdez. Go ahead and take it away.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Herman. So we had our meeting in November canceled, so this is kind of a bigger presentation. There's not a lot going on in the future because of the winter break. So this is mostly things that have already happened and just celebrating all the great things going on in our district. Next slide, please. So first up, we have Maddie Washburn Elementary. They had a really great PTA jogathon that I was able to attend. They raised a lot of money, and I'm very proud of the PTA there. Like they are incredible. They're so nice and welcoming. They also had the Halloween parade at the David Smith Park, which was also amazing. And all the first grade teachers dressed up as Waldo. I thought that was really funny. And like there were all these Waldos everywhere. And they also had their fall book fair from November 3rd to November 7th. Yeah.
Okay, moving on to Brooks Elementary. They successfully completed all these things within the past few months. First, their third grade Zun Zun assembly on October 28th, the Halloween parade on October 31st, the Ruby Bridges walk and roll to school on November 12th, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader on November 19th, the Winter Scholastic Book Fair, the 8th through the 12th, and they had their makeup picture day. And coming up is their winter art stroll on December 19th at 9 a.m., so tomorrow.
Next up, we have Cali. They had their middle school dance, which I heard was really successful. They also had some pretty great Day of the Dead celebrations. You can see a lot of photos from that. Also on the next slide, they had a family movie night. Sorry, I need the words. Can you go back really quick? They had the family movie night, a PTA meeting. The leadership classes visited Windsor High School, and they had a coffee with the admin session on December 5th, which I attended and I think was very nice, very productive. They had the middle school movie night, December 5th. They had an 8th grade sleepaway camp at Westminster Woods, and a Spirit Week, which is currently going on. Also, they have had the early childhood development classes visiting the Cali classrooms, which I personally did last year as a student in child development. We went to Maddie Washburn, so it's really exciting seeing them go to the different campuses that might have different cultures so that the students can see that. And they also have more visits planned with the child development class coming to Cali.
Okay, next up is Windsor Middle School. So their boosters had an open meeting in the library. Or is that coming up? And then coffee with the principal on October 21st. Windsor Middle School's leadership program had a field trip on October 28th, as well as on October 28th. And I got to sit in on the speak up room and kind of help administer with the vice president. And just seeing the middle schoolers kind of speak up and practice their public speaking skills was super fun. And you could totally see them come out of their comfort zone. So that was awesome. And then their drama class had their first performance on December 12th.
And can I mention about the drama performance? It was amazing. I went to it and I was actually laughing out loud. It was like these 4 different skits that were put together, and they were all really short, not too long where you kind of like lose interest, but they were really good. And they were just great. And they had so many amazing actors, and I'm really excited to maybe see them in Nueva or in the theater class coming up at Windsor High School. Oh, sorry, my slide. So speaking of Nueva, we had the honest and true real life story of the Princess Bride on October 23rd through the 25th. There's some photos from that. I was really excited to participate in that, and it was a really great production. We had Rivalry Week, which was basically like a co-spirit week with Rancho Cotati ending in the Halloween football game. It got a lot of school spirit going. It was really fun to participate in. We had Senate Forum on November 12th, the Mecha Loteria Night on November 14th, and for the fall sports, we have had a lot of great things going on. The volleyball team is now 4-time league champs. Girls golf players participated in NCS, and the cross-country runners participated in NCS and are going to CFI. We've also had some toy and food drives and book and sock drives through the clubs and just the overall school. Do you know how successful that's been, Natalie? I heard there was pretty good
Yeah, it was pretty good
participation.
I'm trying to think of the numbers. But yeah, the senior class did win. We turned it into a little contest. So the senior class will get a big movie night in the gym and a pizza, Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, side note. Yeah. Okay.
And then we also had some Mindful Monday and Wellness Wednesdays that are out in the quad. There was a tribal history presentation on November 18th. I personally attended that. It was really great. I know there's some students here who also attended that. It was a really great presentation. I learned a lot. The winter rally was on December 15th, and there was also singing gram deliveries on December 9th. So that's when you can purchase a singing gram where you can send a group of students to another student's class to sing to them in front of all their peers. It's very fun. And then we had our winter formal last Saturday. And coming up, we have, as mentioned, The People vs. Mother Goose, which is the play that the theater club is putting on. There's 2 performances, 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. on January 15th and 16th.
And then a couple other things about the high school page is we separated the food and toy drive from the door decorating competition, and we just made it staff competition because we realized that like all of the staff, especially Brenda Reyes, the nurse, always do an amazing door. And this year she did a gingerbread house door and she won. So just want to congratulate her. She got her little swag bag. And then also on Senate Forum, we put that on there, and it's just something I kind of wanted to shed a light because you're probably like, what Senate Forum? But it's something our leadership program puts on for all core programs, freshman seminar, and then Windsor Oaks is able to attend. And it's just a way that we communicate all information to students, especially since we're broken up into cores. But that's a great way for students to get more information. So just kind of to shed a light on that. And then these are some really cool flyers that were put out. Obviously they're past now, but yeah. Okay. Moving on to big picture learning, their students made applesauce and apple muffins on October 15th. And then they had a guest speaker come on November 5th and a mural project with artist Zoe DiNardo from Art Start on November 5th as well.
And now we have Windsor Oaks Academy. They had a bowling trip on October 21st, the Fiesta Fridays, which was their Halloween feast on the 31st. They had, I think we mentioned this before, they started kind of like a little league of their own with the alternative schools in the area. So they had a soccer matchup versus Ridgeway on October 8th. And I need to check in to see whether they won, but I feel like they did. Yeah. I just think that they're winners. They also went to the Native California Film Fest on November 17th. They also attended the tribal history presentation. They had another bowling trip. Why don't I go to Windsor Oaks? I want bowling trips. And then they had another Fiesta Friday, which was their harvest feast. And now they are currently participating in the North Coast Builder Exchange.
Moving on, just one thing that Bridges and the Best Buddies Club got to participate in. kind of a long time ago, but on October 23rd, we got to go to Montgomery High School for soccer Special Olympics, and it was so fun. The middle school was also there and some other schools in the district, so it's so much fun. There's so many great photos up there, and currently we're getting ready for our Special Olympics track that will be happening in the spring semester later. But just have that idea in your calendars. It's always the best, and we have the best collaboration. So yeah.
And now we have the Windsor Unified School District Spotlight, which is just something in the district that we've noticed that we think would be good to highlight. So the Brooks Elementary Student Council, they just had their elections, I think, a month ago. It's led by 5 elected officers, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and spirit leader, which are chosen through a school-wide vote. And each class has a representative that they send to the meetings to share ideas and share feedback from the peers. The meetings are every other Friday morning, and during the meetings, they discuss activities and events, spirit weeks, fundraisers, and they get ideas for to improve school spirit by doing charitable giving and rewards. They have done things like Penny Wars, Family Movie Night, and the Glow Party Dance. There's pictures from that last year, and so now they're working on planning more things for the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an excellent report. And I just I've never had this happen where we're told about a performance and it's written and directed by one of our student board members. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. That's a huge accomplishment. We were actually together at a conference recently and you didn't mention that. So this is amazing. And I can't wait for us all to go and see it. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
One of the performances is on the night of a board meeting, so you should go to the 16th one.
Yes, I did see that, and I was thinking about that already. Wheels are turning. Okay, next item is superintendent's report. Superintendent Decker?
It'll be a short one. So just to touch on a few things, now this is, we didn't have a meeting last month, so some of this is fairly old, but we're going to go through it anyway. So we've had 2 Sippin' With Me's. Allowing the community to come out, and I was surprised they were really well attended. We had, I don't know, about 20 to 30 the first one, and probably around 20 to 25 in the second one. So we'll have these throughout the year, and it's just a chance to really ask me questions, have a conversation. I come with no agenda. Something we've been talking quite a bit about, we've had 2 town halls. We're required to come up with a cell phone policy by the end of the year, and we want to make sure we're doing our part in hearing from the community. So we've had 2 town halls so far, and we are going to be putting together kind of a preliminary plan based on what we've heard and sending out another survey to our families before we bring it back to the board to have a discussion around what our cell phone policy looks like. And just to give a bit of a synopsis, it's pretty clear. Elementary, we kind of have a lot of agreement. High school, quite a bit of agreement. Middle school is where we have a lot of conversation in terms of what we do with cell phones. Again, this was for November initially. Halloween's always fun. Yes, that is me dressed up as a giant cat. I had a shirt for my family that said, yes, I'm a black cat, but then I was acting as principal, so I said, well, I guess I better really do it. So there we are. But Maddie Washburn was a good time. Kids are super cute. We all know that. At Brooks, again, we try to highlight all of our elementary kids, not the high school kids, sorry, but we had a good time. Halloween's always fun in Windsor. So, I want to take the time, this was a late addition for me, but I want to take the time to address some rumors. There's somebody named Anonymous who continues to put out misinformation about our district and specifically one of our board members regarding our ENA with Gallagher Community Homes. And I just need to explain this because I'm kind of tired of hearing it, if I'm being honest. So Stephanie Ahmad and I represent the district in those negotiations, and we are the only ones who have represented the district the entire time. So I can guarantee and attest to the fact that Mr. Carnation has never taken place has never participated in any of the negotiations. And out of an abundance of caution, he hasn't even voted in here on any of these items. So we are reaching out to the FPPC just to make sure that there is nothing that we have missed. We've already received written verification from School and College Legal Services, General Counsel, lawyer Caitlin Schwenneman, that he would not be disqualified from taking part in the negotiations because he has no financial interest and is not a compensated board member known as the founding director for Gallagher Community Homes. However, what we're asking the FPPC about is about something called Government Code 1090, which has to do with remote interest, not a financial interest. And so we are hoping to receive that within the next month. And once that comes out, then we will know whether Mr. Carnation can vote or has to recuse himself. Next slide, please. There was also a worksheet that I saw passed out by Mr. Scanlon that made a statement that all of these housing projects for employee housing, nobody wants them. And so I just thought I would pull some data from CSBA, which is the California School Boards Association, of all of the different public employee housing projects that have happened in the state of California. They're there on the right. There's 9 of them that have been completed to date. That's relatively new, but if you look at CSBA's website, these are not my words. This is copied and pasted from CSBA, and I'm going to read it. Housing affordability is one of the main barriers to attracting and retaining great teachers and staff across California. To address this, many LEAs in the state are looking into building education workforce housing, homes for their employees on underdeveloped land they already own. And I need to reiterate, this is not just teacher housing. This is our public employees housing, which means our custodians, our food service workers, our instructional aides, all of our employees is what we're trying to address our housing issues with. By using their own land, LEAs can build high quality and attractive housing to lease to their employees at below market rates. LEAs who have built workforce housing report significantly improved staff retention. All developments have waiting lists, and they help LEAs recruit new staff. Today, over 15% of California districts and county offices are exploring housing as a new powerful solution. I'd like to invite up Sheila if I could, because we've had quite a few conversations about this, specifically for the employees that she represents. And I just want you to hear whether this is needed or not. So, surprise for Sheila.
I'm like, huh? Okay, where's my script? So I'm really standing by this. I have met with Mr. Scanlon. And I'm disheartened, because I see those anonymous things on the Facebook, but I just want to say that this would mean so much to our workers to be able to work in the town they live. I know 2 employees who travel. One comes from Lakeport, one comes from Ukiah, and our wages they're not that great, and they struggle, but it's important for them to be here. They love Windsor. And this would really make a difference for them. And it's going to happen, and it needs to happen. And we don't need this pushback and from anyone in this community. Let's be a community. Let's build each other up. And let's just move forward and do this.
So thank you, Sheila. I just felt it necessary because we have all seen these things and we have never really addressed them in this room. And I thought it was time to at least state this is important to us. And I also wanted to, explain that who is involved in this negotiation is not Mr. Carnation. It's Ms. Ahmad and I. Okay, that's my board report, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Board of Trustees report. And I want to acknowledge that we have our town manager in the audience tonight. He's here for a later item, John Davis, and we also have Sheriff Piccinini. So I want to thank you both for being here. Hello. Board report next, item 3.9. Does anyone have a report?
I have a real quick one. I was playing pickleball the other day, and who comes up? It's Xerxes Whitney, and he's having his PE class out there, and he's a pretty cool, humble guy, right? So he just happened to mention that there was a little article written about him in this publication, and I just want to shout him out. It's in the Windsor Connection, and in particular, I just want to read one little section of what it says. He's a great guy. For nearly a quarter century, Xerxes Whitney has taught physical education in Windsor, modeling a paradox that has become his life's message: strength with softness, grit with grace. He was born with cerebral palsy, a reality he names plainly and lives openly. Rather than hiding it, he's made it his body, its limits, its hard-won victories, part of the lesson plan. Being unique isn't easy, he once said, but it's where your power lives. And I just think those words are so powerful. He's run, 6 marathons, a 50K, and written poetry, published poetry books. He's an amazing individual, and I just wanted to shout him out.
Giving a TED Talk as well.
And that's right. He's giving a TED Talk. So that's it. That's my report.
I have a report. So I just have a couple of items, and I'm going to just mention that the first one is about safety, just because I do see our town manager here and then also our chief of police here. And I just want to say that I'm very concerned because we have many children, young children, that ride their bike to get to school in the morning and then also ride it home. And there's been at least 2 instances where I'm trying to make a right, going towards the Raleigh Shopping Center, and I just see cars do not look to see if there's kids in that bike lane. And there was one time when I was driving with my daughter, and a huge truck kept honking at me, trying to force me to make that right, even though I was respecting the bike lane. And this small child comes up, and the truck nearly hits him because he was driving very aggressively and just didn't look. And I kept honking my horn at him so that he would stop, and didn't not stop at all. So it was a very scary situation, but this has happened at least on 2 occasions. And then also, 2 of my daughter's former classmates have been hit while, trying to get to school on their bike. And I just feel very concerned because I feel like this is an issue that has been bubbling, up over the last year that I can think of. And I feel that as school board members, that we should work, much more closely with our town leadership in order to do something about bicycle safety and making sure that our kids feel empowered and safe when they're on their way to school, and then also on the way home. I think that this is very, very important. So just wanted to mention that. The second item that I have is that this is a sensitive issue that I have been giving a lot of thought to, but also feel that in our town in general, but most especially on the school board and in our school district, that we also need to have more regular conversations about respecting cultural diversity. I feel that this is not a topic that is visited enough. It's also very important because I had a group of teachers email me to say that they feel, I'm trying to sum up their email in a quick way, but they feel that, for example, the recent Dia de los Muertos event was not given the adequate respect that it deserves, and also that it wasn't given the proper promotion that it deserves. So I, for example, as a school board member, did not know when that event happened until after the date that it happened. And they said, oh, why didn't you come? And I said, oh, I didn't know about it. I'm sorry. So I just feel that we need to have more conversations like that about respecting people's, different cultural diversity so that people feel welcome. I also want to say that I don't know how many times, when meeting people for the first time in our town, my name is Malinali, they'll say, oh, I never heard of that name, or how do you say that, or why can't it be like Mary? And it's like, no, you don't say that, right? When you're meeting someone, you honor their name. You make an attempt to pronounce it, you don't question them about their name, right? So there's these subtle, where this is leading to is that I feel like there's these subtle microaggressions that happen a lot, which is why I feel we need to discuss more cultural diversity and how to be respectful towards people in general. So that pretty much sums up my report. I will be speaking later in connection to John Richards' comment about diversifying our readings at the Windsor High School. He spoke earlier, but I'll address this later, when our book adoption item comes up. Thank you.
I just want to remind everybody, in case you didn't catch it, we're basically jamming 2 months worth of meetings into one night. And selfishly, I am driving to Fresno to coach tomorrow as soon as this meeting's over at hopefully before midnight. So with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 issues tonight, I will not be so loquacious. And as Christine can attest, I was accused of being succinct last week, and I'm going to try and do that tonight as well. So anyhow, just in case you guys wonder why we were doing so many things, last month's meeting had to get postponed for a variety of reasons. So anyhow, that's it.
Yeah, just very quickly, Trustee Ahmad, myself, and our 2 student board members, as was mentioned 2 weeks ago, spent 3 days in Sacramento at a California School Boards Association conference, which are stupendously useful in my view, having been to a number of them. 60 or 70% of it is the amazing ideas that come out, and we go to seminars, there's breakout sections and keynotes, and we went to things on, as Ms. Whiting mentioned with the play, expanding career technical education platforms and programs, talking about artificial intelligence, which just mostly frightened me to the extent that it informed me and how much we're trying to catch up, talking about workforce housing and good governance and things of that nature, as well as finances. The other 25% is us getting a perspective, because we don't really see, other than what we might see in the Press Democrat about nearby districts that are having some financial difficulties. We don't get a sense, except when I go to something like that, to recognize how well we do here. We just do it because we have kind of a culture and do our best, and we can always have areas to improve. And I particularly wanted to laud our two student board members who were had their own seminar that they went to for a day, were on panels, came back with energy and enthusiasm. And again, thank you for my colleagues for going to that. It's a large investment of time, but certainly recharges and reminds me for some of the important longer range reasons why I think many of us take the time and effort to sit up on this dais. So thanks very much.
I don't have much of a report this month. I just want to say hello to everyone in the audience. Thank you for coming to our meeting. We have quite a big audience tonight, and we always appreciate it when people come to participate and watch. Part of the reason is that I'm board president, and what you don't see is all these stacks of papers and agenda items that I'm responsible for coordinating as we're meeting. So I just don't have much to report. I think it was covered by my colleagues, and I will certainly opine on upcoming items. So our next item is 3.10, Staff Association reports. I believe, I'm not sure if we have them this month, because we had a public comment before closed session, which covered one of them. And go ahead. I'll make it. So we'll have our classified report. Welcome, Sheila.
Hi, good evening, board and district. I'm Sheila Womack, president of Chapter 673 Windsor. I'm here tonight to just share what we're up to. I did create these slides back in October, so some of them are a little outdated, and I'll move quickly through them. So what is the CSEA up to? Well, we had nominations for president, secretary, and a communications officer. I ran unopposed. I was nominated, and so I just assumed the position. So I'm going to keep going with CSEA as president. I've been really enjoying being a voice for our people and leading the way and learning so much as I'm going. We have our secretary, Barbara Morgan, and she will continue on. She ran unopposed as well. No one wanted to be a communications officer. I'm doing my best to communicate with my members. I mean, luckily, I love communicating, so it works. So we did, that all went through last night at our meeting. We have a paraeducator conference coming up in March. We were at this point of just being like, funding help would be needed. And I did reach out to our district. We have an amazing district. I'm becoming like mother bear about my district, I gotta say. So, but we were just asking if they could help pay maybe the registration fee on the early bird discount. And they did more than that. They said they'd fund a person, and CSEA is gonna fund a person. So we know we can send 2 people to the paraeducator conference in March. And we're very excited about it because it is a very good training that CSEA gives. And we want our lead stipended folks to come back and to go and to come back and then to teach and train the rest of our groups, our paraeducators and instructional assistants as well. So yeah, that was exciting. Thank you, district, for that. So CSEA, this one, I should have a big fat veto on this because it was vetoed, unfortunately, by Governor Newsom, and not that he disagrees. But CSEA we work with elected representatives to secure legislation that approves conditions, as many of you probably already know, for classified employees, and we fight off bills and ballot initiatives that would harm our members and our schools. So there's an AB 374, which ensured that public school classified employees receive pay stubs containing critical and clear information regarding their wages, their rate of pay, and deductions. So this bill would have ensured that our members are being paid, correctly and providing them with accurate and complete pay stub information. If you worked in a corporate world, you have very detailed pay stubs. ours can be vague. And I know some of our members drive our payroll people crazy with the many questions. And hopefully it was vetoed because by Governor Newsom, not because he disagrees. In fact, it was a unanimous vote on both sides that this just moves through, but it was vetoed because of the cost that it would be to update software systems throughout California to do this. So we'll come back. We'll be back at the table. CSE will be there. And the CSEA conference. So I'm just going to say, well, I'll just say one more little thing about it. Well, no, because I've already updated you. So we are, the district's funding us. It's great. We are union proud, and we're very excited to be going to this Paraeducators Conference. I'm going to move on. The other thing CSE is doing is California and 7 states are suing U.S. Department of Education over $600 million in cut grants for teacher shortages, allegedly due to eliminating diversity initiatives. So she was speaking about diversity. A temporary halt to cuts was overturned by the Supreme Court, and the case continues. CSEA does monitor, we advocate for restoring funds, and we champion the fair education policy for all school employees. We support legislative bills like AB 49 regarding immigration enforcement from entering a school site without providing a valid judicial warrant and receiving permission from the superintendent safeguarding undocumented students, and this was signed into law. SB 98 requires LEA to alert students, parents, faculty, staff, and other school community members of the presence of immigration on the school site. This protects all of us. That was signed into law. So we do a lot. CSEA does a lot. There's a lot that goes on behind the curtain, and I'm all about it. Political action is not my favorite thing in CSEA, but it is very important to keep us rolling. So I do what I have to do. If I've got to go rally, I'll be there. And I'm looking forward to doing more of that in my internship when I take off in January. One of the things that we are doing right now, CSEA here in Windsor, is we are doing random moments in time study. These are with paraeducators. What is random moment time study? So it's helping schools. So I'm just going to read it fast. By participating in RMTS, schools help their state statistically estimate the time staff spend on Medicaid eligible health services. The state then uses this data to claim federal Medicaid reimbursement. And so a portion of the federal funds is then returned to the schools and districts to help cover the costs of these services, essentially allowing them to recover money for health support already provided to the students. So paraeducators are now completing these random moments in time. They were very hesitant to jump in on this, thinking, what is this? You know, this new thing. New things are sometimes scary. But we had our Medicaid, classified employee come out and show what they needed to do, which really took less than 5 minutes on a computer to just state their document of their prompting time with their student, if they were feeding, helping with mobility, their personal care, academic support. And this is just collecting money that goes back to our district. And so once they found out it was nothing, we're moving forward and we are helping to collect that money for our district. So yeah, I'm very proud, a CSEA member. We are indispensable. We are the backbone of schools. I'm going to say it all the time. So every action that we're taking, it's, whether it's advocating for our pay stubs or summer assistance, maximizing federal funding through programs like the RMTS, directly supports the vital work we do. And we want to work with our district. We want to do these things so that we can be stronger together. So thank you, district, for working with us, and go team. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Next item is 3.11, which is approval of our minutes from our October 16th, 2025 meeting. Do we have any discussion on that item? Or do we have a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the minutes.
Second.
And then I'll do preferential student board member vote first.
Yes. Yes.
Other board members?
Yes.
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 Yes. Great. Okay, moving to item 3.12, we have staff recognitions. Pete Sullivan, take it away.
Good evening, board. So one of the advantages of having missed the board meeting last month is that rather than hear me celebrate our staff, we get to hear from one of our amazing administrators to come celebrate her staff members. So Angela West, would you please come on up?
Happy holidays, you guys. It's really nice to see you. And Rich, like your Christmas before Christmas is celebrating the wrestlers. my Christmas before Christmas is celebrating Windsor Middle School and all that we have. So I am going to highlight 3 people. I know we were doing 2, but I'm going rogue since you gave me the microphone. And first off, I'd like to celebrate one of our classified person this month, Krista Pollard, actually of the year, the staff. Come on up, Krista. Right here. In middle school, we do signs. It makes it fun. Here she is. Come on. I know you really wanted to come up here. This is fun. This is fun for all. Get up here, you. Krista Pollard is one of those rare people who makes everything and everyone around her better. She's always cheerful, always helpful, and always willing to jump in wherever she's needed. True team player. She supports our staff and students at Windsor Middle School in every way she can. I just want to say that she does it all with a smile and a sense of humor. So she's a paraeducator in our 6th grade ELA and social science classes, where she's patient, caring, and deeply committed to making sure students have what they need to succeed. After school, she's brave enough to be our crossing guard. Yeah. She's patient with all those kids running around, and she's also supervises our 6th grade lunch, which takes a lot of patience, and she does that with the same warmth and dedication. She's all around super cool, hardworking, kind, and full of heart, and Windsor Middle School is a better place because she's part of it. We're really happy to celebrate you tonight. Thank you. You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
No, I'm good.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, though.
All right. Okay. So for our staff voted our classified person, and this is for us. I was like, who do you guys want to celebrate? They nominated and voted for Krista, and then for our teachers, Christine Clement, come on up. Hi, Miss Clement. So Christine is an exceptional math teacher who gives all of her students all she can every single day. She's really, really, truly student-centered, dedicated, and deeply committed to help every learner succeed. The thing that stands out to me the most, she's there for kids all the time. Before school, she gives up her lunches. After school, she's there to support the family, her students and families. I watch her reteach lessons. She checks in with students who need the extra help, and she welcomes anyone who walks through her door, even if they're not in her class. She leads not only in her classroom, but across our entire campus. She's our math department chair. She also serves on our PLT, our CAPS team, and she serves on the leadership team. And I'd have to say you're kind of one of the unofficial IM staff captains. She's always leading the charge when we take on the students in any sport. She's a strong advocate for both of our students and our staff, and she's always speaking up for what's best at Windsor Middle School. She's not only talented and hardworking, but she's also kind and funny and down to earth, all these qualities that make her respected and loved by both the students and the staff. She represents the very best of Windsor Middle School, and we're lucky to have her, and I'm proud to honor her tonight. Okay, so this is where I went rogue, and I know it's a really late meeting, so I'm going to make it fast, but since I had the mic, I also wanted to take just a quick moment to recognize one of our rock star parent volunteers, Amanda Dunbar. There, come on. As she's walking up. If you don't know, Amanda and her husband have 4 students in our district, and we're lucky enough to have Cabela and Easton with us at Windsor Middle School. DB, you get Cabela. Wave, Cabela. She's coming to you next year. So Amanda was one of the founders of our Boosters Club at Windsor Middle School, because we didn't have a PTA, we didn't have a booster club, and she, from the ground up, she was there, and now she continues to lead as our Boosters president. She pours so much time and energy into making our school a special place. I just wanted you to know how much that we all appreciate you and all the ways you make our school great. So thank you.
Thank you. You know, we're big fans of all 3 of you. If you could come up and take a picture with us, we would really appreciate it. And any students who maybe came and they want to be in the picture?
Come on up. Who's holding the sign?
Yeah, I love guys.
Bring the sign.
Do you want to be in a picture?
To Angela.
Oh, I have to go?
Come in the middle. We don't have those NCAA Division I ring champions.
I know. Oh, yes.
I know, where are our rings?
Sorry.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3.
Stephanie, just real quick. Angela, I just want to publicly tell you that in all the years I've been around Windsor, I've never seen somebody be so popular that the kids want to look like you. And I saw a video of Addison.
Yeah.
And she is your doppel.
I know, it's funny. It's scary, but funny at the same
It
time.
was because
Yeah.
I can just imagine if she does what you've done in her life, oh my golly, it's going to be crazy. So when I saw that video, I was like,
it's funny.
It was, she could be your kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and the hair was your hair.
I know.
It was amazing, but you should be flattered because they say imitation is the highest form. And congratulations, you've done an amazing job at the middle school. The spirit over there is off the charts. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate
it. We're moving to item 4, which is school board reorganization. Okay. They're having a little side conversation. And I just wanted to say before we get started on this, that what we typically do and what we've done in the past is we have kind of a rotation that we go through where we each spend a year in the role as president. Typically, it's kind of based on when we were elected and in what order we were elected, like number of votes is kind of how we figure it out. And then it kind of cycles through so that everybody gets the opportunity to be a leader. And I think almost everyone here has. Getting to item 4.1, I am honored to nominate Paul Cogorno for vice president. Are there any other nominations or any seconds of that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, students. You can vote too.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Sometimes I forget to do their vote first. I apologize. And then item 4.2 is the election of president. Do we have a nomination?
I'll make a nomination. So I just want to say, going along with what Trustee Ahmad was saying, that we tend to rotate, right? But I do want to say that it's my honor to nominate Rich Carnation. And I just want to say that I don't know anyone that has a bigger heart than Rich Carnation. He's a wonderful person. And one thing I do want to say about him is that there's a lot of work that he does on the side that he does not tell anybody about, but I get to witness it, being his colleague here on the school board. And it has been my knowledge to know that he's helped so many students who are low-income students who, I don't want to get emotional, but who really, school is their only opportunity in order to improve their social mobility. And had Rich, not stepped in to support them, I don't know what would have happened. Like they could have easily not gone to college, which changed the whole trajectory of their lives. But Rich really has stepped in with, scholarships and being a mentor, talking to families who, from my knowledge, don't even speak English as their first language, right? He's really doing all of this work on the sidelines that are not part of his role, as a school board member. So it's such an honor, Rich, to be here sitting with you and also just to nominate you. And you're such an inspiration to me. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, I'll second that.
Preferential student board member vote?
Aye. Aye.
Everyone else? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm done. Gonna go. Sorry? I have a gift.
You're not done yet.
Oh, okay. Am I supposed to open it now?
She's not done.
Well, done with being president. Am I opening this?
I believe.
Am I doing this? Okay, let's see what's in here. It's been an honor serving as president for the second term. This is an amazing district. I think that's becoming more and more clear publicly, kind of public perception of our district. We have an amazing board, and it's just such an honor to serve with each of you. I actually could start crying. So I'm going to stop talking and open my present. And the fact that I got to have gotten to be your leader twice is just such an honor. And let's unbox this together. And it's a lovely plaque. Thank you. It says, in recognition and gratitude to Stephanie Ahmad for her dedication and leadership to the students of the Windsor Unified School District. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, this is my second time. It's always nice to follow Stephanie. She sets the bar so high that the limbo or whatever it is. I don't even have to be. I just get to walk right under. It's just it's pretty cool. So but anyhow, Melanie, thank you. That was very nice.
You deserve it.
A lot of, for those of you at home who are listening and those of you who are here, you guys have no idea, and you couldn't, how much extra work that is not in the job description people do for our kids and our district. Countless hours, but yet at the same time wouldn't have it any other way. We, speaking for all of us up here, we are all huge beneficiaries of all those who have come before us. Parents, teachers, mentors, who, and countless people that we didn't even know were fighting fights for us and paving the way for us to have the opportunities that we have. And so us on the board, we do the same thing. We're here doing the best that we can to make sure that our kids have the best opportunities they can have, so that way they can reach their potential. And a lot of, I'm gonna say a lot, most of the things that everybody does, not just us, the elected folks, but the unelected folks do for kids. It's really the testament of why our society, the good things that happen in our society are there, is because of all the sacrifices that all of us make in our own little ways to make life better for the people that are following us. And then we take all the goodness that we've received along the way, we try to magnify that, amplify that, and provide that for more. So anyhow, that's the thing that we try to do. I know that's what I try to do. I always, every time I do anything, it's always the first thing is what's best for the kids, and then everything else is kind of secondary to that. So anyhow, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I appreciate following Stephanie in everything. Anyhow, it's been awesome. So anyhow, we're going to keep on going. Again, I want to try and get to Fresno before the sun comes up. 4.3, we have our meeting minutes. Is there any questions or any thing that we need to amend on that? Anybody? I didn't think so.
No.
So can I have a motion to approve these tentative board dates for 2026?
Yes. Oh,
I just wanted to say I had to move May, June's both meetings and August's meetings. I moved them to Monday. We moved.
So we have March is on the, needs to get moved, doesn't it? To before the 15th? So how about if we accept this, and then at our next board meeting, we make an amendment? Or we do just do it right now? All right. Anybody know what the date is?
It's March 12th is the second Thursday.
March 12th. So it's not going to be March. Are we going to have two that month, Jeremy? Just one?
Just one.
So we're going to change it to March the 12th, Austin?
Yes, sir.
March 12th? All right. So March 12th.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I know this came up last year and we decided we had to have everything finalized night of, so
Got
I
it.
don't know if we need to.
Okay, and then also this up here, it's 2026.
It's pretty late. But anyway, May and both of the June meetings and the August meetings got moved to a Monday so we could have them here.
May 19th is a Tuesday.
So do you need to make that the 18th then?
It must be the 18th.
Okay.
Okay, so,
That must be just a typo.
Okay, we'll switch
And
that.
I've checked it all out with the town of Windsor that they can do it. Nobody liked doing it at the middle school last year, so figured it was best to have it here on a different day. And that's to avoid the music on the town.
very good. Okay, so with those amendments, can I have a motion to?
Yes. I'll make the motion to accept this item.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All righty. This passed with the corrections. Jen, can you send us out a new updated one? Perfect, thank you. All righty, so let's see. So now we've got that. 4.4, the board subcommittee and facilities. That's on the page right behind us, guys. We have, everybody got the paper? So we've got a variety of different assignments for this next year coming up. Is there anything in particular that anybody sees? If the board doesn't mind, I'm kind of right in the middle of something with the county committee and the school districts, so I'd like to hang on to that if that's not a big issue. And same, I'm right now working with the town and that, and so I'd like to continue that process for right now. Or do you want to just go down through each one in order? Or? All right,
Okay.
so we just did president, vice president. Congratulations, Paul, by the way. I'm excited to get some more of your input. Secretary, Jeremy, your default, right? All righty. Policy Subcommittee has been Stephanie and Bill. You guys, anybody else want to be on that? You guys want to continue in that process?
I think we'll stay.
We'll stay.
Okay, so-
And just to say, I'm good keeping my assignments as is unless we want to change.
That's a mine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm same
I could
situation.
use another year.
Yep. So Facility Subcommittee, right now it's myself and Paul. Anybody still good? Is that all good? All right, same. Student board members, you guys want to stick around?
Yes, please.
Okay, there we go. We got that. The boosters, Bill, you've been doing
Yes.
booster, would they stay?
Happy to stay with all the assignments I have.
Okay, so unless somebody else wants to jump in there. Bill, Town Council, Stephanie and Rich, still good? All right, same. The Windsor Education Foundation is Paul, all right. Windsor Arts Now, Malinelli? Would you like to stay there? Keep going, okay. Let's go, same. School Site Liaison, Brooks is Stephanie?
I'd like to do both.
Okay, so we'll go with Paul.
I can switch with you and
Yeah,
do Maddie.
Maddie, okay, so you, and then Stephanie, okay. Mally, you're at Cali, would you like to stay there, or, okay, so Mal, same. Windsor Middle School is Paul, stay, all right, same. Windsor High and Windsor Oaks, Bill, same?
Yeah, I'll like
Okay.
to stay on all my assignments.
Got it, okay, same. And I think we'll come back to a big picture and what have you, but I'm happy to stay there as well. Paul Elcap?
Sure.
Okay. And Malinelli, DLAC?
Like to stay.
Stay,
Yeah, I'd like to
okay.
stay.
And also the county committee on school is, I'm going to stay the same. North of Arata is.
So I would move that we vote, I think it's important to vote that we disband that North of Arata ad hoc.
Okay.
I think we
Yeah,
did
it's accomplished.
when we
its
reached the
objective.
settlement, but I
Yeah.
think let's, maybe when we conclude this assignments, we take that vote real quick, Rich.
So do we vote? Is that what?
Yeah, after
It
we
would be
do
a
this.
vote?
we'll
Okay.
Dissolve
Got
it.
it. Okay, so we're going to dissolve. Okay, Windsor Creek Ad Hoc is Stephanie and Bill. That should stay the same. Okay. And then the Indian Education Committee liaison is Paul and Stephanie.
I'd like to try that one for the first time because I've never had the opportunity to do that one.
Okay.
Sure.
Who?
You happen to have you take my spot if you want to stay.
Okay, well, it's up to you.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Go for it.
Coming in there.
Okay, so it would be Paul and Malinelli?
Yep.
Okay. And
Would you accept the motion, Mr. President?
Okay. So, I'm sorry.
Would you accept the motion?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, Jen, do we have all those?
Yes.
Cool. I would move as revised and noted in whatever it is that Ms. Cox wrote down, that we move to approve those subcommittees in the selection of board representatives for 4.4 and 4.5.
Okay,
I'll second.
all righty. Any discussion? Any public discussion on this issue? All right, student trustees, any issue?
Nope.
All righty. Can we get a vote?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, trustees?
Yes.
All righty. Very good. All righty. That's my,
As a closer, I would make a motion to finish that one item that we disband the North Arata Ad Hoc Committee and that matter settled earlier this year.
okay, I second that recommendation. Any discussion? Public comment? All right, bring it back. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All righty, motion passes, so that will be disbanded. All righty, and then, so right before we move to our next item, we're going to take a 1-minute stand and stretch because we got a lot of, feel free, hands in the air, stretch, potty, drink, whatever.
He needs to take a
Okay, so it's going to be probably 3-minute break.
Yeah.
3-minute break.
I'm old. I gotta make.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Oh, man, nice of you.
That was a really nice speech.
You said it exactly the way I wrote it too. I mean, you didn't even stutter. No, I'm just kidding. Subcommittee, we just did that. Selection of board representatives, we did all right? Yeah, we did all that. 4.5, we just did, right? Yep, that was part of it. Okay. So now, I'm going to do the consent because you're probably not ready to do it. Let me do it. Oh, you ready to do it?
Let me try.
Oh, okay.
It's just I asked
You make a
if there's-
motion?
Well, first I asked, is there anybody want any item?
Not yet. So you get a motion first, a second, then you say, is there anything,
Okay, and then it's.
oh, I'm sorry, no, you're right. You ask, does anybody need to recuse themselves? Is there any issue that needs to get pulled out?
Oh, yeah.
yes.
repeat
I'm sorry,
yourself.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the
So,
key
and
word.
then you go, okay, so I'll make a motion, if there's none, I'll make a motion that we group 5.1
Through
through.
5.15, I think.
What to go to?
5.16.
5.16.
You got it?
All right, everybody. Thank you for that 3 little minute stretch. So we're going to bring it back now, and we are going to start with Section 5 consent items. And Trustee Cagorno is bravely going to take his first attempt at the consent calendar. So let's cut them. Yeah, it's like huge. So let's
Okay, so we have,
turn on your mic.
we have consent items 5.1 through 5.
mic on?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm on. No, why? Yeah, well, we're good. 5.1 through 5.16. Do any of the, is there any discussion on any of those items, or do we need to poll any of those items? Seeing none, I'll make a motion that we approve consent items 5.1 through 5.16.
I'll second. Oh,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second by Malinelli. Any further discussion? Any discussion from the audience? All right, bring it back. Student trustees?
Yes.
All righty, trustees?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
All right, it passes. Good job, Paul.
Oh, yay.
Oh, 16.
All righty, now all the consent items are done. So now we're going to move into, hold on a second here, discussion action. We got to scroll down all these consent items. We're going to go with 6.1, and we are going to bring in, it's the solid waste competitive bidding process. This item will be presented by John Davis, our town manager, and Christina Owens, the governmental operations manager. Just FYI, John, our town manager, his son wrestled for me and was outstanding. And so I just wanted to give John some prop.
Okay.
Thank you, President Carnation, Vice Chair Cagorno, and trustees. Yeah, John Davis, town manager. One thing that Rich taught my son was to not talk trash, but we're going to talk a little trash tonight. So, really, this is Christina Owens, who's our government operation manager. Baby. Christina has a long history working in this arena. She took the town through the process 10 years ago of solidifying a contract with a solid waste hauler. And so I'm going to turn over her to talk a little bit about the process we're going through now to set up a RFP to gain a new hauler in 2027.
Okay, we have no PowerPoint.
He's going back to this.
Okay, so do I just pause? Well, I have my PowerPoint here. Okay, so I am Christina. The town currently has a total of 5 solid waste franchise agreements, but tonight we're solely going to focus on our exclusive agreement. So for the agenda, we'll go over the franchise agreement, our contractual agreements, and our regulatory compliance. The development of an RFP, the formation of our RFP committee, as well as our community outreach and input that we received, a cost breakdown, as well as the challenges and timeline that we will have before us.
So the town, as I mentioned, has 5 franchise agreements, but we have 1 exclusive franchise agreement that services our residential, commercial, and multifamily properties. This contract also provides services to the town of Windsor, the school district school sites, the maintenance, and the district office, as well as the 2 fire stations here. Sonoma County Resource Recovery was awarded this contract for 10 years. It will be expiring as of September 30th of 2027. This contract cannot be extended due to town code. So to go over a franchise agreement, what is super important is to realize there is a foundation to a franchise agreement and an understanding with any service hauler. These are 3 major agreements that include fees that are imposed to the hauler that has to be baked into a rate. So the first is a master operating agreement between the County of Sonoma and Republic Services that manages and operates the landfill and the transfer stations. Part of this agreement, the county collects concession fees that goes into a special fund to maintain the landfill and the transfer stations. So that's fee number 1 that a hauler needs to recognize. The next one is a waste delivery agreement between Republic Services and the town of Windsor and the selected hauler. This basically means that we will commit all of our waste to the landfill and the transfer stations, and we will approve and agree to the fees that the Board of Supervisors agrees upon. So that's fee number 2 baked into a rate. The next is a joint powers agreement between Zero Waste Sonoma, which is a county entity, and the town of Windsor that says they will take all of our organic waste, the green carts, the green bins, your kitchen pails, and they will then transload that out of county because we do not have a compost facility. So this as well has a fee associated with this agreement, and that is approved by the Board of Directors for the Zero Waste Sonoma. So with that as well, the foundation to a franchise agreement is a regulatory compliance. All of us are very aware of recycling and trying to divert material from the landfill. The first 3 assembly bills there are on the onus of a hauler to ensure that they provide the services to our community. And what happens now is Senate Bill 1383 was a new bill that came forward that is mandatory organics diversion. That shifted the pendulum over to the jurisdictions, special districts, as well as school districts, that we will enforce mandatory organics diversion. I put information on this slide so that the school district understands that this Senate bill has a requirement for the school district to ensure that mandatory recycling is occurring on school campuses, organic recycling programs are in place, and any other education components are also included. What's important to realize is that this Senate bill also allows the school district to subscribe to the town's hauler contract. You can contract with any hauler should you want to, or you can do your self-hauling. All right, so we're in the depth of our development of our RFP. President Carnation is part of my committee. We've gone over the different 2 components for requiring of an RFP, and then from there we're going to start developing and what this RFP will look like and what the franchise agreement will look like moving forward. From what trucks, carts, and bins will look like, what types. Do we want to have a hauler here in Windsor? Are they okay being outside of the district or the boundaries? And then from there, we have special services that they can provide. So to assist the town of Windsor, what we did is we formed a committee. We have 2 council members that were appointed by town council, and then we have 5 community committee members, as well as staff evaluation, and all of us are working very hard to make sure that we get this RFP drafted to meet the needs of our community. And what we did do is we did community outreach and wanted to gather insight and input from our community members of what was working and what wasn't working. And I'll tell you right now, the split cart recycling cart is not working. People don't like it, so we recognize that is a need to change. But overall, out of all the survey results that we received, 312, which is great, everyone was pretty satisfied with what that contract looked like and what the services that were being provided. We were not focused on the actual hauler, but the services that were being provided. So to kind of help understand what a rate looks like, because everyone is concerned with budgets, this is a graph showing you based off of a 32-gallon cart that residents have to show that the different components and regulatory requirements of what those will look like in our rate. So the first part of this graph shows that the disposal cost, which I had mentioned through the MOA and the WDA, is 23% of any rate that a proposer will probably submit to us. From there, 18% is going to be the Zero Waste Sonoma's fee for organics. Recycling comes at a cost to process. The building, the staff, the sorting, all of that will come at a cost of about 9%. From there, contracting cost and compliance is roughly 11%, and that is part of the compliance for the town of Windsor. Base collection costs are about 29%, and that is just to operate in the town of Windsor. Have the trucks, staff, every day come through, street sweeping and what have you. And the one component that the town has true under ways of manipulating or modifying a rate is through the elective programs. And those elective programs can be street sweeping, used batteries, used oil, and what have you. That is an area that we can flex and move around. So basically everything under the pink is all compliance and a basis of a rate that a hauler will have to abide by. So one of the challenges we have for an RFP, as I mentioned, is budget. And so costs were one of the main concerns our community members brought forward to us. We realize, though, through our contractual obligations, we can't modify those fees that are collected when a truck drives through the gates at the landfill or the transfer stations. We do see that we have some little bit of a modification on our elective services, but it's only 10% of an overall rate. But what challenge that we see and heard from our community members is the subsidized rates for the town of Windsor, the Windsor Unified School District, as well as the fire district. What we wanted to bring forward is that when we subsidize rates, it does trigger the Proposition 218. With that, if we have any protest votes and that's upheld, meaning we did not get enough protest votes, the town is still exposed to legal challenge, and the shift of the burden of proof to anyone that brought forward a lawsuit to the town trying to basically quantify why it's okay to subsidize rates, it will be very difficult. So one of the options we may have is to modify elective services or eliminate town services to maintain or reduce costs while addressing transparency priority with the town council. The last is a franchise fee, and currently in our franchise agreement is that we collect 10% of their gross receipts. There was a Supreme Court ruling with Zollian City of Oakland that the collection of franchise fees has to cover the actual expense of providing solid waste management. So with that, well, we did an internal audit. We met that criteria. We're about 30,000 less than in collecting of our franchise to our actual expenses. We are going to recommend, or the option is to eliminate the percentage fee portion and move to a fixed amount with the potential escalator. And both of these options must go before town council. So with that, the timeline for our RFP, we've been moving through this process. We are at the final stages of drafting up the RFP. President Carnation will be getting that draft RFP here shortly with the franchise agreement here in January. And then my hope is I will be going before council in February and then releasing that RFP. And then during the time frame of April through July is when we will be receiving submittals of proposals. We'll be doing interviews and site visits, and then hopefully awarding in early July the new contract, allowing any hauler hauler that's going to be coming forward ample time to source trucks, carts, what have you, before they have to commence services in 2027. So once we award the franchise, we reset the franchise. Again, town code dictates it's only a 10-year with no extension. And then this new contract will go until September 30th, 2037. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
More of a comment first. So a lot of you in our town don't know, but Christine has the patience of Job, and she's as sharp as they come. I'm pretty smart too, and I had a million questions, and she had all the answers. I didn't like a lot of them, but they weren't the answers it was just the way things are. For example, we're starting off, all of our waste has to go down to Meacham, and there's a certain fee that we have to pay. And that's baked in bread for another, 20-some years or something?
25 years.
Yeah, another 25 years before that can even get adjusted. So when we're looking at our costs, we're already paying twice as much at least money to just, per ton, to just deposit our material down there in Meacham as they are in Fairfield. And that's something that was 20 years ago, that agreement was made. Not even Windsor, it was a master agreement that was made. So we started off with one hand tied behind our back to start with. Anyhow, as I've gone through the process and my brain's going, well, what about this little workaround? What did that workaround? See, well, the state law is this, the state law is that. There's so many state laws that this is calculus, trigonometry, and some other higher form of math that I can't even do. And she's got it mastered. And I appreciate your patience when us regular people ask you these questions and you go on, instead of saying, once again, you didn't hear it right, here it is. And so you'd have been a great teacher, actually. Very, very patient and very smart. So I know that us just normal people in town, we get frustrated when we see our bill and going, damn, there's got to be a way to fix this. The town of Windsor is doing the best they can to fix it. Now, here's the good news. In one regard, the state is giving us all these things that we have to do that really just, we don't have a choice. We just drive up certain costs. But the silver lining is that the school districts are kind of a carve out for some reason. Which is fantastic. So at this point, we're going through the whole RFP process. We actually have, if you can put the time frame back up on the thing, whoever. So if you look at it, basically the RFP, the proposals, all the people that are going to bid on this is going to be that April through July time period. So when that comes in, the district, we can all meet and we can either be part of that, or we've got time then to then go out and we can see if we can improve on all of that agreement, part of that agreement. So we can take, correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, I'm just regurgitating what I think I know. So we could take all of it, part of it, some of it, or we could do it in-house, and everything in between. So we have a lot of latitude, maybe, but we have time to look and see how we can do it. Because there are certain things that the school district has options that the town and other folks don't have. And so that's a really good advantage for us. And we have time to see what our situation is, which I think we budgeted for that based on, so I had to sign a confidentiality agreement. So all the people that are in that committee, we're not supposed to report out certain things until, so that way all the RFP people that apply, they're all getting the same exact information. So can I tell us what our estimate is of what our school district's kind of been spending?
We built it in the first interim, so I'm going to explain it. So we're going to need to.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure though, You
Yeah.
guys can sin, but I want to make sure I don't sin. So
So currently, based upon the services that are being provided to the school district, based upon the existing rates, it's 680,000 per year.
right. So
Excuse me, sorry, 657,000 per year. The town of Windsor is 680,000.
okay, so 650,000 plus, right? And then every year it goes up with CPI. It's actually they have their own. Waste has its own CPI type of an increaser. So it's going to go up. But and I just lost this very important point.
So you can potentially leverage
Yes, thank you.
other contracts.
Yeah, so we can actually take that 650 and we could go and say, hey, Jeremy, how much will you take our solid waste for? Oh, good. Austin, how much will you take our organics for? So on and so forth. We don't have to have it as one thing. We can break it up, or we can work with the town. The recycling thing, here's the most silliest thing that you guys have to understand. The garbage folks, when they pick up our recycled material, they get nothing out of it. It's an expense to them. If we take recycled material and we recycle it, we can actually make money. So you can take your own recycling stuff, take it to the redemption places, and you can get redemption for those recyclables. But when the trash hauler picks it up, it was my assumption that they just took it and they just aggregated it all together, and that helped lower their cost. That doesn't work that way. They just have to do the work and they don't get anything for it. In the state of California, the secret is that they keep that money that was all in the recycling. So there's going to be some opportunities, I believe, that are there for us to be able to take advantage of some things that the town and the waste haulers can't. So there's a lot more to this over time, but
Could I ask you a question, Christina? I know John and I spoke about this. We've been speaking about this for a few years now. And I know there was a question of whether or not it was legal to include us in the next contract. And I don't know if that question has been answered. Do we know for certain yet what that answer is?
Yeah, it's the Prop 218 process, meaning that we would do a Prop 218 notification to the community. Through that process, we would have protest votes. And if we did not get enough protest votes, then that means that it would pass. But the town still is under the scrutiny to be sued because of the violation
Inclusion of us.
Exactly.
Understood. So, and that would be a decision. Council hasn't made that decision fully yet, correct?
Correct.
But that is still something that, basically, there's a few different hoops that have to be jumped through still before we know what our outcome is and whether this is a $700,000 or $650,000 cost or it's still included.
Exactly.
I just wanted to make sure I was still understanding it.
And to Rich's point, you do have the ability to seek contracts that have already been executed through other school districts, negotiate with any hauler. Currently, I have 37 haulers.
Wow.
Which is mind-blowing that we had 37 haulers, but you can negotiate any contract with them because you're under the umbrella of the state.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bill?
Yeah, in the current contract that we have, thank you, Ms. Owens, for coming on this. I hope that we will see you again.
Yes.
As I understand the current contract, your presentation used the word subsidized. And in full disclosure, in my day job, I work as general counsel for the Sonoma County Fire District, which was one of the 3 public entities that was listed. But as I understand it, as a resident of Windsor, I pay a garbage fee, and as part of my garbage fee, that includes the 600+ thousand for the town of Windsor, amortized for the 30-some thousand of us, the 650 for the Windsor School District, then I probably is less with only 2 fire stations. I don't know what it is.
27.
Is the proposal moving forward with the RFP that changes and that citizens would not be able to lump together into their bill payment for the public sector garbage services? Or just that it's risky under 218 and we haven't decided yet? Because I think that's a very important thing for us to know.
It is an option before council.
Okay. And this body is one of the elected bodies, as well as the third governmental entity. I imagine the Sonoma County Fire District may want to have input and participation with the council on that.
Absolutely.
Because the fact of the matter is right now I pay whatever 30,000 divided by 650,000, a few dollars or whatever, where if the school was paying for that, that would be $650,000 or $750,000 of discretionary general fund money,
Correct.
which you can say probably programs and staff, which is where the lion's share of our spending is. Right now, that's spread amongst the the population. Okay, I'm concerned, and I don't necessarily agree right now with the 218 analysis, but I think we need to have further conversation about that, because that's a risk-benefit analysis in addition to maybe the town might be sued, particularly if we have a successful 218 vote, and the opportunity of the citizens to share that cost across everyone is found to be palatable to the citizenry, right? So it seemed as if we were leaning towards that's just a given, and we need to find $750,000 for our garbage contract. And I certainly think, sitting from this seat on the dais, that's nowhere near a given at this point, that we need to collectively talk about that. So I appreciate the distinction, but that's a material change that is going to affect school programs at something slowly eating up to nearly $1 million a year. So,
Absolutely, understood,
Thank you,
yes.
Mr. President.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that I understand it. So 218, the town council votes to whether they want. Can you explain 218 just a little bit better for everybody?
So it's for the populace. So the populace has to vote on that item. It would be a public hearing notice that goes forward, identifying the scope of the requirement and the request for those services. From there, the voting populace then would vote and would put in protest votes, and then whatever the outcome is from there. So it could be that we don't have enough votes. So it's the number of people that are voting, 51% of them, if they protest, then it doesn't pass. Meaning then that item then basically dies.
So is that something that would be like in the November or like a normal election cycle type of thing?
No,
Or we
it's-
just mail in, all the ratepayers would just mail in a vote, or?
No, it's through a normal council item, through public hearing. It's not through general election.
So is it the number of people who come to the hearing and vote at the hearing?
Yeah, well, yes.
Or send in votes?
Or send in votes, correct.
If I might, outside of the 218 process, I think the important thing to recognize is that we've heard from the ratepayers that they want the rates to remain as low as possible. The major concern from the ratepayers and the residents in the community that is driving the rates that we have the ability to work with is the inclusion of ourselves, the school district, and the fire station. So regardless of whether or not a 218 opposition vote was to pass or fail, as expressed by Christina, there is still vulnerability to the town if the school district, ourselves, and the fire department were included. Regardless of that, we work for the residents of the community, and the thing that we have heard clearly is that we want to investigate ways to give the council options to entertain different formats that could keep those rates as low as possible. So it's a little bit of the same, but it's a little bit of different view to look at it. Is that would be one of the main driving factors is how does the council make the best decision, should they choose to keep those rates as low as possible?
Absolutely. And the rub is that nothing is free. And if that $1 million or more, $1.5 million of public sector garbage service isn't paid by the individual ratepayers, it's cuts from our programs and staff, it's cuts from town.
$680,000 to the town.
Absolutely.
Not
So I think that's part of the public education. And I'm not weighing in one way or the other, but I think it's complicated, right? There is some risk, but keeping my garbage rates low, I would like to know. And so what's the consequence of that? Does the parks not get mowed every other week and science X, Y, and Z doesn't get offered or something like that? So, but thank you. I appreciate you coming. The last time we had done this, there was not this interactive dialogue. And I know we talked about this in our joint council board of directors meeting. And I think this is very helpful to have this conversation publicly.
Great.
Thank you.
Stephanie had a question.
Okay. Can you remind us when Prop 218 came into existence, like when this requirement came about? It's been a while, right?
It's been a while, and this is we have just recently entered into the Prop 218 analysis as it affects the solid waste arena. This is something that we usually deal with in water and wastewater rates anytime there's a change or other things. I couldn't tell you, former President Ahmad, when it actually, I want to say 1983 perhaps, but that would be a total guess.
So it's been around for a while.
Yeah.
And we've been kind of doing things a certain way for that time. And now we're kind of thinking about whether we want to do things a different way. Yeah.
I think one way to, yes, that would be true. One thing to remember is that when the original contract was entered into, there was a different environment in the solid waste franchising fee arena. And the hauler may have, at that time, agreed to include services, which truly nothing is free, as you said. So those are being subsidized by the ratepayers. And so it is a true statement, but we're just looking at it in a little different lens.
Okay, great. And I wanted to say one more thing, which is I want to talk about why from our perspective it makes sense to include this in the bigger bill, because I think it just sounds like it is a lot of money. 600, 700,000. We've heard kind of $1 million, maybe. We've heard of really big numbers. And so I think you can look at that and say, oh, how do we cut that out? But the reason why it kind of makes sense as a community to cover that together is because we are housing most of the kids in our community from age 3 to 17, 18 years old, almost every weekday of the year. And when they come to school, they tend to throw things away. Most of this is food waste from breakfast, lunch, snack time. So it's just, if they were home at their houses, they would be throwing that in their home garbage, but they're not. For half of the year, they're in our house, our community's schoolhouse, and they're throwing the garbage away there. And that's kind of the way I think about it, and is kind of the easiest for me to kind of understand, like, okay, this kind of makes sense that we would all be in on this together. But I know there are many factors that we have to consider. But I just wanted to put that out there of like why from the school perspective we think about it that way, because we think we're just kind of all in this together, and the kids, they leave their houses, they come to us, and then they go back home, and we all make a lot of trash.
And to be clear, there's no categorical funding for trash services for school districts. It's just general fund money that could be used for anything. That's what this would come out of.
Yeah, got it. Just real quick. So way back when, like 30 years ago, when we first had the garbage stuff, what Stephanie just articulated was exactly the reason why it was included with the ratepayers, because the ratepayers, hey, these are your kids that are doing this. Windsor's evolved over the last 30 years to where we've got we're bigger, so the percentage of families to residents isn't quite the same as it used to be. So there's a lot of just people whose kids have been here and they're already gone, they're out of school, so the dynamic is a little different. John, just a point of clarification. So even if we do a vote, and let's say the vote came back 75-25, that the people that voted said, let's just keep it how it is, somebody could still sue that decision. Is that right? Did I understand that correct?
We believe there's still vulnerability under the current arena of the solid waste franchising fee agreements, that there could be a potential for litigation.
Got it. And then lastly, just for everybody, I know I'm going to come out to the public, but another thing, with 218 also, we have commercial rates, residential rates, multifamily, we have these different rates, right? And they used to kind of, here's your cost. But with 218, it also, those rates, you can't really, one rate can't subsidize another even inside of the RFP, because someone could say, hey, wait a minute, your commercial rates are 40%. A commercial person can say, our actual cost should only be 30%. And so it's not even just, 218 doesn't just affect the town, us and the fire folks, it even affects the different rates inside of the RFP as well. So this is really very complicated, but Does anybody else have any questions before I go to the public?
I just have a quick question, and I just want to say I'm not an expert on this subject at all, but I was just curious if, does that save our school district money when we have a more robust recycling program in place, because that saves us on landfill costs? Like you were mentioning having to dispose of the garbage in the landfill.
I took a bite at a really bad time.
I'm sorry.
No, it is not under our current agreement, but to Rich's point, if we were to go through without extending it, we would have options to where it possibly could.
I'm sorry, I missed that last little piece of what you said.
We would negotiate a different agreement potentially where it did depend upon how much waste we created if we were negotiating with somebody directly. Right now, we don't have that in place.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's, if I may, through the chair or president, I think that's an important point of clarification. If we ended up in a place where the different municipality, the school board and fire weren't included in the contract, if that was the decision that was made, I do believe that the school district will have a strong position, and we've talked with Jeremy and Austin's Superintendent Decker about that. And there would be an ability there to leverage state contracts and piggyback on other contracts with other school districts to drive that cost down. So when we use that number of 657,000, that's kind of a starting point based on the way the current structure is. But if it ended up coming to fruition that we all had to go outside of this, we couldn't go outside of it, you could, there would be an ability to drive that cost down. We're fairly sure of that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open this up to the public. If there's anybody in the public that has some comments they would like to share with us all. See, nobody wants to talk trash tonight. Thank you, John, for leading that way earlier. Any other questions?
This was just for
Yeah, just information. So thank you both very much.
See you again. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. The next would be 6.2, but we would like to, if it's okay with the board, take 6.4 and move that up and do take care of 6.4 first before we get to 6.2. So then that way our law enforcement folks, they can get back to their work. Since this is going a little bit longer than even the longer part. Does anybody have a problem with us going to 6.4? Anybody in the audience have a problem with us going to 6.4 first? All right, let's go ahead and jump on to 6.4. Consideration of approval of the adoption of the Personal Transportation Safety Board Policy and Administrative Regulation. This will be presented by Superintendent Decker.
So before I knew the chief was coming, I was doing this presentation, and now I'm nervous that I'm going to make a mistake, and he's going to call me on e-bike definitions versus e-motorcycles and all the things, but I'm going to do my best. We touched base, just so you know, the chief and I touched base this week where we we started to talk about how we could implement some of the things we're going to propose to you with this board policy. And so he very graciously offered to come and support the conversation and potentially answer questions for you guys. So just to go through this, and please correct me, I want to give you kind of some definitions on what we're talking about. So you've got e-scooters, and you have to be 16 years old to operate an electric scooter, which not everyone knows, because we see these being ridden by 9, 10, 11-year-olds all the time. You're supposed to have a valid California driver's license or a learner's permit. You got to wear helmets when you're under 18. So just so you know, when we made our proposals for this policy, we considered this because obviously nobody at our middle school is 16. E-bikes, they're really a lot more difficult to manage because you got class 1 and 2s, which, as long as you're wearing a helmet, you can ride those like a normal bike. But once you get to the class 3, they go faster. And at that point, riders are supposed to be 16 years or more. This is where we're hoping to partner because we're proposing that we inspect these bikes to issue permits later on. I'll explain that. And we don't do this every day, but they do. So we'll talk more about what that could potentially look like later on. But these things can go over 20 miles per hour. And if you mud them, they go a lot faster than that. Mud is called, right? Mud them? Yeah. All right. One of those. See, I knew I'd need somebody. What is not an e-bike? That is not an e-bike. It's got no pedals. That is called an e-motorcycle.
And we do have these at the high school, from what I've been told by Principal Buckman and Principal Christensen. So this is something that I just want you to know, this is not an e-bike. That's something different. So for all e-bikes, regardless of class, what we're worried about is, well, everybody under 18 must wear a helmet, but really the biggest issue that we're worried about is mudding. And these bikes can sometimes travel up to 50 miles per hour if you take out, and you got to explain this one, Chief. I couldn't tell this one.
Thank you very much. And I would actually refer back to the experts in this, which is the Traffic Division Deputy Nick Marks, who's with me tonight. However, it's a simple transfer of a battery from a 750 watt battery up to a 1500 watt battery, which can be done on the bike without anybody really knowing. And then there's also a full connection of a brown wire on that bike. And there's some other technicalities that can be done too that would classify as muddying the bike outside of its classification that it was originally sold for, making the bike more dangerous.
So this is where it's going to be really helpful to have this partnership. Chief has offered to assist us with inspecting these e-bikes so that we can be sure that this hasn't been done to them. And if it has, then they're not going to get registered. You know, we're proposing to put little stickers on the bikes to make sure that they have been registered with us. Also, just to note, e-bikes are prohibited from many and most sidewalks in Windsor. You're supposed to be in bike lanes and roadways. So some key policy changes. Obviously, you have the board policy fully in your packet, but just to highlight some of the key things. So what we're saying, you can't ride these devices on campus during the school day. So you get there, you walk them. We're going to require all students to follow the state laws if they're on our campus. Remember, we're only in charge of our school sites, not anywhere else. We're asking you to authorize me or my designee to implement safety permits or training or enforcement systems, and like I said, registration basically. So it's also allowing us to restrict certain devices from being parked on our school sites if we know that the proper aged student shouldn't be riding them. So this is what we're proposing. This is done by Jim, and I was very proud of myself. You see that in WMS in black and gold. It's a sticker permit. Used Gemini once, it was today, so there we go. So we're proposing that a permitting process take place at Cali and Windsor Middle School so we can really inspect these e-bikes to make sure that they are not a class 3. And we know that we would essentially not allow e-scooters at Cali or Windsor Middle, and obviously Brooks and Maddie, but it's harder at the high school, right? Because we have multi-age students, so this would be much more difficult to manage there. So really our focus is on Cali and Windsor Middle. And I just want to make clear, because we're kind of venturing into a weird space where we're talking about stuff that's somewhat out of our control, and it's the police departments within their kind of jurisdiction. So we're really focusing on what we can control, which is only when students are on school grounds are we looking at policies. And then, the chief and his department would still be responsible for maintaining roads and whatnot. So obviously, we're going to collaborate with law enforcement, but I don't want us to get into the realm of trying to, overtake what you guys are doing. So, and I'll let you.
And if I may, really, we could add ordinances all day long, but there's a vehicle code that is already out there that actually allows law enforcement to provide traffic enforcement on a lot of these bikes. There is look in the 2026 year about how legislation can update that law and actually increase capabilities for law enforcement. So an ordinance at this time, and my staff would sometimes disagree with me, I don't think is a necessary and right option. Really what we're trying to do is say that there's already illegal items that aren't allowed on school grounds. A scooter for a kid under the age of 16 is illegal. That shouldn't be allowed on school grounds. Unfortunately, as technology has been at such a fast pace, it takes a long time for parents, for law enforcement to catch up to what is happening, right? And so we're kind of seeing a lot of those growing pains. Our solution is not just through enforcement from law enforcement, making law enforcement the enemy to youth. We are looking for that partnership of the solution in other ways to work with the school and also to work with the parents. After tonight, tomorrow, the Windsor Police Department, we will be posting social media again to the parents and to people who follow the Windsor Police Department social media about exactly what we're talking about tonight. So parents don't make more continued bad decisions of purchasing illegal electric scooters for kids under the age of 16 and type 3 e-motorcycles. Because all we're doing now is then the parents unknowingly, for most of the time, are putting their child in a place where law enforcement is going to have potentially negative contact, which is going to be negative impact. We don't want law enforcement to always be the bad guy. I think this is a great way to start that solution to fix this problem. Thank you.
And just a couple more points about the policy as it's written. We left it open enough to where we can move with technology. And you've given me or my designee kind of the right to enforce things, because who knows what comes next, right? There's hoverboards, there's a million things. So the policy is written so we don't have to come back to you with every single different type of personal transportation device. Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to jump in here. First of all, thank you for getting this policy together. I know I talked back in August about this as a concern that I was seeing out on the streets, taking my life in my hands when I would drive around at times when kids were getting out of school, scooters going by, bikes going by me illegally on the wrong side of the street, running over pedestrians or very close to that. So I want to thank you for getting this policy out here. And at first I thought maybe it wasn't specific enough, but I understand your rationale now going through this. And I do feel better with the police being involved in especially classifying the bikes. It is difficult.
It is.
It's difficult to tell the difference. And the thing like this sheet that you passed out, and also if somehow the parents can get a little handout too about the different things, the scooters and the bicycles. Just the other day, like 2 days ago, I was talking with someone where I work with, and she was thinking about getting her kid an e-bike. And I said, well, how old is she? And she says, oh, well, 14. And I said, do you know that she can't ride? You can buy it for her, but she can't ride it? And she's like, well, what do you mean? I said, the law is that they have to be 16 or older to ride that bike. And you know what she did? She thanked me. She said, oh, you just saved me a bunch of money. So I think we could get some goodwill with putting this information out there in all the parents' hands. And thanks again for getting this out. Thank you.
And I think we want to work together on that, Paul. I know that we were worried about our timing because our November board meeting got canceled. So we did send out a letter to families to try to explain some of this and what we were bringing to you so that you wouldn't potentially go and purchase something that then wouldn't be allowed to be written. So we did think through that and made sure we sent something out to our families. I believe we shared that with you, correct, Chief? Okay.
I appreciate that. Thanks, sir.
All righty. Trustees.
Yeah, do we have anybody from Safe Routes for Schools here? I know, sorry that John Davis, the town manager, left. So I know that's a partnership we have through Parks and Rec and the Safe Routes for Schools, and I would anticipate that they'll be integrated into that too. That's, they muster up the bike caravan vans coming from the town green, and I think this is a matter of education. I mean, there's been none of us who either walk or ride around, drive around town has not seen a close call. And we've just been very fortunate. We've had some bad accidents. There's one that I can think of with one student here, but some particularly bad ones down in Santa Rosa. And so I appreciate this rolling out. It's going to be maybe a little bumpy in January when we start to educate people, but I think we're catching up, and that's always good. So thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And again, my motto for being here for the past 19 months is always education before enforcement, right? And so one of the issues that I had with staff was, well, then, Chief, you're telling us to go out there and cite every 16-year-old with an e-scooter. That is absolutely not the course of action, right? When we do see the individuals, and also the topic I want to talk about really earlier too, is I've really made it a point to have law enforcement at every school during drop-off and pickup. So that kind of takes us off of the roadway, but I want to ensure that our pickup and drop-off times are safe and the kids feel safe going to school, and they also have the opportunity to actually maybe have the opportunity to work or meet a deputy right there, right? So getting back, I just lost my train of thought. When we see the underage 16-year-olds on the scooters, we're not just going to go out and cite them. We're going to stop them. We're probably going to get a hold of their parent, educate the parent, get the scooter back over. Now, if we have that third, fourth, fifth interaction with them, there's going to be consequences, right? Maybe by the second, depending on how this person was riding that scooter. It's going to take time. This is not something we're to solve overnight.
So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you talking about building rapport with students and younger people, because I think that's really wonderful that that's a priority. And I've seen it lead to positive results in our community. So I just think that's great. And I wanted to call out something that Bill mentioned, which is that we've had some accidents to just involving our students, and we always get notified whenever a student is injured and we're thinking about them. And it seems to be kind of, we hear about it in other areas too. So as much as it's bike issues, it's also distracted drivers and phones. And as much as we can remind the community and remind drivers to not look at their phones while they're driving and to be responsible, I think that's another education campaign that I think we'd appreciate, because we want to protect our kids.
How many of those do we do a year? Do we do a kids grant? 8 this year? Yeah. So 8 or 10 times out of this year alone, we are strictly enforcing that specific law through the grant that we received. We're on our 3rd year receiving that grant through the Office of Traffic and Safety. And I'm in the process right now of completing that grant for the 26-27 year, in which I look to increase that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Can I also mention, as a student, that you're like what you said of education over enforcement? I can see that every day. And like going in freshman year, I was scared of JP, honestly. I had never had an interaction like that with a police officer, and there was just one walking around on my campus now. And then 2 weeks ago, last week, I got stopped at like the DUI license checkpoint, and I was relaxed. It was chill. I showed my license, and like I just want to say that that has been very successful, and I've seen that and I've experienced that. So thank you.
All good. Just before, I just want to thank Paul for originally bringing this up. He had some personal relationships with some things that didn't work well, and it kind of, and oftentimes that's what happens. You know, things come to us, and then we realize that there's a problem and we need to address it. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to come up and talk about this issue before we bring it back? Okay. Yes, sir. No. Oh, all righty. Very good. I'm bringing it back up. Is there a motion to? Yeah, Paul.
I'll make a motion to adopt the policy for personal transportation devices.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All righty. Student members?
Yes. Yes.
Rest of the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All righty. Motion carries.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you all very much. All right. So in case anybody was watching, that was 6.4. We're going to go back now to 6.2. All righty. And 6.2 is consider, here, let me move this. Wait. 6.2 is consideration of approval of novel adoption by, this is going to be a good one. Is Annette here?
Here.
Oh, there she is. This is going to be presented by Annette Ciccone. This has come up 2 months ago, and then we missed our meeting last week, so now we're coming up again. So.
Yeah, good evening. It's actually my pleasure to introduce Julie Forrest, who submitted the novel adoption form to my department. We reviewed it as a teaching and learning advisory committee and moved it forward to the board for consideration. And we wanted to create an opportunity for you to read the book. So we presented it 2 months ago, and here we are. Julie Forrest has prepared a presentation to give you some background on her experience, as well as rationale and commitment to bringing this novel to the Build Corps. Julie? Hi, everybody. Okay, thinking I can handle it? Okay. May I drop these off with you? Okay. And these were with the slide deck and with the proposal.
Oh.
I just want to make sure, because it was
was a link that I wanted to introduce. Hi, everyone. People I know most everyone, I think, at this point. I'm Julie Forrest, and I wanted to come here tonight to address this book adoption and to thank you for your earnest response in reading this book and taking it seriously and really thinking about it. I appreciate that. It means a lot. On behalf of not just me, but for our whole English department, we're pretty strong and connected. We respect one another and take our job very seriously when we're in the classroom with our students. I wanted to thank you, Rebecca, for your warm endorsement of this book back at the beginning when it was brought forward by Annette. I know you've read it and you appreciate it. I also wanted to thank you for your time. I can say that I absolutely understand the sacrifices you all make to be board members. My husband sat on the board for 2 terms. And I actually knew Bill Trustee Adams before he probably knew me, because I would turn the TV on so I could hear my husband cough when I was raising our 2 young children at home, and my husband was here on the board, and Mr. Adams was here in the audience, and now I feel for you. I kind of worried about you, actually, when you decided to run. So I do know how much time this takes and how seriously you take it and how much time you spend outside of sitting here in the dais. I understand that personally, and for the families who have to support you in that. All right. So Scythe, I wanted to introduce myself too, and I'm not really good about promoting myself. It's not something I do readily. I have a very long and I'd like to think prestigious career ahead of coming to teaching as well. I wanted you to understand that I have a national project directorship for youth safety and health. I have worked with the CDC. I have worked for the FFA. I have worked with gun rights. I have worked with multiple entities and universities and take my students' safety extraordinarily seriously. I protect my students. I may be one of the most protective teachers I know on campus, and I love them greatly. And I have many of your wrestlers, which are here tonight. I was very proud of them. And be careful with going to see Joey. I told him I'd come to Fresno, but I'm not going to go to Fresno. It's too far. So I just wanted to introduce the fact that I have a BS and a master's degree. I have worked in journalism and agriculture and science, and again, in occupational health for a very long time. I have taught kindergarten, preschool, 6th, 7th, you ready? 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and high school, all levels. I was originally at the high school 9, 10, 11, 12 STEM before I left to take our youngest to go to school in Michigan, the big sacrifice for our family. Came back, Pete, thank you very much. It was just a question, and then pretty soon I was getting a call from, and then I'm back. And when I've come back, I have been assigned to some really interesting course. And I work with students who I love, again, very much. They are reluctant readers. They are reluctant academicians. They are largely athletes. I have a lot of athletes in my group. And I want very much, I think, from what I hear, we all want the same thing, and we want to make sure they have as many opportunities as they can. And I have the great challenge of teaching English to a group of individuals that don't always love it. So with that said, I'll move on from that. Anytime you have questions, please ask. That's more than fine. I was Teacher of the Year last year. I just want you guys to know I was recognized the year before that under Mr. Williams when he was my principal, was up for Teacher of the Year there as well. I take my job very seriously, and I spend my time on their behalf pretty much 24/7. To my family's, demise sometimes. Okay, so let's see if I can get this one right. I ran my own business, all that stuff. Okay. So Bill Core, the question I heard last time was, what is Bill 10? Bill 10 is a new core that goes in tandem with a CT program that's 11-12. It's a new curriculum. There's nothing that's been there before. I have designed something for them with the intention of understanding self-identity and community and responsibility and safety and what community means to them and how they play a part in that and who they'll be serving ultimately when they move on. I feel like I'm in a place where I can reach them in 10th grade where they're either going to decide to move forward or, hold on, I'm really tall. I'm a short one in my family, by the way. Whether they're going to move forward with intention in their program, intention and the professionality and professionalism and I don't know, just seeing their own worth and where their place is in things. This is something I started when I knew I was coming into the Build 10 core. It's 90% male. I have 7 female students. I have one class that's all guys in the morning. Again, they're reluctant readers. I have developed a curriculum. We started with Seed Folks. We looked at building community in a community garden, basically, and how that moves forward. We're working with Native American book at the moment. It ties in with the tribal presentation we saw. I'm working closely with that group. Trying to stay awake, you guys. I'm sorry, it's been a long semester. What else do I need to tell you? Post-adoption. Oh, okay. So this is important to know too about this program. This book would be purchased with grant funds, and once that happens, it only stays within my program. It is not to be taken home. That's something we deal with in class. It runs with audio because that's really the only way I can get my students to read. And I mean that truly. I could even give you multiple examples this year. They have bought in. I'm trying to get them to think about, well, okay, so all stories aren't like the classics that we had before we were forced to read. I can put things in my car when I'm driving to work that I find interesting. I want them to know they have a library card. I want them to know that there are worlds beyond what they think they know about English. This novel works with community, morality, ethics, responsibility, and it is like many books, especially dystopian books, has some big themes in there, right? Okay, so that's part of it. I wanted you to see the research that they're worried about right now. I presented this to you earlier. There's a bunch of different things, but boys are at a deficit for reading enjoyment. And it's true across the board. They're seeing these numbers drop nationally, and it's a true worry for education, like making sure that people are reading and understand reading and can critically think with that reading. So I am trying to reinforce this and trying to make sure that those numbers don't fall for my students. And working with a library here in spring, we're looking at books that might pertain to this group that I have. What might work with them? What looks good? And we looked at multiple books, and this one seemed like one that was accessible to them, that they could read, that I think I can get them through. And it has all the themes that we can talk about, that they can process the things that are going on in their world in a really safe environment. And that was important to me, that I have some place that they can express themselves with safety and a teacher-led discussion, which I think is very important. Right? That's my point of view. Research will also show, and I had this conversation with my Bill boys this morning that were coming in saying, Forrest, why don't we read books that we like? When we read them and we like them, we really like them. And it's true, if they have an investment in what they're reading, they're more likely to read and enjoy it. It just makes a common sense for me kind of thing. And reading motivation decreases if it's not relevant to their lives. It goes up if they get to choose. And this is something they've all expressed interest in. I've only had the one thing they have not liked about this book when they see it in my classroom is 420. It's the thickness. That's like, Forrest, that's really long, kind of thing. So I want to try and get them through this. This is a book. I'm getting dry. I should have brought my coffee up. Anyway, so I haven't done this in a long time. It's been a long time since I've had to do this. It has won the Prince Honor Book for Juvenile Literature. It's won the Alexandria Award, which is from the University of Notre Dame for teaching in parochial schools, The Right to Life. It has won multiple YA awards. Thank you. Hold on a minute. Better. Okay. And all these things I wanted you to see, library associations, religious organizations, things have seen value in this book for our students to be able to understand what life means and why it's meaningful and why you should invest. And I think that's kind of the point of the book. I know there's a little romance in there too, but it's not, that's what you mentioned. There's a little one, but it's very benign. All these things are important and relevant to the lives that they're leading. This is just a summary, but you guys read it, so I don't have to worry about it now. You've looked at it, which makes me really grateful. And I hope that you're seeing the themes of the morality and the justice and the value of life, which is the point. It's not the other things that go around it. I know that have been concerns. And I will say that, again, I'm protective, and there are things that I always worry about with my students. And I go in, I make sure that I evaluate them first and wonder if I can manage it. And I absolutely am convinced this would give so many opportunities for me to reach them and help them feel in control of their own world. They're getting all these messages that they don't necessarily understand, and they're seeing some really scary stuff without the ability to process them in a safe environment. And I know I can provide that to them. And I would be very deliberate in my my development of a curriculum that supports them. It gives me opportunity to work on their writing skills. It gives me opportunities to bring in guest speakers. It gives me all kinds of educational opportunities to support my students to navigate these complex issues in a world around them. Educational purposes, I think I just talked about them. We talked about how there are cross-cultural opportunities. More than anything, it's self-identity and how they fit in understanding their world in a way that's relevant. It brings in AI. The government that's in this dystopian world is driven by this benevolent AI that has control over everything. And the only thing it doesn't is this system, which is responsible for gleaning, because they don't have, there's no more death. There's no more sickness. There's nothing left that causes the things that that stress a human in a normal situation. That's gone. And there's so many discussion points in here. There's a meaning of life. There's a boredom with life because there's nothing that challenges them anymore, because everyone can live. And there is this responsibility for one group of individuals who do not want this. It is not glorified. It is something that is honored to try to keep the population in control. It is so similar to The Giver. It is very similar, and I think less violent, at least in terms of its glorification, than the Hunger Games. And Hunger Games we teach in 7th grade. The Giver we teach in 8th grade. They're both at the middle school. They've both already been adopted. Kids respond to them. I trust my fellow teachers to be able to navigate this with their students. We are professionals, so we do this. We've been trained to do. It aligns with AB 1078. I know this is something that will be a discussion point tonight, and I've heard the word murder, and that is not a single point of this book except for the corruption part of it. And there's always the corruption part of human society, and that's what you talk about. And what is there's even commandments that these individuals need to follow, and we talk about commandments and responsibilities and what that looks like and what you have to do to live up to your purpose and your expectation. It's a gleaning, and it's not considered a murder by this particular author. Something that he took very seriously, and it's in there for purpose of discussion and thought and not glorification. And I want to make that point, that it is not something that's considered murder in the book. It's considered a responsibility called gleaning, and they're trying to control a population and replicate in a way that life would have normally managed when life was really life before this utopian world. Again, it engages readers at every level, develops trust and respect for me and my care of my students. It encourages empathy and ethics and purpose. We can talk about de-escalation. We can talk about what they're seeing. They're very physical. We can talk about the physicality of living as a young man in the world. There's so many things that we can look at with this book under the right under the right oversight. And I feel like anyone in my department could do that, not just me. It's not something I'm taking on because I think I can just do this. I trust my department. I trust that there'll be a curriculum in place if I ever leave. It isn't something anyone else in the school can read. If a CT program adopts a book, it stays with that group. I can't loan this out to anybody else. It stays in the build program. It would stay in build 10. That's what I have for you. I hope you have questions for me. I'd love to talk to you about it. I would love your support. I would love your open mind in this case and your trust in my ability and my expertise, because I come with a pretty good set of them. I guess I open this up to you. If there's anything I could address, I'd like to do that.
Thank you very, very much. Do you have something you want, if you have some questions or?
Yeah, good.
You said trust my fellow teachers, Ms. Forrest. I trust our students. I trust our voices. I looked at our board policy and our administrative regulation 6141 about how we develop curriculum. We have everyone that's not sitting at this dais yet, from the principal, the English department, our student representatives, the assistant superintendent. Just help me with your title, Annette. What Annette does for educational stuff. It just is striking to me that we seem to be in a micromanagement of we know better. I have not sat here in the nearly 10 years I've been on the board and heard a better presentation about why we have amazing English teachers and teachers in general. So I would start with that. I know there were comments made 2 months ago by people who had not even looked at the book or had not read it, and that concerned me a great deal. But I'm not going to make a motion to approve it, but when we get to the point for a motion, I'd like to be able to make that motion, or perhaps have our student board member make it. So I think we need to think about what it is we're talking about. Are we talking about a particular piece of literature and how this fits into Build Core, or something broader than that? Because it seems to me we're talking about something broader than that, and that's a different discussion for a different day. So.
I have some stuff I want to say. So I reread it, and I reread the whole series. I thought it had some really good connections. Like rereading it through the lens of this specifically, I look back at what I said, and I was like, I wish I would have said that differently. But I still agree and stand by everything I said. I think it's an amazing book, and something that I will definitely reread again and recommend to people wholeheartedly. I think it has, as you really keyed in on the themes, and I agree with every single one you said. Like, as I was going through it, just as someone who loves books, I was like, oh, I would love to have a discussion on this. Like, I wish I had someone who had read this book so that I could talk about this for hours. And then also, like, with the violence, I did see that, and it does get intense, and like, I don't think that it should be like dismissed in any way. And but then also I was thinking about it, and I've had friends and experiences, and through this I've talked to a lot of students about how they would feel about having this book, and kind of given them the rundown of it, or asked them to like maybe read the first chapter or something, and said like, would you want to read this, and things like that. And some of the students actually said that they would not feel comfortable reading that, and that they wouldn't, they didn't want that in, they didn't want to put so much of their time and effort into a book that had some of those themes. And I know that there's a protocol, I guess, for that, when a student doesn't want to read the same book or isn't comfortable reading the same book as everyone else in the classroom. I wanted to ask you, like, what is your idea if that happens? Like, do you have an alternate book that would still fit in with the same theme so they could be part of that discussion?
Correct. And now we're doing that already. And I think of you, Trustee Lopez. One of my students right now, the book we're reading is too close to home for this student. They had a great loss in their life, and the book is too close right now. They're reading House on Mango Street. I mean, that is the alternative piece for them. It happens, it's one of our policies at the high school. If there's any concern about a book by the student or a parent, we come up with an alternative. Now, the problem I'm seeing right now is we have such a limited, and this is, again, we talk about discussions for another day. Windsor High School's book collection is very antiquated. There are not enough books for everybody to use them at the same time. They're old, many are falling apart. We have this very complicated structure of what you can teach at any given time because we have 9-10, we had 9-10 cores and we had alternating years and we didn't want students to read the same book. And then you can't teach something from 11-12 because that's 11-12's, space. So it's actually pretty complicated. There's one book that's close to this I think is more offensive. I don't think that I could have my kids do that. I told you I'm extraordinarily protective of my students. It is, I don't know if you guys are reading it, maybe you have not, Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. It's got this promiscuous sexuality, it has drug use, it has, child abuse from systematic. There are things in that book that are really heavy. I don't feel comfortable bringing that down to my 10th graders. I don't think it's pertinent to my students. So yes, I could use that. I would have to find something else that doesn't fit that. And I could say, okay, Hunger Games would be a perfect fit, but they teach it in the 7th grade. They've all read it already. They've all read The Giver already. And this book is a kind of a mirror and a combination of them both, which makes sense that they could do it again. I could offer that again. My only concern is that with the student like I have right now, it makes it easy because she can come to your class. Oh, yeah. So I can make arrangements with my local cohort, right? And they can go there and listen to the same time that we're listening to. I have to play the books out loud. That's the only way I'm going to get them through it. So I would have to make sure I have alternative placement for students while we're reading it. And then the discussions would be more than fine. I think we could talk about the discussions. There are some things, because it is so long, there's some things I think I could do without in here that I could pass right over that aren't pertinent to the story. We could do it without it. So, I would talk to the student. I would always give them the opportunity to say yay or nay. If it's something they're uncomfortable with or their family's uncomfortable with, we come up with a solution. We come up with an alternative and make sure everybody has placement.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have a long list of concerns. I just want to say, first of all, I feel deeply disappointed in our curriculum offerings. And I think that this was confirmed by the study that I received from Mr. Richards about how the literature selections, they're overwhelmingly white. So in the study that he sent, it says that 75% of the authors that students are reading are from white male authors. So I feel deeply disappointed about the lack of diversity. I also feel disappointed by the fact that I think that if you are a person of color, then violence is not just a metaphor, right? If you talk about, metaphors, that are related to this book, it's one thing, right? If you're not personally associated with a situation of violence. But let's say, for example, if your family across the border has experienced, significant violence, has suffered a loss, a death of a loved one, for example, if you have been and had a relationship that is intimately close to violence and death, this book is going to have a completely different meaning than if you have not had those experiences. As you said, you offer an alternative. You offered the House of Mango Street, for students that felt this is too much for me. I'd rather read something else. But even within that, you use this word alternative. And for me, that makes me sad because it makes me think that you have to put the pressure on the student to select an alternative option rather than having a more diverse curriculum just across the board. If I usually when I think about a book, because I love books, I majored in English in college. I always think about, why do I want to read this book, right? That's what my first question is to myself when I read a book. And I think about this picture of what has been painted here in our curriculum. And I think about, where does one ever have a book that is more close to their identity if we don't have diverse offerings? Because to me, to think, 75% of the time I'm going to read a white male author, that is also, most likely from a straight white male author. When do I get the opportunity to learn about other people's cultures and other themes, other places that are part of our world, right? That is not just a white space. And then the other topic that I think about in this book offering is we also happen to live in an age of Trump. We are in a Trump presidency, and I think about all of the diversity initiatives that are being repealed or just completely dissolved. And being a student of color in the world, if you're seeing all these programs radically cut, when do you get the chance to have that enrichment, right? So I think about that context. I also think about ICE in our communities.
Absolutely.
And, this is too close to me for what ICE represents, this book, this metaphor of gleaning. I think it's too close of a connection of somebody just showing up at your door. Because I know I happen to be terrified, of ICE and what that is doing to our society at this time. And so I just feel like that the reality, of violence is too close to that. And then also, there's also a metaphor of population control. That deeply concerns me as well, because also for lots of people of color, population control has been a deep issue, from sterilization in different parts of our country, of women without their consent, especially Native American women. This deeply concerns me as well, because again, for you to say, this is the key offering, but you have alternatives available, you're putting the pressure on the student to have to, process all that and to think, well, maybe this is not the right book for me, maybe I have to choose something else, right? But that's putting the pressure on them. I just don't see why we can't make more inroads to having a more diverse curriculum. And then considering, again, the context of the times that we live in, I think is really, really important.
Can I address?
Yes.
Okay, I'd love to. First of all, this is in a utopian world where there is a concept that race no longer has been an issue, and they talk about this person, this main female strong character is of Afrik, so POC descent, if there's such a thing anymore. They have a strong discussion of what happens, or the ideology of what happens when it's supposed to disappear. But in actuality, we have questions about, does it really disappear? And how does that pertain to us? And when I see with my 90% male students that I can bring something of issue where I can bring a strong female character in who has background and understanding, I feel pretty strongly about that. And I absolutely agree with you with our book collection. I'll be the first one to say I agree with you, and I think I did kind of already, that we have a dismal collection of books that we can choose from. This is merely a class set, not an adoption by a whole school for something that's important to all of them. My personal classroom library has probably 75% of the books that you send out to us. So they have opportunity to read all of those books, and I have offered them multiple times to multiple people, both in my VA Soul. Bill doesn't like books. I mean, I'm going to bring something to them, and the thing that I'm going to get is, hey, I like that Steph Curry book you have down there. So this is my way of kind of trying to bring in that discussion with them. And I appreciate the violence of the ICE agent showing up on a door. I am a proponent and an ally and a supporter of my students in every way. If I thought it would be something that would trigger them, it wouldn't be something I would be considering. And I appreciate your view on this, and I value your great expertise in this. I think I can do it, is what I guess I'm trying to say. I think it would be an okay discussion. I think that there's room for that discussion in how we bring this forward. So you're very much heard. I appreciate you. I appreciate the comments. I'm hoping I can address those as we teach them. I think there's room for it, maybe that you don't see, that I hopefully see, that I'm hoping I can support them.
I just think that there has to be at least one step forward, right? Like there has to be some diversity in what already exists.
We're working, like I said, I can't convince you. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to take a little bit of time on this, and I don't care if I have to get to Fresno at 6.
Okay.
Because this is important. I want to start off a little bit, because I have a lot of different thoughts on this. And I want to say evolving, learning. So I want to start off with, yesterday I was able to have a meeting with a couple folks in our
John Richards, yeah.
Right. it was an excellent discussion.
He said
so. It was, I learned a lot. I smiled when I left the meeting. And the reason I smiled is because I said to myself, we got some freaking great people in this school district, right? I'm a face guy. We don't know each other. I know of you. I know that you're well accomplished. I know you're a really, really good teacher. And so I need to put a couple things out there so everybody understands. I'm actually pretty libertarian. And what I mean by that is I kind of like people to do their own thing. Don't get into my lane. I'm not going to get into your lane pretty much. Let's go ahead and do our things. I'm not a book banner. It was funny because after our meeting a couple months ago, my wife, who loves to read, and she went up to Oregon with a couple of her friends, went to this big book fair, and she actually happened to take a picture of a case that was like banned books, and here's all the ones, right? And one of the books that was banned was one of the ones that we approved. Let me rephrase that. It was one of the books that the board approved a year ago, which my wife reminded me that we only go on a trip for sure once every year in December. And when I had this with me down in the Cayman Islands, she's going like, no. She goes, you read that other damn book the whole time you were here, and I didn't get to do whatever. She goes, and I'm like, you know what, you're right. This book's already in, so I'm not super fresh on it. But I was going, I'm not going to take my vacation and I'm not going to go through this again. So I'm going to hit some higher points. But before I get to that, I just want to explain that there's a differentiation between the quality of our teachers and the good job that I think they can do in teaching. You're professional teachers. You guys are really, really experienced at taking something that us parents want our kids to learn, taking that and ingesting that into them. And I appreciate that. That's a skill. I don't have that skill. I don't have it. So one, I'm marvel that you guys are so good at it. And I appreciate that. So one of the good things that came out of the meeting yesterday was that, let's say, for example, I can't stand this book. Just an example. I can't stand this book. And you think that there's some things that are good in it, right? And just to kind of give everybody at home, I actually had quite a few other people read this book because I wanted to not just be me. Correct. I go, hey, how do you feel about it? I learned that there's some different things. People that listened to the book took away certain things. People that read the book took away certain things. And then people that listened to it and then read it took away more things. So even how you take it in was different. I had one parent that read it, only got halfway through, and she goes, I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, Rich. This is just too much. I can't do this. This is too, there were some things that was just too offensive to her. I could be offended by this book very simply. There could be a whole bunch of trigger points in here. One is a coach for 30 years, right? I hate the fact that in there, they're talking about killing the star quarterback, right? And I'm thinking to myself, because again, when I go to any book, my first question is this the best we can do? Right? That's my number one question. Is this the best we can do? So I'm going through it, and I'm thinking, and I went through it, and to be honest with you, I had the little Mary Poppins song in my head, just a spoonful of sugar, help the medicine go down, right? Well, this thing is written really, really simply. I understand and to your point, this is something that anybody can read pretty quick. Not so quick, but it's not a hard read, right? But the concept's in there. And overwhelmingly, I mean, just look.
Right. Can I address the one point where you're talking about the star quarterback? Because John talked to me about that. And I think it's really interesting that that's what you saw because you addressed the quarterback. what I see in that moment and what the discussion really is the kid that went in there who's going to become a person of sight holds that boy's hand and is there for him, and he is ostracized. It's more of a something that relates to them. It's more ostracized by everybody else. There's this whole bullying thing that starts, and that's relevant to them right now. And so I think they read at age 15 and 16, to your point, is very different than what we read as an adult. It's a very different read.
You're 100% right. That's another thing. When parents, us trustees, we read things, we're adults with minds that are warped or whatever, but it's pretty baked in the cake at this point. And sometimes I think when adults read something, they say, oh, how would I think my kid would deal with this? I think they forget, they think how they think, not how do they think when they were 15, 16, 17 years old. And for some of us, that's a long time to go back to think about that point, right? But anyhow, you're right, but nonetheless, we're talking about killing him. Now, I don't want to get into euphemisms, but I know what gleaning is. Gleaning is what I did as a kid when we would go out in the field and we would pick up the fruit and the other vegetables because we were really super poor, and in our church we had a bunch of, we were picking out the leftovers that the other guys didn't want. That's gleaning.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Gleaning, this is killing somebody. I'm gonna just, and I know, like, I don't want to get into a tit-tat type of thing, so I'm not gonna do that. But I am just gonna go like this. The very first line of the book starts off, we must, by law, keep a record of the innocents we kill. Doesn't say glean, doesn't say any other euphemism, that we kill. That's how the goddamn book starts off. The innocents that we kill. Part of it is, sometimes you can do things and it's okay, but then there's other times when you're going like, you got to look at, like, I might crack a joke. And sometimes that joke might be funny, but then I've had it where a lot of people say, hey, that joke wasn't that funny, Rich, because of what's going on around at the time. I'm in the Cayman Islands for 8 days. And in that 8 days, we had a mass shooting in Australia.
I am aware.
We had we had a whole bunch of stuff. We had people get stabbed and killed. We had a tremendous amount of violence. And so my whole thing is, again, remember earlier in the day, what is my thing? What's best for the kids? Almost all of these murders that you keep hearing about, right, are who? Generally male. Your class is 92% male.
90.
Where do... I told my...
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I'm not even... Nope, we're not close yet.
I just would really like to be able to respond when you have a chance.
Okay. If I was I told Danielle and them yesterday, if I was a defense attorney, this is all I would need to get almost anybody off who did something horrendous. Because all I'd say is, hey, why did you do that? I don't know. Didn't you think that was wrong? No, I had to read this book when I was in school. No. You can't not. I'm just going to put it this way. You're a teacher and you're an excellent teacher. We have people that are excellent bakers. And if the ingredients that I give that baker is certain things, they are not going to be able to necessarily make things as good as they want to. When you we work harder at making sure kids don't eat junk food here in our state than we do with what ingredients we're putting in their mind. We put a little salt, a little flour, a little bit whatever. We kind of have a general idea of what we're going to get. But we start putting ideas in their mind of, hey, you know what? They went into a classroom and they killed all these children. Why do we need to put that in our kids' mind? Now, with that, if a kid wants to read this on their own, and this is where we kind of came to our meeting yesterday, like, and this is why I want, and I'm sorry, I should have said this earlier. I want us to be able to get together with the board, have a working session where we can get with the English folks and everybody, and we have a sit down, we just talk all these things through about what is our goal? Because right now we're talking about utopian, dystopian, right? You talk about things being current, not current. We're in declining enrollment. We're in birth decreases. A couple is not even having, they're not even keeping up with 2 kids per couple. We're having declining, yet this is talking about killing people because we have too many, and yet that's not reality of life anymore. And so there's so many things about it. I'm just saying this. I think you said earlier, there's other books that kids could read, right? So one of the things that I'd want to bring up in our work session is if you have a book that's edgy, right? And I would say this is a little bit more than edgy, but let's just call it edgy for right now. I'm not opposed to that, but I don't want to have it where we opt out. I want to say, hey, parents, here's 2 or 3 books. Let us know which one whichever one you want is good. Some parents, I mean, you even mentioned, some kids don't want to even ingest this, right? And so, but my big problem is that we're requiring them to read it unless they voluntarily come and say, I don't want to read that. I would rather read something different. That's opting out. I would rather have kids opt in, say, hey, I'd rather read that. Or you just say, hey, folks, here's 2 books, here's 3 books. You guys can read whichever one because we have the same kind of concept. Some's a little bit more edgy, some's a little more milquetoast, or something in between. I could probably get along with that better.
I hear you.
Does that make sense?
Oh, no, absolutely.
And so to my point, is this the best that we can do?
I think it's one of the most benign. If you talk about banned books, the one that your wife saw in 1984, Brave New World, Lord of the Flies, this Romeo and Juliet, every book that has any edge to it has been opposed by somebody because they find the content too alarming. I mean, so we could go across the board. All of our, at some point, the classic was considered banned. One of the books we're reading right now for Part-Time Indian, it's a much longer name, that talks about diversity and dealing with bullying and all those things, is also banned some places. I mean, there are all these things that go about it. And if you have a book you know is controversial, could be a triggering moment, you don't walk in with a triggering book and say, okay, let's just all read that first line and let's go. You work on preemptively discussing the book before you even start. You talk about the themes that could be coming up. You talk about all of the issues that could be alarming to somebody. And yes, if it's something that's alarming to someone, you don't force them to read any book.
But sometimes, isn't it possible that a person wouldn't even know that it's alarming until they actually get into it really deep?
Not if a teacher does their job. I'm not going to put this in someone's hand and say, okay, here you go, just jump right in, let's talk about it later. It's too heavy for that. And we're talking about, why does an author choose to do this? Utopia and dystopian. Utopia is the idea that we're creating a perfect world. And we all try to get rid of struggling and pain and violence and all those things. This has become the perfect world. But in the perfect world, it's also still corrupt. That's the point. And you learn that in having a perfect world, you have a boredom for life. That can't ever happen. So these are all the things that I think are really essential. Like you do all those things to address them. I can't give you Brave New World because I think it's worse.
Let me hear from some other trustee. Paul.
Sure, I'll jump in here. First of all, I found the book very disturbing.
Okay.
It hit me like even our student trustee said there will be some kids who start reading and say, no, that's not for me. That's kind of where I was. This is not my kind of book, not something that I want to read. It's specific, but I did. And in chapter 35, it talks about gleaning a whole classroom of little kids, wiping out a whole class of little kids. Then the one who did the gleaning was so upset about that, self-gleaned himself.
Corrupted, yes.
So whatever the term is. My point is, I would choose not to read this.
Okay.
So I sort of piggyback off of what Mr. Carnation was saying about why can't we have alternatives? I think that the problem that I have, and by the way, I was very offended by Trustee Adams when he said that we're micromanaging. This is our job, is to approve or not approve this. This for an entire class set or entire teaching to an entire class. That's our job. It's not micromanaging, but it's not. This is what we're tasked to do, and I take it very seriously. And what I would suggest is rethinking this and how we want to present this book to kids, because I'm sure I'm not the only one. There are other kids who start reading this, and it might trigger them. And I get that you're an expert in it, and you can handle those, and you can talk to them, but you're not a psychologist. You're not. How would you feel if this did trigger a kid, or in chapter 2 where the kids have this sport of splatting?
Yeah, that's a problematic version for me. That's probably the most problematic.
That is super problematic for me, having had a teenager. As a teenager, my older teenager, my cousin, commits suicide. And I had to catch him 3 times before, and I had to experience that as a teen. I find that very triggering, that chapter. And they're playing it as a sport. And he's even saying, "Oh, did I leave a dent in the marble when I fell?" I mean, the kid thought it was a game. Well, what if one of your students decides, "Oh, I want to play this game"? I'm just saying.
I hear you.
It is a possibility. You kind of downplay it, but it is a possibility. And I couldn't live with that. So for those reasons, I would like this book to be a choice, not mandating that a whole class read this or be exposed to it. And that's my point of view.
Can I make a suggestion? Could we shift the focus to be a conversation amongst you guys and let Julie sit down? I don't want her to feel like she has to debate. I think she made the presentation, and that way you guys can have the conversation.
Yeah, 100%. I could. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Oh,
Okay.
Natalie has a question.
Okay. I just wanted to bear with me. I have very messy notes. It's the end of finals week, so my brain is all over the place. But as we kind of discuss deep topics and whether it's appropriate to discuss in classrooms, I want to reiterate that in my personal opinion, not speaking for like anyone else, in my personal opinion, you know your students best. My English teacher knows me best. And I've heard this from several of your students. In fact, one of my great friends, I've never even had you as a teacher, and I was like, I wonder who's going to read my college essay. And they were like, well, I have someone in mind for you. I'm like, anyways, that's a tangent. But to reiterate, I know you know your students best. And obviously, yes, but I'm going to kind of to discuss my opinion of it, a very opposite opinion. There's nothing wrong with that, and everyone has the right to their own opinion. But I've also dealt with, suicide. One of my very best friends committed suicide when I was 10 years old. And in my opinion, I had to deal with those own thoughts by myself. I was homeschooled, so I didn't go to school. I was a figure skater. I would have rather have had this safe space of conversation with the teacher, talking about these things that are already going on in the world. It's not a time that we can close them out anymore. And in my opinion, I think that opening up that safe space is so important. And I think that, yes, they're scary. They're really scary things. And of course, no one wants to talk about them with a 10th grader. But at the same time, we've come to the point in the world where it's already happening. And do we want that? Do we want kids to be educated on these topics on social media, or do we want them to be educated with a safe adult that they trust? So that's kind of where I stand on it, and I just wanted you to hear that too, because yeah.
I just had one last quick thing I wanted to say. For me, I think the major issue is not even so much the book as the landscape. And I wish that you could appreciate the power differential if most of the faculty at the Windsor High School are white, and most of the authors that are being assigned are white. And most of our student population is Latinx. And obviously, there is a problem with that picture. And that is, to me, what I have the biggest amount of concern with. So I hope you can appreciate the full landscape of that.
Absolutely.
Great, I'll go. You can have a seat, thank you. Thank you so much for taking all of our questions. I'm actually really surprised by how this conversation has gone, because I'm just thinking about some bigger questions. And I mean, life is kind of brutal. Like life it ends in death for all of us. We're living in an incredibly tumultuous period of time when things are changing incredibly rapidly. And it's creating a lot of unease and uncertainty. And I think that, I really hear what everyone is saying, but I feel that we do have a responsibility to teach our kids about the world as it is. And the world has really wild things that happen. Things that, like, they're probably even more wild than what happens in fiction at times. I think everything in this book that is shocking is based on real events that have happened, even in like some movies that would maybe be like PG-13 or even, so I'm kind of thinking like, what is our goal as a board? Because I don't think anyone will come to ask to get a book approved if this is what we do. When someone comes to ask to get a book approved, I mean, a tremendous amount of work went into this. So do we just want to stop teaching anything new? I mean, that's the real question, because I'm not even like upset about it. It's just like, is that where we are? Where we're like, this is just too bad. Like, we don't want anyone to know, like, we don't want to be responsible for teaching people about this. Because I don't see how we're encouraging the adoption of curriculum with this. Like, and it's kind of by design, the way we do this, it creates a very slow adoption process, especially for novels, literature, fiction. So I feel like we either need to completely overhaul and open up the amount of literature, novels, whatever that we're adopting, or we need to make a decision that we just don't feel comfortable teaching fiction. Because to me, that's where we are. And I think that if we took that position as a board, it would be quite precedential. I mean, I think this is an award-winning book. I know that it has themes that are, but I don't know that this is banned in any, or that this wouldn't be adopted in other places. So I do wonder if this is the place, I feel like is it about this book, or is it that we're frustrated about different things? And what is the goal we want to accomplish? If it's about this book, then, I'm probably going to lose this vote. But if it's about, so that's kind of what I'm having a tough time figuring out, is what we're trying to do. And I will this book make it more likely that our kids will do something awful that's described in the book? I don't know. And I totally hear the point about but we're teaching this, we're requiring it. That is a really good point. Whereas we're not requiring kids to play Grand Theft Auto or Call of Duty or Fortnite or all of these games where they shoot each other all day long after school, but it's pretend and they all because we're not sanctioning that. That's not a school sanctioned activity, but that is what kids are doing for the most part. So I don't know. And, speaking of kind of the time we're living in, I'm an attorney, I work in the corporate world. We can do public comment soon. And, I work with a lot of tech companies, and my focus is employee benefits. Like, I know lots of things about health plans that you don't want to know or too much about them. And I write them and do all these things, but I work with a lot of tech companies, and a lot of people are losing their jobs right now. They're just being eliminated because we have AI kind of coming into existence. We have, a for-profit system where obviously you want to minimize your expenses. So when you can replace someone with technology, you do that. And so there's a lot, like, that's jobs that when I came on the board, I would have said, like, we need to have our kids learn computers and learn how to program because they need to take these jobs. And now I'm like, oh, I was not correct. Like, that's not necessarily the field we want people to get in. I'm almost done. I'm just trying to make a bigger point that there's just a lot that's changing. And I think there's a lot of potential, like, AI is probably all as government that government should be talking about right now. And people don't even understand how it works. Like, this AI is like pretty good in this book. Like, it's a good AI. We don't know that AI is good. Like, these are real concerns. Like, it might decide that we're not useful, that we're not good. Like, these are real things that we are going to have to grapple with as a people over the next 10 years. So I think that is a lot scarier than what I read in the book. And maybe that's why I feel more open to it, because I just feel like I see scary things all the time. But yeah, I'm just seeing in my notes if I have anything else. I mean, we talk about corruption. It talks about corruption, which I think humans are kind of inherently, they veer towards corrupt. And I hear what you're saying too, Rich, about like, is it good enough? I don't know that. We talk about, like, anyone who's been covered by the Press Democrat, you're like, oh, it's not good enough. That's not really what I meant. Not that, but it's never good enough. Humans are not good enough. We just do our best. So on that note, we'll stop talking. Thank you.
How about if we'll take a half pause here, and let's get some folks from the audience. Yeah, so if there's some folks from the audience that would like to come up and talk about this, that'd be fabulous.
Hi.
Get a little.
I'm Diane Hardy.
Since people are going to talk, so you got 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Supposed to be about this topic, and I don't need to read a whole bunch of the stuff, but that's.
Thanks, Rich. I'll go fast.
All good.
Okay. So my name's Diane Hardy, and I have been a social studies teacher in this district for 24 years, which is longer than most of you have been here. And I've never, ever seen a teacher be treated this way publicly, ever. Julie is trying to provide a safe place for her students to talk about violence, which is happening everywhere, all over the place. I have a teenager. I know what he's seeing in the media, and I don't want him to learn about it from his friends or the news or the current administration. I want him to be in Julie's class where he can learn that these things are wrong, and that he can discuss them safely. I don't care what the book is. I want her to talk about that. I want our teachers talking about what's happening in the news. As a history teacher, I talked about Augustus Pinochet, Hitler, the Holocaust, Stalin, eating your own children because you're starving, human experiments, twin experiments. I mean, you want to talk about horrible. The state of California dictates that we teach those things to our children. This is nothing. This is nothing. The district has whitewashed our curriculum. We have erased global studies. There's no more talk about genocide except for European history. We now talk about only world history and United States history. There's no place to talk about these things anymore. So I just can't believe that we're limiting our teachers' ability to bring books to our students. I would never come here for a book adoption. And I came here to you guys months ago and said, this is too hard. And here she is at 9 o'clock at night. This is too hard. Nobody's going to come here. And I really would like to invite all of you to come to Windsor High School to see what we do to teach diversity, because we teach diversity. Unfortunately, she's stuck teaching about Tom Robinson in Macomb County from 1930. Okay, we'd like to talk about diversity today and what's happening to our students today, but we can't because those courses are being taken away. Julie is the one that came to your classroom at Sonoma State last year so our entire freshman class could learn about Chicana and Chicano studies because we felt that it was important for our students. Now, since our students have no place to talk about these things, they're memorializing, white supremacists in their projects for us because there's no place on our campus to talk about what's right and wrong. And yes, what you're talking about is wrong. It's horrible, and it's happening all around us. Parents are too busy to talk to their kids about this, or they don't know how to, or they're not educated enough because people don't read the news. But we are educated enough, and we're professionals. And we care, and Julie cares more than most. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane.
Hi there, Jody Piscatello, just a parent, but a parent of young adults. And as I haven't read the book, but good points. And everyone who spoke, I'm like, I relate. But I specifically relate to you too. And this is why. When my kids were growing up through the school district, I had the parent had what I wanted my kids to be exposed to and not, right? We all do that. And then what I learned is I didn't know everything. Now that my kids are adults and they're telling me about these banned books, that they actually got to have a piece in what it meant to them and how it shaped their view because they saw it from their 6-year-old view or their 10-year-old view and what they got out of it, and having teachers that actually know how to speak to that age and what they're going through. I feel like I was going back and forth on this, but I feel like there's a real missed opportunity because what I was drawing from the presentation was that these are kids that could be at risk because reading is something we're all going to have to do. It's going to be a part of our life, but they don't want to, for whatever reasons that is. And what I was getting out of it is there's a book that might have a lot of excitement and stuff that would be meaningful to them. They'd be like, okay, that might keep my attention. But then you have a teacher that is dissecting it from the author's point of view, which my daughter has to do for me today, because when I was reading, that's not what we did. But now having teachers dissect, this is what the author means by this, or this is what so being able to have this where they're listening to it, then having the discussion takes away, I'm reading these horrible points and it validates these feelings I have that and I'm not saying there aren't going to be people out there like that, but hearing from you two, what you got from it, and just learning from what my adult children have now taught me from there. And they went through kindergarten all the way up. And now one's getting his master and the other one's going to Berkeley. And this education was what got them there. But I'm now learning that the parent brain that I had was awesome because we want to protect them. Really, the teachers, they knew. And listening to your presentation, I was just thinking, my gosh, here's an opportunity for these life lessons that these young, impressionable people, like you said, they're going on the internet and it makes me crazy. But to have someone break it down, and if they can go, ooh, I can get this out of books, and then they've got a trusted advisor for life, that when they're reading these books and they're starting to get into it, now they want to know what it's really about rather than a comic book, like with the pictures and the wham bam. So anyways, just a parent, but that's kind of my takeaway with this. And I would suggest that if you are reluctant about doing this, make it a pilot. Just this teacher, just this year, take a poll. How did it do? You say required reading, not forever. See how it goes. I mean, I think it's a brilliant idea. If you have a teacher that's that willing to be involved and really break it down, and it sounds like she's going to protect.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
As a student,
could you give us your name, please?
Bianca Uribe.
Thank you.
Yeah. As a student, as a Latina student, I see where the book is coming from. I see the diversity. I see all of your guys' point of view. And as a past student of Windsor High School, Miss Forrest has always has opened doors for anybody. Like Natalie said, only the teacher knows the students. And I 100% believe in that because I have friends who have gone to her classroom and they are in really good steps. And I really think they would relate to this book a lot. They're not going to go killing people. They're not going to go doing other stuff at all. But it will open their eyes even more and see that they're not alone. And what I mean by they're not alone is some of them don't even go home until late because they're scared of getting jumped. They're scared of getting chased by other people. I've seen it myself. I've seen kids running because someone that's chasing them has a brick. Like, it's just real life stuff that I feel like it will bring a lot to a student. My mom has also showed me movies as like Coach Carter, The Freedom Riders. Those are all really good movies, and it has gang violence, it has real life stuff, it has a lot of things that has opened my eyes as a 16-year-old girl, and I feel like maybe try to give Miss Forrest a chance in letting the students read a book, because only she knows her students, only she knows what they're going through, only because those students open up to her, and that's probably why she wants to give them a book that they can relate to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come and speak? All righty. I'll bring it back to the board. I just want to, if I can, take like 1 minute and summarize some things I think. And that is, I don't think that, well, no matter how the vote goes, I really hope that we can do a, what do you call them, breakout sessions or a workshop, a what? Study session, because Stephanie or somebody made the comment about, I don't know what is going on here with my computer. Anyhow, made the point, and it's a valid point, that this book has gone through a certain number of layers and a lot of work to get it to this point. And so I would hope that we can have that session so that way we could get kind of a little collaboration of what kind of things are we hoping for to get out of what we're teaching the kids and those kind of things. So that way, let's just pick any, I don't know, pick ABC book, right? And everybody hates it, but a teacher wants to teach it. If we could have a little work session, we could talk about it. That way, there's some kind of guiding principles, guiding ideas, thoughts that everybody kind of has a pretty good understanding on. So that way, I'd be irritated if I did. I'm irritated that I had to read 430 something pages, right? Just to be 100% blunt. And, you know, you talk about triggers and different things, right? A lot of you guys don't know this, but you know that up until just about a little more than a decade ago, that if I was in certain states in this country, that it was legal to kill me. It was because of the religion I am.
My religion also.
Yeah. And so when I read stuff about things, pulling, taking this group of people and let's wiping them out and whatever, that is my history. That's my family history, and that's my history. So, those things kind of go, really? This is the best. So anyhow, I don't know how this vote's going to go. But what I want, the positive thing I want to get out of this discussion is that I hope that we can have a study session where we can get together with all the people and let's talk about not a particular book. Let's talk about what we're hoping, what we're aspiring for our kids. The difference between utopian, dystopian, dystopian is, anyhow, I don't want to get into all that stuff because this is a bigger issue than this. The thing that I talked to with Daniel yesterday was, if this would have came to us with this book and one or two others,
and said, here, this is what the concept we're trying to get across. This is one, you may not like this one, here's the other one. Here, 2 or 3, there were options, not opt-in, not opt-out. I'd be more inclined to say, I don't like this book for a variety of reasons, but if that's what somebody wants to read and it's their choice, fine, because I'm all about the choice. I want us to have the choice to read or not to read. So if you wanted to modify this, or if you could tell me that, hey, I could take this book and they could read this one or pick another title or two, I could probably be persuaded to have that be so where there's options for the families or the students to pick from. And so anyhow, but this sucks. So,
Mr. President, would you entertain a motion?
Sure.
Okay. I think we can do both and.
Okay.
I can hear diversity of curriculum and perhaps substituting our judgment for the curriculum process we have now. That could be called something different. But I think that could be a workshop. I would like to echo on what the last 2 speakers said. I believe we can concurrently say to Ms. Forrest, let's have her teach this in the community, the guided. She is the #1 teacher at our high school. Let's do that, have her come back, perhaps we visit the classroom, but we don't ban the book, which is what it is when we're saying, no, not this one, get another one. We have a pilot program with her. Let her take advantage of her expertise that we've not heard anybody say she doesn't know what she's doing. She can't guide the students through. It's the nature of the literature.
I don't think anyone has said that. No one has said that she doesn't know what she's doing.
I didn't say we didn't hear that. That's what I said. I said we did not hear that she doesn't know what she's doing.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
I think you said it differently.
All right. But I believe it's both and. I believe we need to have a workshop on these broader issues in redefining how we do curriculum. Right now, we have a group of 10th graders that I don't know what they're going to read starting in January. I think we should honor the fact that we have spent months with our professionals coming out of the high school and let this teacher who came for the inquisition that she was forced to endure up there for half an hour say, let's try as a pilot program and we'll get feedback as it goes. We may find that some of the folks who said absolutely not, don't threaten our children, and those are my words, be exposed to this, and that was played out. We may find that perhaps that wasn't their experience. Perhaps we can get some of her students to come back. But I would suggest make a motion that we do both and, that we have a pilot program for, you'd start in the spring?
Yeah, any time now.
Oh, anytime. That we do that, and we do that broader, much deeper dive into the diversity of our curriculum and opt-in versus opt-out and a lot of things, which changes our policies. And that sounds like it's a consensus. I certainly would support that. But I believe it's not either or. I think we have an opportunity for both and that allows us, every person who's not sitting on this board that works for the district is nodding at us saying, let's give this a shot. If not Julie Forrest, who is going to come in front of us next time to say, I have a thing, let's try a pilot program and we'll see how it goes. That would be my motion.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
As a point of discussion, I could maybe be persuaded a little bit, and that if you could modify that a little bit. Julie, what was the other book that you mentioned that the other book worries you?
It's called Brave New World, and it's meant for 11, but it's meant for more mature kids.
Okay.
I think it has more horrific underpinnings than this one.
Yeah, so
She also mentioned the house on Mingo Street.
yeah, so what is, okay, if this is edgy, don't take this wrong, what's a little bit more milquetoast?
Well, there's the Hunger Games. My worry is, and we talked about this, John and I talked about this, if I offer Hunger Games, my students who don't want to read will say, oh, I want to do the Hunger Games because they've already read it in 7th grade. And they've already seen the movie. This book will be a movie within a year and a half. It's kind of
What about the house on Mango Street? You also mentioned that book. And
House on Mango Street would be more appropriate for my BA Soul class than it would be for my build class. And I honestly believe that. And so, well, no, that's not true because it is a build student. She's also a female.
So
something that is more, it's identity that matches the book that we're looking right now.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm
Bring
very.
it back to the board too. And I'll second Bill's motion.
Well, that's what I was trying to respond to.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to respond to Bill's motion because the issue that I have is I'm just very surprised that no one seems to be concerned at the fact that our, curriculum is just not diverse. And I'm surprised that that's not.
I'm very concerned, but if we go this path, we will never approve anything. Like, I don't really get mad, but like, this is crazy.
Then what's crazy, are you volunteering to be the parent, the board member that talks to the press and everybody else when we have a problem? Are you volunteering to do that?
I think that's a bit out of it.
No, okay, you can feel that's out of order, but Bill, we are the people that are supposed to be representing the parents and their wishes. And so I'm trying to find that place that is that happy place for everybody. And that happy place is, I believe, that we allow a edgy topic that I believe that Julie probably is very, very well capable of discussing those issues. But there are people in this town that I know or parents don't want their kids to read it. They don't want to. And again, we're here for what the parents want for their children. It's the parents' children. And so if the book that Malinali just said, so if you want to get a yes out of me, you say, hey, the kids, you can read this book, you can read the other book, one or two of those books. Pick a couple books. That way they're not mandated. I like the freedom. They're not mandated to have to read this. They can pick one or two others. I'm okay with that. That's my issue. I don't want someone to have to read this. If they had a couple options and say, you can pick this, and this, the concepts, we can discuss all those concepts you mentioned with those other books, I'm okay with that at that point. Because then there's freedom for the kids and the families to have a little bit of options of what they're ingesting.
So, point of order, Mr. President, there is a motion and a second, I believe, in front of the.
And this is the discussion that we're having on that motion.
I want
I'm
to
asking
apologize
modify
for
it.
raising my voice. That's out of character for me. My point is all about the process and what we're kind of, the process we're creating. I just am really seriously concerned that we're creating a process where things can never get approved. Like, I'm very, very concerned that we will not be able to teach new ideas, because that's my concern, and I acted out of character, so I apologize for that.
And I hear your concern. You know I respect you all a ton. That's why the options of having 2 or 3 options for the issues that are maybe tough to go over, that's the good thing. You have options to go over those topics. And then you have good teachers that are trained to teach things and answer kids' questions. That's good too. It's just, but when we're only giving them one option, that's my issue.
Can I make one more small point? This is my last thing that I will say. It's just that in no other class do we give students the option to learn different things.
That's why I want to have us get all together, so that way there are options.
But I think, and let's talk about that, but I would just say that when we have a teacher teaching like being married to a teacher, and we have a teacher here, it would be really hard to ask someone, oh, teach this curriculum, while also at the same time teaching someone else this thing that maybe has different themes and is not exactly the same. So we'll save it for a study session, but I think that could be very, very difficult to implement and asking a lot of people.
Agreed. Is there more discussion on, Bill, would you want to restate your
I would
motion?
suggest that we approve Scythe as a pilot program just for this semester with Ms. Forrest, with some manner of coming back to talk to us about how it went. And we schedule the study session to get to the issues about diversity and the process and
having multiple options. I think that is a separate thing because I have both of those in emotions, two-part. It addresses the pilot program for the forest, build 10 core, and a study session to be set up sometime this spring.
Thank you.
Okay.
Molly, what was the name of that one book?
The House on Mango Street.
Okay. I don't know who I ask this question. The House on Mango Street, how long would it, is that a book that's already approved?
It is, but they're not at all alike.
It's very difficult as a teacher to try to have a discussion with two completely different books. I don't even know. You're a much better teacher than I ever was. I don't know how you do that as a teacher.
Yeah, I could weigh in on that since I'm also a teacher. And I just want to say, once again, I do appreciate all of the work that you put into this and also appreciate your, teaching mode of offering the one student, that this book was too difficult for a different option, right? Because you mentioned that as an example. So I just want to say I appreciate that because I have a similar system that I use in my classroom. Obviously I show more films, than novels. But I did have a situation where I had one movie and I had one scene, that was somewhat violent. And I had to have a talk with one of my students because, she had been the victim of an assault. So I gave her an option to watch a completely different movie, so it is possible. But I do want to say I am thinking very carefully about your idea, Bill, and I think that I like it because you're right. There's only so much time you have when you're preparing for the semester that's coming up. So I understand that, but I think I just wanted to feel like I was heard because by your own data, right, most of the authors that are read are white. And the thing is, the high school years are such a special time because it's really when you're forming your identity. So just imagine the incredible amount of pressure if you don't have a faculty that's diverse. And also the curriculum is not diverse. And you're forming your identity and you're having to think about all these things in the world and not having that diversity is tough. And the next thing that I wanted to say is that I've been now a professor at Sonoma State for 10 years. And in those 10 years, the overwhelming comment I hear from my student is, I'm really angry because when I was in high school, I did not get diversity in the curriculum, in my curriculum. And I'm angry because now, because I'm in college, that's the only way I've been able to get this, diversity. And I should have learned this sooner because that would have helped me to be a better person. If I would have learned all of this history about various, groups of color in our country. If I would have learned this sooner, I would have been a better person. And I overwhelmingly hear that over and over. Why didn't I get this in high school?
Thank you. Julie, what was the name of the book that you said that the student that you talked to was going to have an issue? There was a different book you were going to have them do? What was that book?
What they're reading right now.
The House on Mango Street is what you were talking
The
about.
House on Mango Street is what they're reading as an alternative. It's something, it's where that person is, or I can't divulge their personal.
Sure, no, that's all good.
But it's something that's softer and kinder, and it still looks at self-identity and looks at, your moving forward, all those things with the same spot, because they're not in the place.
Yeah, it's also by a very celebrated author who happens to be Mexican.
But I'll say this. I looked it up. I've never read the book. But I'll say this. It also says, because the novel deals with sensitive subject matter such as domestic violence, puberty, sexual harassment, and racism, it's faced challenges and threats of censorship. I don't know if we're going to find a book that hasn't. So I haven't weighed in, but I think that we can find something like this for every book we bring before you. And to Trustee Ahmad's point, I think we really do need that study session to think about our process. So anyway, it's going to be very hard for Mrs. Forrest to teach two books at the same time. I don't know how that happens. I understand the alternative. But I don't want to put that on her. That job is hard enough as is. To expect her to teach two separate books in parallel.
But she is going to be doing that, right?
She's going to give options for other students, but that's almost like an independent study option is what I heard her describe versus her trying to, in parallel, teach two books, 45 on this book and 45 on this book. That is not what I hear being offered. It's more one student is kind of on independent study that she's supporting.
I just have one thing to just
Sure.
It's beyond even the fact that I would spend all of my Christmas break and beyond preparing for this, which I'll be doing anyway, regardless of whatever decision happens tonight. I'm worried about if I know I need to have, as with John Richard's class and many others, have the audio going at the same time as we read them. I don't know where I would put the other students who are reading another book. It's just not possible for me to have two things running unless they all have earbuds and we're not having discussions. It separates, it kind of nullifies the process if we're working in tandem. I can have the same discussion, they can come back, but I cannot send a book home, a novel home, and expect it to be read. They won't. I have a hard enough time getting homework out of my students. And it's an issue. It's a real thing. It's very current and expected and likely. So that I keep thinking of course, I love the discussion. As an English teacher, even as a person in the world, as a parent, as everything else, I am very discerning on what I have my own kids, partake in. But never a book, because I knew that they could handle it. I knew that they would talk about it. I knew that they would talk about it with me. I have to trust that that's true of my students, and they're not going to do anything.
Got it.
I can do what I can do. I can do what I can do. I can do whatever if it felt like something that you can feel comfortable with. I just don't see how that's going to be possible.
So that answered my question. So logistic, it's not possible. So good. So we'll go ahead and we'll have we're going to have a vote. No. Thank you, Julie. So, you seconded it. So, Bill, just one last time, just reiterate so that way we're all.
The motion is that we approve science for a pilot program with Ms. Forrest's 10th grade build class with some sort of feedback coming back to let us know how this adventure went. And concurrently, in the spring, we have a workshop about diversity of the curriculum literature, about the process to approve, about alternatives and a number of the things that we've talked about at length today.
I think we need to break those into two different votes or two different suggestions or whatever.
Okay.
But
study session doesn't need to be voted on. That would just be a scheduling.
Okay. So, excuse me?
We're all going to need to vote on time. I'll make a motion to extend until midnight because we have 6 more items. Do we have a second?
Yes. Okay, everyone, so the motion is from Bill and seconded by Stephanie that we will accept this book as, and only this book, no alternatives, as a pilot program for this semester. And that's the motion at this point, basically, correct?
I think so.
I mean, the study session we're going to do anyway, or it sounds like we're going to do, but anyhow.
We do that study session, no matter.
Right. So we have a motion and we have a second. How do we do this? Do we just? Okay, call for a vote.
Yes, students.
All in favor?
Yes.
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 No.
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 So feedback on this issue, it's no. So if we're going to have a different book that is going to get taught this next semester, I don't think it's fair to Julie or any teacher that they have to now go and create a different curriculum or a different whatever for this next semester and not be compensated for that. So whether they were going to do it for free or not, I don't think that's right. So if there's going to be a different book that's maybe a book that's already accepted or acceptable, then I'm okay. I would even be able to revisit this and say, if you wanted to use this book and Hunger Games, even though it's already been done in 7th grade or whatever, as a test pilot only, to then get feedback and have our meeting, I could see us doing that. But when you can't give me any alternative, I can't do this. I can't have, okay, just me. I can't have us having our kids ingest the murder at this rate. If they want to do a different book, I'm surprised, honestly, that 7th graders are reading the Hunger Games, to be truthful. I don't know when that got approved, but anyhow. So I'm trying to find an alternative.
Can I make a motion? So I'm thinking this through too.
I want to be respectful of Julie's life.
Because we
and time.
permit opt-outs, right? That's different than an alternative. An opt-out is where a student would come and they would say, you know what, or a parent would come and say, and maybe we even send out something to the families before they read this book and say, just letting you know, this is what this book is going to be about. If you want to opt out, you can. and they will have a different experience. But I think maybe we can do that, but that's the best I can come up with.
There's some possibilities to that too. I mean, well, people can opt out. I like the opt-in more than the opt-out, but that's a semantic thing that we can go over later. My biggest number one concern right now, it's been voted down. I want to be respectful of your efforts and time. And I don't think it's fair for you to have to spend your holiday thing, even though you said that you were going to be doing something anyway, but to not be compensated for putting together a different plan for a different book that's already approved or whatever. I'm looking for a solution. And
Rich, I think Stephanie made it because the motion didn't carry, essentially is what just happened. It doesn't mean the vote is dead. It just means that motion didn't carry. You can make a second motion.
I was making a second attempt to try to find a solution for her class.
Okay, say it again, please.
My motion is that we are proactive about the opt-out and that there is an opt-out option. It's not a true alternative. She's not teaching two curriculums at the same time, but that it's an advertised opt-out. Would we be comfortable with that? That is my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And the discussion part would be the opt-out looks like what?
It looks like a notice going out to the families before the semester starts or at the beginning, before the teaching of that.
So let's say I opt out.
The opt-out process is already laid out in Ed Code. Yeah. We're required to notify parents of any kind of controversial material. We would include the opt-out process, which is on our website, and we would include that in the notice. Any parent who requested an alternative would be given it. We do that. That is our current policy, and that's what we would do every single time, regardless of the novel.
Well, if we would have approved this tonight, then a notice wouldn't have went to the home to the parents about a controversial book.
Yes, it would.
Is that right?
Yes.
No. I mean,
when
so
we send
Hunger
out
Games go out?
Yes, we're required to send out a syllabus. We're required to inform parents of everything that their children are going to access. We're required to tell them if it's controversial or not, and we're required to give them the policy for opt-out. And that typically would happen at the beginning of the year. In this case, she would have to send out some sort of supplementary syllabus, updating parents of what their children are going to be doing.
So all that's great. So if the kid, the parent, the family opts out, what is that book that they would opt out into?
It doesn't have to be defined now in terms of approving, but it would be that policy already exists in Ed Code, and we would find an alternative assignment, whether it's The Giver, whether it's the Hunger Games, whether it's whatever. The issue that Ms. Forrest is referring to is they would also be opting out of the process in the classroom of being able to listen to it communally and be able to have those discussions. So they would be essentially be going on independent study in the same way that when we teach sex education in classes, we have to find an alternative location and provide alternative assignments.
Okay. So it sounds like we do provide what I was asking for. It's just we have to go through another process.
It's the process outlined in Ed Code.
So it's already in Ed Code. There's a process. So when I'm asking, what's the alternative that we could give them this and that?
It's whatever Ms. Forrest decides that's already approved by you.
Right. So that's what I was asking earlier. What is, that's how I was trying to get a motion. Do this and the other book. So that way the family, and send the notice out, family, hey, here's the two things.
I
feel like micromanaging?
I think I misunderstood.
No, it feels like, well, anyhow, I'm not trying to micromanage. Hey.
We have a process to opt out. I mean, I'm sorry that wasn't clear in my motion. What that is there is, I don't think you advertised that at the beginning to say, here, I don't know. But
my issue, Bill, from the very, very beginning has strictly been that we are mandating that somebody has to read this. That is the only option they have, unless they're savvy enough to understand that they can opt out.
Rich, can I say this? It may not be that they read another book. It may be that they do a research project on artificial intelligence and the effects it can have on humanity. One kid might do that. It could be that some other kid creates a PowerPoint presentation about what it could be a million, it's like independent study. And that's what we're saying would be under her purview. It's not that we would say it's this or that. It's this, and then a million other things that she would probably look at the kids' strengths and what would motivate them and say, do that thing to get this, not the exact same experience, but some aspect of the experience.
Okay.
Is that fair to say, everybody who does this for a living? It's okay.
Yeah, we were looking at alternatives, and most of the dystopian novels are
Why does it have to be just, never mind.
So anyway, that's what it would look like, Rich, and I think that's when the micromanaging thing came up. It's very individualized at this point because that's what a teacher does, is they look at a student's strength and say, well, you're not going to do well in this area. I'm going to give you this assignment. So it's very different than like, it's that book or this one.
So here's a suggestion I have. How about if we stop right now and we continue on, and let's come back to this in about a half hour and let ourselves think and let our brains kind of let some things. Maybe we'll come up with a good idea. Or better.
You guys got to decide that.
I mean, that's just kind of a thought.
You mean go on to the right?
Go on to a couple other items and maybe come back and see if there's another thought that somebody might have on this issue or not. I don't know. So
do you want to do a straw poll or do you, I mean, you got a motion in a second. Do you? Oh.
I made a motion about just recognizing the opt-out, which I think probably would have been helpful if we had talked about that at the beginning of the conversation. I just don't think it was top of mind. So I was thinking, Anywho, I did make a motion, so we could take that vote if we want.
So can you?
The motion is just that we follow our opt-out process as outlined in Ed Code, that a notice goes out, it goes out at the beginning of the semester before this is taught, and it details the topics, controversial topics in the text, and that families have a full opportunity to notify Ms. Forrest if they'd like their students to not read the book and do a different alternative assignment.
But isn't that already in place?
I was going to say that was already in place, though, right, Brian?
Yes, we just didn't know if everybody understood that when they voted, I guess. It didn't seem like everybody maybe knew that.
So there's a motion that we understand that there's an opt-out process,
Basically.
and then a second. So, I'm not.
Yeah.
You're making a motion to acknowledge that we already have a opt-out policy?
Approve the book.
To approve,
Okay, so you're making a motion that we approve the book. That we have, it's just, okay.
And I mean,
It's
it
the
is
same,
really
basically.
similar.
It's the same
Yeah.
motion that we already just voted down.
It is the same thing we voted down, but I think my thinking of what you meant by alternative was like two things happening. Like half the class could do this, half the class could do this. And I think for opt-out, it's typically fewer people who take advantage of it. Like realistically, it's like maybe one or two, usually. That's just me generalizing. So I think it's just acknowledging that that process would still be available. And
Right, and that,
for the board's consideration.
sure. Thank you. Yeah, my only discussion would be is that's why I wanted to have the other thing, because I believe that there's a big difference between opt-out and opt-in. But anyhow, you made a motion, it was seconded, so let's go ahead and have a vote on that. Anybody who wants to approve this book with the acknowledgement that there's an opt-out provision that's already in place, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? No.
No.
Okay, so the motion doesn't carry again. So
Move on.
let's move.
Can I ask Mr. President if we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. Yeah. We'll come back at 5 after 10. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like I'm 18, so I can officially drive after 11.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been my license for less than a year, so technically I can't drive after 11.
All right.
I have
Another hard item. 6.3.
Okay, we all good to go? By the way, for those of you at home that were looking, every once in a while, if you saw me looking at my phone, I don't know if it happened to everybody else, but power went out up in the north part of Windsor. So I'm getting all these messages about not having any power. And if you live in the country, no power, no well, no water. Well, I've got a generator, but anyhow, so power's back on. We're going to jump to 6.3, consideration of closing big picture learning following the 2026-27 school year. This item will be presented by Superintendent Decker.
And I may lean on a few others as we go. You know, I thought about this, and we've had a lot of discussion around big picture learning, and I just want to say that there are a number of people who love the model of big picture learning, me included. 3 years ago, we kind of set out to see if we could really pump up our enrollment, and we've tried. We really have. We've done a lot of advertisements. We've talked about different models. We worked with Heather, the staff. And big picture learning, as it's currently constructed, is not proving to be a model that we can, or is attracting students. I don't know how else to say it. Having said that, so here's the deal. We're proposing to close big picture learning as it is currently constructed. I'll state that. However, we're also talking about how we can implement or still use some of what big picture learning is within Windsor High School. And so there have been conversations between Principal Buckman, Principal Christensen to see what we can do, because we know that this is a model, and Shannon tells me this all the time. This is a model that kids need. And so I think we recognize that. There are certain students who this model simply fits, but in its current construct, it's not fiscally solvent in the way we're offering it. So what we're proposing is that we let our current juniors finish out their experience at big picture learning. In parallel, we continue conversations between Principal Buckman and Principal Christensen to see if there are aspects of big picture learning that we can put into the high school, Windsor Oaks. Those are ongoing conversations that we haven't finalized or settled anything yet. But before you tonight is that we do close big picture learning as it is currently constructed. We allow the juniors to finish out, and we do not enroll any new students into the current construct of big picture learning. And if there's anything that my staff wants to add, obviously, or Danielle, I mean, please feel free, or I can just wait until you potentially have questions.
Well, I, for one, would like to hear from Heather.
Sure.
Hello, Paul. Do you have a specific question for me? Or would you like?
I want to know how you feel about this. I know that's a tough question, and it's a very emotional thing. But to me, I saw how valuable your program was for kids, and I am very torn to approve this because I saw the impact that you had for those kids. So that I'm sorry, I'm not trying to upset you, but I just would like to hear from you.
Sorry, it was that question of how do I feel about it.
Well,
I'm heartbroken. Our entire staff is heartbroken. Our families are heartbroken. They can't believe that we've reached this point. For my part, what I will say is that traditionally when we were North Bay Met, and even our student ratio was about 18-1. That was our max. And then 2 years ago, when we started looking at lower numbers and what are we going to do, Jeremy and I had a lot of conversations, and we kind of sat with, well, can we do 22-1? And we're like, yes, we can make that work. We switched to the independent study model where students are coming 1 day a week instead of 3 days a week, which is what they were doing before. And with that change, I think we lost some of the families who would have had their kids coming because they weren't really comfortable with them only coming 1 day a week. Even if they had an internship 2 days a week, or if they were attending the junior college, they really wanted them to be in school more often. So it kind of limited the potential students that we could have. And then earlier this year, I'll say very transparently, I became principal 2.5 years ago. In those first 2 years, it was my first time as an administrator. There are lots of extra expectations when you're doing induction programs. It took a lot of my time. I was learning how to do SIPSAs, all the things that you have to learn to do as a principal while running the school. And so I came into this year and said, okay, I'm ready. I have a plan. I want to, I was starting to go to like farmers markets. I had met with other administrators and directors from other big picture learning schools, had a game plan for how I was going to really start working on bringing in kids this year. But it shifted because last year we really didn't bring in a lot of students. And so we weren't seeing that growth. I had a lot of faith that we were going to start bringing them in, but then the numbers also started to shift, and we were given a number of 30-to-1 students, and that's not tenable. That is not tenable in this program. You could do an independent study program with that number, but you can't have an advisory. You can't have somebody supporting the kids to get out an internship. There's no relationships, which is the foundation of what we're doing. So when we were faced with that number, we're like, we can't do that. And so that was pretty much the death knell, and we stopped recruiting.
Do you feel Windsor High will be able to address the needs of those students?
I think that if big picture learning were at Windsor High, it would address the needs of some students. But I don't think it provides the same thing that we were giving them, because while I think it would be great if we were able to continue it, if we closed big picture learning, if we had it at Windsor High, at least there would be that opportunity for students to have some more interest-based learning and for them to be able to have internships and get supported in that way. It's really not the same, because what we create is a small community, and we really bring in families and mentors. We're inviting them to exhibitions, and I don't know, it's that where students can really be seen in their entirety.
How many students do you have?
Right now, we have, I was looking at the numbers today, so we have 3 freshmen and we have 8 sophomores. Excuse me, 7 sophomores.
How many juniors and seniors do you have?
We have 10 seniors, although 2 of them just graduated at the semester, and we have 9 juniors. One of them is my daughter.
Do you feel like this program was promoted well enough? I mean, how did you reach out to families to even know that this program existed? Did we do a good job with that?
No.
So can I answer that question, Paul?
Yes, please.
So we invested significantly in trying to promote big picture learning Windsor. So I think it depends on what you're asking, right? So did we run social media ads? Did we do all of those things? Absolutely. Were there other things that could be done? Probably. I know Heather has talked about, well, she wasn't always making the visits to do the presentations to certain schools. And then I think, when did we stop, Heather? Because you had talked to me about this at our last meeting where we had 2 students interested and we kind of shifted course. What was October roughly? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so October, where we did talk through all of these things. Listen, this isn't brought before you lightly. Honestly, I came here and advocated for this program 3 years ago, strongly. And I know these individuals love this program, and I know that they're amazing people. When I came before you last time, and your direction to me, frankly, was to make sure that this was cost neutral. And when we did the analysis, which actually we modified, the analysis back then was that we'd have to have over 100 students to be cost neutral. But based on the new analysis, and we stripped down some of the different supports, if we could get 22 students per grade level, then we probably could have finished this, because Sokovia has taken off so much that it takes over a lot of portions of Heather's position, so that it offsets the costs, right? So I think the issue, and I don't want to be seen here trying to kill a program. That's not why I don't want to do this. But I think the issue is we only had 9 students. You said 9, correct, Heather? We had 9 students for sophomores. And at the time when we really started to make this decision, we had 2 students that had shown an interest as freshmen. And so when looking at those numbers, you know, it's hard, but felt like the direction from you was to make this cost neutral or close to it, and those numbers weren't going to do that. So I'm going to say that from my perspective, we didn't try to kill this thing on purpose. We really did try to advertise from what we thought would work. Now, there's other things we could do. I think to Heather's point, she said, I can get out there, Jeremy. I haven't had this opportunity. I can get in front of people. I can do a better job of selling this, and maybe I can get people. But I said, don't do that, because we're coming to you with this recommendation. So after October, she kind of stopped. And so, I mean, that's really everything I would say, Paul. And again, it's a loaded question, right? Did we do enough? That's a loaded question. I think that we really tried. Could we have done more? Sure, probably. How much do we do? I don't know. It's a hard question for me to answer. I know that we really wanted this thing to be successful. I can tell you that. And we came up with a plan, and we tried to execute that plan.
I think a lot of us think that this program should be selling itself. And that's kind of my disconnect. I'm like, why is this not selling itself? Why do we not have, so 2 thoughts. One, I don't understand why it's not selling itself. Why? Because I know that we've advertised. I know people know about it, but I don't understand why it's not, because I like it. I just don't know why it's not selling itself. So that's number 1. But then number 2, since it doesn't seem to be selling itself, or even if we're giving extra, why can't we, and this is a very simplistic, why can't we just make it kind of a core type of thing in the school? But and so that's why I know.
Danielle.
And I just want the audience, I know some people in the audience raise their hand. We're going to make sure absolutely you guys are get feedback.
Danielle and Heather, I know.
Yeah, so Heather and I met kind of to brainstorm, right, what it would look like if we were able to maintain the big picture model and bring it to Windsor High School. And during that conversation, we discussed how a lot of continuation schools, right, use the big picture model because it's just a way for those students to connect. They have the internships, right? It's really supportive, and it's that small environment. And then from that conversation kind of grew this idea, well, what if BPL on Windsor High School campus was kind of that in between for students who maybe the big box of Windsor High School isn't working, but continuation school isn't where they need to land, right? They need somewhere in between. And so we discussed having kind of a core, right, a BPL core at Windsor High School where students still have the advisory, they have their English class, they have their history class, and they're getting that, 1-to-20 ratio of that attention from that teacher who's building those relationships and connecting them with the internships. And then they also have access to the Windsor High School classes, obviously, right? Like math and science and all that good stuff. So it's a little bit best of both worlds in a sense. And so we've been talking about, what would that look like? How could we make that work? I've been talking to Jeremy, how can I make that work with my FTE and what does that look like? It takes movement, right? We've got to move around teachers and all that good stuff. But really, I think it could be awesome because going from Windsor High School to Windsor Oaks is a big jump for some students, and it's not necessarily the jump they need, but that's what we have to offer. So if we have something that's maybe in between, right, that could be a great opportunity for kids.
Thank you.
It'll be the same. It won't be it won't be BPL ones.
So, right, but it could be something that maybe glean, can't believe I used it, that utilizes the best of what is there and try and preserve as much of that best that we have. So I know Oaks has a lower number of requirements to graduate. Is BOP, is it also lower or the same?
I think that's part of the logistics that we still need to talk through, right? Because right now BPL has, it's 200, right? And so if it were to become part of Windsor High School, would it now be 220, right, credits, which is what the high school has? Would it remain its own, school code? I think those are all things we have to work out.
So that was the exact question I was trying to get to. Jeremy, does the board can we have a policy where we have, and actually you could almost do it for almost any core and just say, hey, this core or this core, these are the requirements.
You're in control of graduation.
So we can have
The minimum that you have to. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment. So first of all, I just want to say, Heather, my heart breaks for you because I know how hard you worked on this effort and this program. And I was just wondering, because Jeremy, you and I mentioned in just very casual conversation, oh, what if we had this really cool entrepreneurial hub, right, where kids learn how to, build their own small, micro enterprise. And I was just sort of floating that out there as maybe one more thing to add another layer to this potential core. So I don't know if you would entertain that at all, but it's just an idea that sort of bubbled up.
Exact design.
Yeah, and I just want to mention because when my daughter was in her last, I think, year and a half of high school, she did a hybrid, in-person online program. And during that time, because she was in hybrid, that gave her time to start her own little small business. And I feel like that really helped her confidence just shoot up. And it just really helped her thrive to know that she had something that was hers. So just an idea. So I just want to mention that.
And we do have students in Big Picture Learning who are starting their own businesses. So, that's something they can look at continuing there too.
Do you have questions, Bill, or do we want to go to the public for a second? Are you guys, okay. I'd like to open this up for the public. I know there were some comments that some folks wanted to share.
Shannon Johnson, and I just was looking through all the elements of really high quality education and the trends that we're going to in the future. The things I wrote down, learner-centered education, personalized individual learning plans, real-world learning, advisory systems, interest-driven project-based learning, authentic assessment, community connection, and smaller class size. I know that it takes away from other people when you have some kids that seem to need more, or you want to do something that's really, really unique and special. We're doing some really groundbreaking stuff at Big Picture Learning. I just found out that the International Big Picture Learning Credential that I've been working since 2022 with the first cohort of United States students. We have 15 kids now that may have earned this credential. They've worked with UCLA to analyze the learning frames. They're covering the same types of assessments that we do in our our standardized testing for math and ELA, as well as socio-emotional learning, and they've kind of matrixed them together. So the frames for this International Big Picture Learning Credential are really, really acceptable in the academic community. And they're working right now with the CSUs to actually get this credential, an alternative kind of assessment, to be allowing students to attend CSUs by 2027. So this is pretty amazing stuff that we've been piloting for the last 4 years. So we need to keep on this stuff. It's the future of education. Instead of just testing our kids on a very narrow measure of what they're good at, we're looking at how smart they are on two tests instead of how they are smart. And until we do that, until we really look at what kids can do, we're losing them. And it's only going to get worse. So if you do decide that this is not tenable and you're not going to do it, even though we know that we can do continuation school with 15 to 1, at least can we give one person a full-time job next year to continue this program for those kids? If you're going to keep it open for the juniors, you need to have a person that's not doing, this is not a part-time job. It's just not. To run an internship program and to create personalized learning for every single kid you're working with and create a really cool in-school environment, that's a big job. And I'm retiring. I'm not going to be here. You're going to get rid of one old CTE or FTE that was expensive. It's going to get cheap. And you leave it, we also have an LTI coordinator that's a half-time position. At least make it one position if you're going to do this, because it needs to be one person. And then keep brainstorming. You're not done yet. You can't, this is the big picture schools that we went to. We went to see one in the 30 in Providence, Rhode Island. That school's been around for 30 years and it's now a magnet for the whole community. I mean, it's possible. We just haven't done it right. And I know it can be done. I know we're doing it well for our kids, but we haven't scaled it. And we just kept being told it needs to be smaller and you have to do it different and you have too many people and let's try it this way. And, we haven't given it our best go. I think Windsor's better than this. Thank you.
Bianca Uribe. First things first, I am really, really sorry, but I have to disagree with you. I was a Windsor High School student and I wasn't the best in school. I would talk to my counselors to see what else I could be doing because I was failing. I went on independent study and the vice principal told me, if you go on independent study, I think it was my third quarter. If I go on independent study now, my grades that I have will turn into Fs, and then I will start anew for the fourth quarter is the new grades. So for the third quarter, I had all Fs. Independent study, all Fs. I asked if there was any other way I can do anything. Nothing. They didn't mention Sakova. They didn't mention big picture at all to me. They mentioned Sakova when I said I wanted to do an inter-district transfer because I felt like I was not getting the support at all. I love Windsor High School. Such an amazing school. A lot of opportunities as well. But when it came to me needing help and me asking for help with my counselor, I did not receive that help. Big picture learning, I found out about it when I joined Sakova. Sakova was the one who said, oh, well, we also have big picture learning. You come to school a day a week, you get to socialize with people, and then we have one-on-ones, which is most likely why we can't have 30 to 1. It's better for minimum students in a way because I can talk with my teacher one-on-one and she will walk me through what to do. She will actually pay attention to me. If I have a question and I raise my hand, she will put her whole eyes on me and hear me out. At the high school, I never felt like I had the chance to raise my hand to a teacher because they have so many other students to take care of. Here, we can have 15 to 18 students, and Tara, my advisor, she will be like, okay, guys, can you guys please be quiet? I'm trying to hear her out. Or, okay, everyone quiet. Can you guys please listen to this one? And at the high school, you won't get that. And it just kind of sucks because it's 30 students in a class with one teacher. Back to him feeling like we got a lot of like advertisements and stuff. I didn't know what Big Picture was. I found out about it my sophomore year. I am now a junior, and I have been struggling at the high school since I was a freshman. So I feel like no one told me about Big Picture until I joined Sakova. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think that's a fair point. We didn't start advertising until her sophomore year.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to chat? All right, thank you. Bringing you back to the board. Thoughts?
This one is really hard because I really love the Big Picture Learning Program. At the same time, like, we look at what's going on in Santa Rosa and like in neighboring districts, and there was a decision that was made that was basically, we don't have enough money, but we're going to keep paying for things that cost a little bit more because we're just going to hope that someone gives us more money eventually. And that is this program costs a little bit more. It's a wonderful program. It's amazing, but it costs a little bit more. And so for the last 3 years, we've been trying to figure out how can we make it balance out and fit in the budget. And we have not been able to do that. And that sucks. As we heard before, it sucks because it's a great program. It's like, I've been to the graduations every year, probably for the last 6 or 7. Anyway, for the last few years, since it was a brand new program. And it sounds like there are some opportunities to continue the model, but it's not going to be the same. Yeah. Okay.
My thought on this is kind of the same as I've always thought. Like, if we have some super high achieving students, STEM, whatever you want to call it, let's say there's only 12 that we can put in a class, and there's super high achievers. I've always thought they shouldn't be penalized because they're high achievers, and we should have for that class for them, even though we don't have as many kids in that class as we ideally want to for the whatever. And I look at this in the same light. They're super high achievers, but they might be super high achievers in a different vein, when they learn different, and they have different gifts. And that's just as important to me as the other kids with the other gifts. And so that's why we have, people say, hey, what do you do on a board? And I say, we get a chicken and we have to figure out how to divide it all up. I'm hopeful, and I have a lot of confidence that we can figure out how to merge this program in at the high school. I'm going to call it a core. It's overly simplified, but I believe that there's a way that we can bring all the best parts of Big Picture over into the high school, have a Big Picture core, try to honor that culture and and still do as good as we can in that area. I don't know how to make that work for sure, but I have confidence that we can do it.
Could I clarify my ask?
Yes,
possible. I think really what I'm asking for you to take action on tonight is allowing our juniors to finish out their experience in Big Picture Learning in the model that they would have experienced had we taken no action tonight. That's my first one. That will cost us more money than it would have otherwise because that's a smaller class size. I'm asking for that. And then what I'm asking for you to take action on is for those freshmen and sophomores who are currently signed up, Big Picture Learning, to let them know that they won't be continuing with Big Picture Learning next year, that we would be sitting down with them to find them a different placement. I think that's actually my ask, because knowing now that Danielle and Heather are working together to kind of think some of this through, I think the ask isn't to close Big Picture so much as what I just said. It's to let the juniors finish, tell the freshmen and sophomores that they're not going to be going to the program next year, and let us continue to work on something else that we haven't figured out yet.
So just so I understand, everything that you just said right now could potentially turn out to be that in the future, you know, Heather and Danielle work on something that's like the new configuration of this, and maybe even change the name, for example.
It could be a million things. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
I think that's
pretty
more,
clear.
that's really more what I'm asking for, and we overly simplified it. I think with the
Is there a trademark with Big Picture? Do we pay a franchise fee or some sort of a licensing thing to have that in? So we could have a core that's called Big Picture Learning Core.
I don't see why we couldn't.
I'm just
Shannon, Heather,
prohibited legally.
Yeah.
But is a name trademarked or whatever like that? So okay, so that. I mean, I think it's important that the kids have been here already for 2 years. I think we have to honor our word to them. I think that's just the moral thing to do.
And I'll be honest, I told them we would, and I spoke for you, and I shouldn't have, but I said I think the board will honor it. So I shouldn't have said that, but I did.
Oh, so we're getting.
You should know that.
There's somebody with their hand raised. And I have a question.
We've closed we've closed public comment, but as a president, I can make an exception, can I? Look, I have so much love and respect for Shannon that if she wants to raise her hand and she wants to come up and talk again, I would like to open public comment back up.
I just wanted to mention that there's only 9 juniors, and so I don't think you're going to get an FTE for 9 juniors. And so I would suggest, if you're going to do this, that you allow any student who wants to, with the understanding that it probably won't be there because Tara won't have a full-time job next year, after next year. But if you try and make it a half-time position and ask somebody to do that job, you can't just pull somebody off the street to do this work. We've all worked. We've spent summers. We've spent so much PD. You need to make a position. If you want it to be to honor the juniors, you need to give it figure out a way to call it an FTE. 1. Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask Brian to speak slightly? If you want to hear about next year, because he's worked more closely with Heather than I have on what this looks like.
I just have a question after you speak.
So I do believe we made a commitment to these students, and we do need to make sure that whatever experience we promised them when they signed up, that they get to finish. With the majority of the overhead, we're talking about, the principal salary, the front office salary, and the counselor salary. A lot of that is taken up with Sakova, because Sakova is quite successful now, and so if we're thinking about in terms of being able to make this financially solvent, allowing these juniors to finish out, even if it requires that we dedicate one person to do all of the jobs. And that is everything from being that intern coordinator to developing all of their curriculum for 6 of their classes. So that is a massive job, and I do agree with Shannon. Where I would also continue to argue is we do need to draw the line somewhere, because thinking about the structure of Windsor High School, from 10th grade to 11th grade, they're picking up brand new core. And that 11th and 12th grade core is going to be their new identity. Now, we may, during this time, develop a system of what a big picture core could look like, and those current 9th and 10th graders could have the opportunity to be in that big picture core once they transfer to Windsor High School. And so thinking about the core system, particularly, I know the staff at Windsor High School has put together a draft of a fixed schedule, so it's not that rotating A-B schedule. So it would be, the same schedule every single week, which would work much better if you're trying to plan internships and you're trying to develop that. And so the idea is that you would have your core day, which would be your BPL day, and you have that whole day. Your other day is when you're taking your math classes, your science classes, your elective classes. And so Heather's not responsible for having all of those extra staff to be able to provide those courses because they're already part of Windsor High School. And so there is a method to get to this, but I just think we need to make sure that we're not bringing on any additional freshmen until we have our system fully in place. And the question in terms of like the recruiting, this may not just be a good freshman recruiting program. This might be a wonderful junior recruiting program when they have cars and work permits and job aspirations. And we may be able to, once we have them into our system and they understand what a core is and they see in the catalog, oh, this is the big picture learning core and this is what it offers. They're like, that's fantastic. Let me sign up for it because I'm not leaving schools. I'm not leaving my friends, and I still have the same experience that I was expecting, but my core is completely unique from anything else Windsor offers. And this is why I advocate for this model. It will not be big picture learning pure. Absolutely not. It will be some version of interest-based learning with, with the staff that understands the students. They could have still that same identity that all cores have, and that's the great thing about Windsor is we do have this core program, but it won't be what it is now. And I think we also have to acknowledge that. It's not that small school community.
So I have a question, which is, if we're looking at making it into a core that is more permanent, then why do we have to notify the sophomores and the freshmen, or like at least the sophomores? Why do we have to tell them that it wouldn't exist?
We don't. It also takes a certain number of students to make up a core, and we don't have any of this built.
Okay.
I don't think I'm not ready to commit to saying that this is operational next year, and I don't know if you are, Brian.
And if it's 11-12, the freshmen would have to have a home in 10th grade before they could even reapply in 11, if it's an 11-12 core.
She was talking about the sophomores right now.
The sophomores right now, yes. If we decided, well, I think what we're asking is, one, let's make sure we're not admitting any new freshmen while we do this process, because they would only be enrolling in Windsor High School. Between now and when we do course selection, working with the superintendent, we may find a viable model to make this a core. But I think immediately we just want to make sure that that families know what the possibilities are and they can start planning accordingly, and not wait until late in the spring and then say, surprise, you don't have a school to go to next year.
And we also have to make sure the core is wanted by students as well, right? Yeah. But we would commit to, I think we always committed to a teacher, and we were never planning to have a part-time position. In my mind, that was never a part-time position next year. So to Shannon's question.
We have nine juniors, is that correct?
That's what.
And how many sophomores? So it's fewer.
What happens with the existing staff?
They're guaranteed a teaching position, and so they would go to other positions within their credential.
Okay. Tara, are you staying if we vote? No? Yeah.
Currently, I think I'm up as an optional person to finish up those juniors. To keep that in considering for that job.
It wouldn't work without Tara.
Yeah.
Tara's who we've discussed to finish out the role.
Okay.
Also, less quick, well, no, it's last, but anyhow, are all the kids, all the kids that are in big picture right now, they may live in all these different places. Are we guaranteeing them admittance to the high school? Because they might be inter-district things and stuff, right?
So yeah, they're already admitted to our district.
I just want to make sure this has been discussed, or maybe it hasn't. It's been an oversight, but that goes back to that honoring kind of a thing, commitment for me that, that if they came and took a chance on us, right? What our program is, then in my mind, unless they were somebody you guys were going to boot out of your program anyway, we should let them in and then let them prove whether they stay in or not.
We weren't planning on kicking anybody out.
Well, no, I know, but we hadn't discussed it. If these are kids who would be otherwise on they may have to do an inter-district transfer. Right? Some schools aren't.
They would already have their inter-district transfer approved. We would just, from having a district release them, so they were already set to be rolled into Windsor High School. The only reason, as Mr. Decker said, the only reason we wouldn't do it is if they didn't meet the same criteria that we hold all inter-district students to, which we'll talk about at a later board item.
Right.
I had a question. Okay, I was just curious, like how many people does it take to solidify a core? Like would there have to be a minimum of, and also with that, since we got rid of freshmen in cores, would this be a all 4-year core? Would it be 11, 12? Would it be 10, 11, 12? Like, and obviously maybe you don't know the answer of that yet, but.
It seems that this would be a program that could work best for 11th and 12th graders because of the independent nature of it, the fact that having the ability to drive, or at least the knowledge to be able to get yourself to a location works. And so I think we certainly would start with 11, 12, and then if popularity was there, they absolutely could go down to 10th. But that's kind of where we have to see. And I think once that, perhaps if this was always called Big Picture Learning at Windsor High School, there wouldn't have been such the fear from parents to take the leap into the program. And that's all the things that we've considered. And so, once we have the students, they're familiar with the process, they know that they're going to have to pick a core. It's a much smaller decision to pick the Big Picture Learning core than it is to pick your entire different high school. And I think that's why we think that, and it's one teacher could do, we'd figure out the ratio. Maybe it's a 1 to 18, 1 to 22, 1 to, we don't know yet what it would work. We do know that if they're responsible for 3 of their courses, that's a considerable amount of work, and we need to make sure that we're respecting our teachers.
Thanks. So, Jerry, do we need to make a motion on this?
I think I kind of made it for you in that let the current juniors finish out their experience, hire a full-time teacher, it would be Tara, and then tell the current freshmen and sophomores that they will not be continuing Big Picture Learning Windsor and that we would enroll them at Windsor High School or Sokola if that was a preference. That's the motion I really am asking for from you. I should have clarified that better in the item, and I apologize for that.
In your motion, is there also an implied intent or a more than even implied that we're going to do some pretty serious, well, not recruiting, look, I think
just exploring.
When we put it together, I think if we go ahead and we have a 11, 12 Big Picture core, I think it's going to flourish. I think some of the things that Brian mentioned, I've heard that those are some of the.
A to G was a problem as well that we struggle with, and that won't be a problem at Windsor High School.
Okay, so with what you just said, I make a motion that we go forward with that plan.
And I'll second.
Is there more discussion? Do we have to go with the public again or no? Okay, can we vote on this issue, students?
Yes. Yes.
Trustees? Yes.
With a heavy heart, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to be moving on to, we already did 6.4 earlier, 6.5. Here, hold on a second. Consideration of approval of the 26-27 Windsor High School course catalog. This is going to be presented by our principal, Danielle Buckman.
Hey, Danielle. Hey there. Let's talk about a course catalog. So I'm not sure if you read through it and kind of checked, so I'm happy to answer questions. I don't know if there's anything you want me to speak to. There's not a ton of changes, so I'm going to kind of lean on you for what you're interested in.
Daniel, you just the red. Right. When I read it, I scrolled through and I looked for the red. So maybe just if you give that to the board, that won't take too long, and maybe they can confirm questions. The changes.
Oh. Yeah. So we're in the process of phasing an individual health class out, and we've worked in those topics in the freshman seminar. That's a conversation that we've kind of had for a little while, is getting health accessible to our freshmen, and just kind of with the structure of freshman seminar, it's a great opportunity to meet those needs. There's a couple of the red are just course name changes, right? It's not intro to robotics anymore. It's an introduction to engineering, right? So that's part of it. There's the addition of the theater classes, which I think is really awesome. It's something we've had in the past and we haven't been able to offer. And through a lot of requests, just through like the prospective parent tours and hearing from students, you know, who are like, hey, I'm not part of Nueva, but I really want to have access to this type of class. I think we're going to meet a lot of needs there by bringing that back. And then just looking at a couple of the courses that we're not offering for next year, it'd be computer science, game design, and Psych 2. And those are really kind of based on a decision of low requests and wanting to save that FTE and maybe allot that to something else, especially thinking about the teacher that covers computer science and game design. He's a math teacher. You know, math scores, we need to work on that. I have some ideas for some support classes for next year. And so, quite frankly, I'd like to be able to allot that FTE to supporting math and focusing on that. And then especially with the low interest in those courses, it seemed like it wouldn't be a big hit to our course offering. So, I mean, we still have a huge variety of, you know, for students. And, you know, especially if they're interested in STEM, they can go the robotics route and still get the kind of the game design and the computer science embedded within that course. So it's still available, just not as a singleton. And again, it opens up our FTE to go elsewhere. And that's it. Those are all the changes.
I think that this is all really fantastic work.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, looks great.
Okay. Any questions?
We all good?
We move, we approve the 26-27 Windsor High School course catalog as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on this issue? Seeing none. All right, let's vote for it. I mean, let's vote is what I'm.
Yes.
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 Okay, unanimous.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Aye.
I wonder if we can get Denny's or somebody like sponsor a late night meeting or something. Or maybe get the Omelet Express. Let's go to 6.6, cast results and response presentation. This is going to be presented by Annette Zacconi, Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment.
And I'm going to propose that we have a study session. I'm just going to do it ahead of time so that we can do a deeper dive into what Annette's going to present. Because this is a large topic that we can have many hours of conversation on. So just so that we're all aware that I will have Jenny schedule that if we want to have greater in-depth conversation.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. I'm here this evening to share our CASP 2025 results along with our initial preliminary analysis and next steps. Just want to share that our MTSS and PLC processes are developing and they guide our work in creating learning opportunities that serve all learners. The data provides us an opportunity to acknowledge our progress and to identify the areas where our system needs some focused attention. On a personal note, this is my first time in my current role reviewing and analyzing district-wide data. It's been a significant learning process, and I just want to say thank you to Jeremy for his support and guidance. I feel like we birthed a director last week in creating this. So, here are our overall district results. They represent 3rd through 8th and 11th graders across the district. 40.72% students met or exceeded the English language arts standards. And in math, that number is 27.69%. So from here, we're going to look at individual school performance trends, followed by some subgroup patterns over the last few years. And as we do so, I'm going to encourage district leaders and the Board of Trustees to think systemically. This is a systems approach that I'm going to be proposing. What might be contributing to the patterns are questions that we're always thinking about, focusing our attentions on the variables that we know through the MTSS structure. We look at instruction, teacher strategies. We look at curriculum, we look at the learning environment, and then we look at the learner. Also really understanding, it's important to understand that this data is one piece of information, and that our PLC and MTSS processes provide us with evidence-based frameworks to move, taking the data, moving into understanding, and then into action. So I always like to start with the bright spots to affirm our staff efforts and our student achievement. The PLC process includes reflection, like what is working. What is it among teaching teams that's contributing to gains in different spots in the district, and how can we replicate them? That's our work. We're seeing momentum in English language arts at the 4th and 5th grade level at Brooks. So while the overall growth as a whole school doesn't reveal that, as I took a deep dive into grade level by grade level by grade level, data, 4th and 5th grade are showing significant growth, and it represents the efforts they've spent the last 2 years dedicated in their PLTs on English language arts. We're also seeing Windsor Middle School showing momentum in English language arts, and we're seeing high performance at Cali-Comecca 8th grade level and Windsor High School 11th grade level. And I want to celebrate some signs of growth in secondary math, which has historically been challenging. These are our CASP results over time. ELA has a gradual upward movement while math remained relatively stable. Looking at our elementary and middle school students, at Cali, we see growth and stability in ELA and a little decline in mathematics. At Brooks, we see stability in ELA and a decline in math. These patterns are under our current, we're looking and analyzing the root causes for this using kind of those 4 areas of instruction, curriculum, environment, and learner. At Windsor Middle School, where ELA has been historically higher than the district average, they are seeing a slight decline, and in math, we're seeing upward movement. Looking at our high school students, I just want to highlight Windsor High School's consistent strength in English language arts and a notable jump in their math this year. Secova has strong English language arts and math performance relative to district averages. The high school trends are outcomes of a cumulative systemic effects from the earlier grades. We're seeing it show up at the high school level. So to look at our specific subgroups, the first group there on the left is our students with disabilities, and we can celebrate some meaningful upward movement for students with disabilities in both English language arts and math. The other subgroup are socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Performance there has remained relatively stable with slight improvements in math. And then looking at our multilingual learners, which is always a focus, so we want to ensure equitable, accessible learning. We can see that our students that are reclassified as fluent English proficient, that's the table on the bottom right, these students are consistently performing above the district average. This is a powerful success story that we should highlight and celebrate. Our English language students, excluding the group that has been reclassified, perform significantly lower. This gap is predictable, and it underscores the need for rich, language-rich Tier 1 instruction and consistent scaffolding, something that requires additional professional development for our teachers. And finally, I want to share that parent education is historically correlated with achievement in schools and school districts, and this pattern appears in our district as well. MTSS and a strong Tier 1 instruction designed to mitigate these predictable effects of socioeconomic and educational background are in their developing stages in our district. I want to highlight the importance of instructional clarity of our teaching pool, our teaching group, and our academic language support across all classrooms. And I'll share some ideas about where we go with our results. We have the transition from data to action. This is the MTSS triangle. It shows you Tier 1, which is universal support curriculum for all students. This is all students in a general education classroom getting what they need. And when they are showing an increase in needs, that we accelerate them in a way that dictates we provide intervention at a Tier 2 level, significant intervention at a Tier 3 level. We still need to go deeper in root cause analysis with our data. I've spent significant amount of time in the last month digging deep, looking at our subgroups. Now I get to do that with our principals. It is a system-wide effort. It's not isolated to any grade level or any school. So the story that's emerging from our preliminary analysis, zeroing in on those 4 areas that I talked about, we can confirm that the story is not of inadequate effort or lack of care of our staff. It's a story of a system in motion. We're learning, we're building, we're recalibrating in real time across schools and grade levels. We see dedicated teams working hard right now to implement the PLC process. We're also seeing signs of a system that is still developing the coherence needed for consistent, predictable student outcomes. One of the findings that we came across was that there was a mismatch in our RenStar predictions and what actually showed up in the spring assessment. It didn't reliably forecast the performance, and what I found in investigation is that the assessment accommodations were not administered consistently across our school sites. There are things you can turn on and off on the Renaissance STAR assessment that can be done at a site level, and we had not calibrated across the district about what was going to be turned on and turned off. And so, for example, the CASP assessment is not timed. A student can take it and take as long as they need to. And so decisions were made at different school sites that we would turn off the timed feature of the STAR test. The STAR test is only 24 questions, and part of its ability to predict is the ability of the learner to finish the test in a certain amount of time. So when the timed feature is turned off, the predictability goes down. We also examined the development of our current professional learning community. The teams represent a major cultural and structural shift, and we've already created a lot of momentum, but the work is still very early. Not all grade levels at every school or departments are represented in our current professional development series. So what can result in that is that, one, the ones that are in the training series are still developing their expertise and their leadership confidence, and there are some communications that may not be making it to every one of our PLTs. So this is all very normal for year 3 of a professional learning community, that we're still building shared instructional practices. It takes repetition, it takes communication, it takes clarity, and it takes coaching. Collaboration itself is a learned skill. And so we're building that here in our district right now. So through this lens, our data tells us a story about adult learning. Our teachers, our administrators, learning that whether for students or adults, it's never linear. It requires background knowledge, skill building, opportunities for practice, for reflection, for trust. And what we see in the data is not a lack of effort. It's actually the predictable developmental stage of a system that's still strengthening its foundations. So, my investigation confirms a few things. We have the heart in our district. We're building the expertise. And now, in my role, I feel it's responsible to strengthen these systems. So, what are we going to do next? What I'd like to do is engage site leadership teams in learning root cause analysis processes consistently across every site, deepening their knowledge of how to facilitate this at the site level, employing that ISIL framework, instruction, curriculum, environment, and learner, so that we can build some leadership, strengthen the leadership, because the site teams drive the coherence. It's not me from my office in the district, it's the site teams. And so I feel a deep responsibility to support them in doing the process that we know is needed, because it's easy to look at data and go, well, it's probably this or it's probably this. But to engage in significant root cause analysis requires hypothesis, it requires gathering extra data, it requires hard decisions about how we're teaching what we're teaching. And that takes time. Point 2 on there is to strengthen Tier 1 instruction. We need to strengthen this because a well-implemented MTSS framework expects that about 80% of our students will achieve standards if Tier 1 instruction is evidence-based, has clarity, teachers are confident, and we're using evidence-based strategies to make it happen. So currently our data is showing that about 40% of our students are meeting expectations in ELA, about 20% in math. That tells us Tier 1 instruction is where we need to put the medicine. It's where we need to put our energy. And so some of the key instructional training and topics that I'm envisioning for the next 3 years are strengthening our elementary primary teachers in their understanding of the science of reading for foundational K-2-3 literacy. Our math framework is new. It's only 2 years old. Sonoma County Office of Education is just now developing a series for teachers and administrators. I want to take our teams there. Universal Design for Learning builds access for all learners. These are strategies and a framework that allows for access for all types of learners. These are skills we can teach our teachers and our teachers can implement. They're happening in every classroom around the district. Just the full spectrum of these strategies are not happening in every classroom. So that's a point of an area where we can grow. And then finally, culturally responsive pedagogy, understanding that the students sitting in front of us, in order to engage them in learning, we need to create and ensure the curriculum is representative of them. So point 3 is to cultivate a PLC culture that honors and develops our teachers, and I'm deeply committed to that. These steps, my hope is to create and strengthen our cohesive, coherent system, not isolated initiatives. Teachers are tired of isolated initiatives. They have a feeling of one more thing. We are deeply committed in our district administrative team in making sure that we strengthen and support the development of a professional learning community with our educators. So that concludes my presentation. you can see we have a lot of work still to do.
Thank you, Annette. Are there some, realizing that we're going to have a work session, are there questions, comments that we want to do now, or we want to save for a work? Is this going to come up quick, our work session, like in the next?
I think we better make it as quick as possible. 'Cause
Yeah.
I could talk about a half hour right now about what's going on here, but I think we're better served if we do it in a session.
Right.
But sooner rather than later.
Right, that was.
Can you do this for me? There's certain things that you'd like information on or questions you'd like answered so that we can develop that and be prepared for the study session. That would be,
Well, what are you thinking? I mean,
if there's certain data you'd like to see, if you want to see grade level data or cohort data or.
I've already looked at all that data, so I don't, for me, that's maybe for the other board members might want that. I more want to look at solutions. I'm really not wanting to point fingers or anything like, I just want to start working on solutions and how, if we talk about tier one instruction getting better, it's going to be very challenging when half of our students are more than a grade below. So how do you have instruction how do you get good curriculum when half of your class is a year behind or more? I mean, these are conversations that we need to have and discuss. What's that going to look like?
And I think, yeah, it's an investment in early education, which this is the
Yes.
we've done that, right? And so we'll hope to see the fruits of that labor. It does take some time.
Right.
So yeah, I think maybe we just have a good conversation.
I think so.
And we'll put together probably 3-hour meeting, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I just have one question. There's a section here that's called key content training topics. And I would just like more explanation on what these are. You know, what does these mean? Like, for example, what does it mean to have culturally responsive pedagogy? And also like new math framework. I have no idea what that means.
I can send that. Yeah, that would.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but that specific section.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when we have this workshop, are all the math teachers going to be invited? Well, the open meeting is different from them inviting. And the reason why I'm asking.
That would not be what I would do, Rick. That's not my first step. The first step is to put that in a conversation with you to identify, understand your perceptions of what the problems might be, exceed some of ours, have more of a conversation versus a presentation. I feel that's step.
Okay.
If you want to go further after that meeting, then I say maybe we discuss.
Okay. That's fine. It's just I am frustrated because I'm not seeing the movement that we need to have.
It depends though. I want to make sure we say this from.
Okay.
We're frustrated too because we want to jump 10% every year. Let's not forget that the high school jumped 5% in 1 year.
Okay.
Which is, that's a lot of kids if you figure 450 student class.
Mhm.
A lot of kids that didn't meet, but now they're all of a sudden did. So I think that what we want to do is pinpoint where our problems exist and make sure we understand why those problems existed and solve those specific problems. And not make a blanket statement about all of our performance, because there are some areas we did well, right? And there's some areas we really did not. And so if we don't understand why we didn't do well, I think that's the great problem. Is how do we solve the problem? We don't really know what the problem is. So that's really where I think our conversation should lie, in a deeper analysis, because this could be a 3-hour presentation, really, if we're doing this right. So I would say it's a greater analyzing of our pressure. What's it going to do to solve it? Impossible. Because we have some specific areas where struggle, and we need to talk through those.
Okay. It's just, I really want to someday when I'm not on the board, go away feeling like we made some significant improvements in mathematics that has become systemic and that it's going to continue to incrementally get bigger, small increments, big increments, but in the same, in a direction. And I know everybody, I think, wants that. It's just, this is one particular subject that I'm frustrated because I don't know the answer. I have to lean on the professionals to get us there. And so, because I don't really have.
I hear you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, generically, I think we're struggling with reading, which when, as a teacher, as an early education teacher, Paul, when you had a student who couldn't read and maybe couldn't do math, you're probably going to prioritize getting that student to read before you prioritize getting them to do their math well. And if you look at our scores, we're struggling with students being proficient in language arts. So I think what's happening, and we've talked about this a little bit, is those teachers are saying, I can't dive in as fully as I'd like to on math until I get them to a certain level of reading. So I think that we're making some good decisions. An early investment in Maddie Washburn, I think, is a good decision.
Okay.
Because you know our trend, right? We're starting at a pretty low point and then trying to build. But I think these are all good conversations to have in a study session where we go deep.
I just wasn't sure what the study session, and you.
I think it's this.
We're all good.
No, but you sparked an idea in my head too. I would like to get an update from what's going on at Maddie Washburn.
Yes, sir.
Because you're right. We have invested a lot, giving them aids. We have an educational coach now over there. So I would really like the board to get an update on progress at Maddie Washburn.
Cool.
For sure, we could do that.
Bill had a comment.
So for things to study in the work session, I have two and then just an observation. I'd be really interested to take a little dive into the quarter of our students in both ELA and math that were standard nearly met. We can get disaggregated there to say where are their close ones. I know that can be a very broad range. The second piece then is to harmonize how we have 27% proficiency, and it's different, but let's talk math, and why 3/4 of our students are not getting D's and F's in their math grades, to say, what's our grading period and how does that look like on classroom performance-based, longer-term, year, term to term, and yet we have a snapshot, right? And those seem to be inconsistent. So when you talk about that. The third piece, I'll just go to the third point and just an observation of what's next was to cultivate a culture that honors and develops educators. I think we swung and missed in 6.2 on that with our educators, and I think we need to think about if that's something we're doing. It could be inconsistent from a message that people got earlier in the meeting today. I understand there's a lot of different reasons for that, but I absolutely agree with that, and I think that is conveyed in small things and large things, and we just need to be aware if we expend our credibility capital and that yet say, well, that's going to be one of the key cores. We'll get these people who are going to be our culture, our educators. They know what they're doing. We'll empower them. So I think a workshop is very good. I think, here's another one, just if you could look at. I'd be interested pedagogically how we're chasing our tail in a system where the statewide medium is 50%, and half the people don't make the standard. I don't even understand statistically how that works. But anyway, those would be my thoughts, and I think that would be good to.
No, thank you.
That
helps us construct this.
I just had two thoughts. And this came out of, these are not even my ideas, but it came out of a conversation that I had. I met with some teachers in our lower grades. And they said that one of the challenges that they see with statewide testing is that somehow their curriculum in the lower grades needs to be revised because the language that they use in the classroom does not match the language of the questions.
That's called Tier 2 vocabulary, Malinali. Yes, ma'am.
And again, these are not my ideas, but that was one. And then the other idea that I thought that they brought up that was very interesting is that I mentioned, what if we had some sort of, for lack of a better term, like a reward system, for teachers that are overperforming or really helping their students to jump up, right, in these tests. And the teachers that I met, this little group of teachers, they said, no, that would not work because I didn't realize this, but I guess in some grade levels, they actually choose their students. And they said what would happen is that the students would try to choose the best students, so that they could, meet that requirement. So I said, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. But I just thought I would mention like 2 interesting ideas that came out.
Cool. Thank you, everybody.
I wanted to really quickly comment. If
Yeah,
that's okay.
absolutely.
Tissues, yes. I had something to say. It's getting late.
It is getting late.
It will come back. Just when we were having our workshop, 2 things that I wanted to think about. One is, I think it's interesting kind of what's happening around us, because I think there's so much upheaval in some of our neighboring districts that maybe the expectations of what people expect out of public education, what it can provide, has actually lowered a little bit, and that if it can be stable, that's good enough. So I do worry about that. The second thing is I feel like there is kind of a lack of motivation among our families to increase test scores. I don't feel this is a priority for them, and that's just what I'm seeing from our constituents.
Yeah.
And if they're not driving this, then it will be really hard for us to move it forward, because families do matter a lot in driving this type of momentum. So maybe there needs to be a broader conversation with our bigger community about
That's a good point.
this. And then that's all I have. And I did order McDonald's for everyone in here.
You did not.
Yeah. So we have a little snack. If our,
She's the top vote getter every time.
if our president will let us take a little break, there's a little snack for everyone.
So Jeremy, on this issue, this is just information.
Just information.
Okay.
Yeah.
So unless there's any other, thank you, unless there's any other stuff, we're gonna attack this at our.
In January. I think we can find time in January.
Yeah, number 2, Stephanie was gracious enough to do some little snackies to give us a little, maybe a 5-minute break. But 3,
Can we send these girls home?
All right, student trustees, so here, our student trustees, I know you guys might have finals or something tomorrow, and if you would like to leave, there will be no whatever, and if you want to stay, because you probably heard there's McDonald's snacks, huh? Yeah.
I want to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I will leave for McDonald's.
And so anyhow, so we're gonna do a little 5-minute little break real quick, and then and if you guys stay, leave, I just want to make that option for you guys. So I was getting later.
You stay the whole time. Oh my God.
Yeah, I asked him if he had and he said no. He's like, oh, he's in the village, so I must have seen him around. But, yeah, because so I was texting him, like, she's 5, fantastic. It's like, I didn't even know anything about it. You know, just watching that, like, wow, this is kind of amazing. Oh, yes.
Oh, this.
French fries? No, thank you. Sure. Yes, I actually ate dinner before I came. And I don't normally eat dinner, but. Right.
Okay. All right, we're going to be back in session. Everybody at home that's watching, if you see us eating something, it's because it's 11:30. We're starving. And Stephanie Ahmad gave us a parting gift as president by feeding us a little food, and we're going to snack on it while we listen to Pete and his wonderful jacket. Talk about 6.7, consideration approval of the provisional intern permit PIPs for Donna Carroll.
Thank you, and thank you, Stephanie, for the wonderful food. Appreciate that very much. So we're going to spice this up, bring the energy with the PIP. So this is a provisional, I'm seeking approval for a provisional intern permit for Donna Carroll. She's supporting the Legacy program at Windsor High School, and she is being additionally supported by North Coast School of Education through the Permit Holders Program.
I'll move approval of the PIP.
I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion? Any discussion from the audience?
Thank you.
Okay, bringing it back in. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All of 7-0.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to move on to 6.8, consideration of approval of revised board policy 5117, interdistrict transfer policies. This is presented by Assistant Superintendent Brian Williams.
So this is an update to our interdistrict policy. And what it does is two things. One, it specifically outlines the reason why students can be removed from our district for non-performance. The original language just said that the board shall direct the superintendent to create policy, and that policy was on our webpage. The superintendent felt that it was important that the board take action on the actual policies, since there's been some interest in reasons why we would ever remove a student from our district. So this policy specifically lays out the requirements that you must maintain to be able to remain in our district. This policy also specifically identifies specialized programs. And the reason why we're calling out our specialized programs is that when you fill out the interdistrict request form, one of the reasons that you can select is a specialized program, and that should, in theory, give you priority for being not only admitted to our district, but released from your home district. So what we're doing on our website as well as in our board policy is specifically enumerating all of our different policy, all of our different programs, the course systems, our CTE programs. Heather Bailey went through every single course catalog in the county and made a comparison, and then highlighted the areas where Windsor has programs that no other schools have, and we have quite a few. And so this basically just takes what's from our website and puts it into board policy. So at the point that we do interact with the county office, the first thing they ask us is send us all relevant board policy, and this is what we would send them.
Very good, thank you. Is there any questions for?
Yes.
Okay.
I just had one.
Oh, we got a picture.
I'm sorry. I was just wondering if this board policy is available in Spanish for parents that need that.
Well, the website, yes, is translated. In terms of the actual entire board policy in Spanish, I don't, Jen, do we have that? We don't. But everything on our website is translated.
But you're talking about, you know, it's where we have it.
That'd be the, we should bring that up to the CBA, the CSBA.
I think it's important.
We'll check.
Because I think the issue with having it on the website is that I know often Google Translate is what translates it, and it's not anywhere near being as accurate as it should be.
So everything that comes out of my office is translated by a native speaker. And so all of those forms are translated. So when Claudia, my secretary, sends all the information to the parents, she's translated it.
Oh, that's awesome. Amazing work.
You want to mention the employment criteria?
So there is also the Allen bill, and that's something that we're still considering. It's included in there just as a first reading, so the board is aware that it exists, but it's still not totally where Mr. Decker's working with council to make sure that that's an area we want to explore.
I chose to not. We really need to. I mean, this is. We're trying to get this in place because there are certain districts may not release and say that before, but because our special ed program unit is so strong, it doesn't feel like it's like we need it.
So when we bring this, back in January, there could be a likelihood that the section of the Allen bill is taken out. But what we didn't want to do is spring it on you in January without having in this version of the board language.
Just so everybody knows, essentially allows you to treat somebody who works in Windsor at least 10 hours per week at the residence.
Oh.
That's what it is. So that's an active decision that the board would have to make. But we don't necessarily need to do that.
Cool. Is there any other questions? We want to make a motion and then take it up to the public?
I'll make a motion that we adopt this inter-district transfer board policy.
I second the motion. And if I can, any discussion before going to public? Any public comment on this item? Nope. All right, bring it back to the board. We've got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Are we ready to vote? All righty, can we have student trustees?
Yes. Yes.
Trustees?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Brian.
Sorry, we weren't voting to approve this. This is just I should have stopped you a while ago.
Oh, no.
It's an approval?
It's on for approval. The next one is a first reading.
Sorry.
Yeah, 6.9. Discussion. Got it. Yep. So 6.9, consideration first reading of the proposed board policy updates presented by Brian.
So this is 2 months worth of updates for you guys to take your first reading. Working with the board subcommittee, there was a request to pull out one specific section on course of study because it will actually significantly impact the curriculum that we offer. For instance, the new law requires that cursive be taught from first grade through sixth grade. So, the request is that when we bring this back to you in January, to be able to have a separate discussion and presentation on course of study to make sure that the board is aware of everything that's in it, so you can make the most informed decision.
So the new law is that you have to teach cursive?
Yes.
Doesn't explain how much.
Got it. Because they want you to be able to write a check out by hand. Anyhow, okay, thank you, Brian. Is there?
I disagree.
We'll have it. Any questions by anybody of Brian? Okay, I'm gonna go out to the audience. Is there, since it's the first reading, any? Nope, doesn't see anybody jumping up. Bring it back to the board. Anything we want to do besides just take the first reading and move on? All right, well, thank you very much, Brian. All righty, so that's, so 6.10, consideration of approval of school plans for student achievement, also by superintendent.
So we have historically in the last year or two switched this over to the scorecard presentations, but we still have the formality of the board approving the school plans. So these are the formal school plans, and then you will be getting your scorecard presentations either at the board meeting or as part of the study session, whatever we decide, in January or February.
Okay. And this is we have to approve this one. Okay. Any questions amongst the trustees? Any public comment on this issue? All right. Bring it back to the board. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll move to adopt the student achievement plans.
Okay. And a second? Second. And okay. Student trustees?
I just always say yes, so I thought maybe you should say yes first.
Yes.
Yes.
Trustees?
Yes.
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 Okay, so we have 2, 5, and got it. All right, so that's 6.10. And then 6.1111, consideration and approval of the 25-26 first interim financial report presented by Austin M.
You know how to say it. All right, first interim. So, as you might remember me talking about adopted budget. The more years I've done this, the more I've kind of been interested in adopted budget, because the state views adopted budget as being the budget. It's a budget that goes to them. It's your budget for the year. It's the big one. But the more I've done this, you have the least amount of information in adopted budget. You're guessing on, not guessing, you're taking educated assumptions. But at first interim, we know a lot of the assumptions. We know what our certified enrollment's at. We know what attendance was for the previous year. We certify our unduplicated counts in the first week of December, so we have a very good understanding of what they're going to be when we're creating the budget. And then the STRS and PERS rates are set for the year. So by the time we roll around to now, it's kind of it's the first checkpoint where we go, okay, we got this much enrollment, we have this much staffing. It's a good checkpoint. So as we looked at this year, truthfully, a lot of it aligned with adopted budget, but there were some little tweaks, and they just happened to balance out. So as you look at COLAs, those were set in July. Again, we didn't know that at adopted budget, but those were set and adopted in July. Enrollment projections, we gained 45 students, so that's phenomenal. And in previous years, when we saw a gain of students, we also saw a gain in special education students, which typically costs more. We didn't see that this year. We saw it stay flat, so that was, an enrollment gain is always positive. Attendance was the one negative. So last year, we actually certified attendance a little lower from what we kind of thought we were on pace for. And a lot of that had to do with summer programs. And summer programs are so small that they don't really get taken into account. So what you guys know as board members is that we're funded based off P2, which P2 is certified April 15th. So we should know what our attendance is come adopted budget when we're building it in May and June.
The one piece that's not talked about a lot is there's a lot of programs that were actually funded based off of annual, which goes through June. But those are usually smaller programs. So those are our non-public schools, it's community day schools. And we have roughly about 40 kids in those programs. And those attendances, something happened from February to June where they came in much lower than what we were expecting, enough to drop us about 0.3%, but still something. And so we use the same attendance percentage that we had in previous years. Obviously, we have hopes of going more, but I do have to say that attendance percentage is historically very high for us. I mean, 94% is, I don't want to say the highest in Sonoma County because I don't know that for sure, but I'd be shocked if anyone was higher than that. That is phenomenal. That's well above even pre-COVID level eras.
Just on the magnitude that we bumped that to 95.
Yes, sir.
Is that $500,000, $1 million? What do we think?
Yeah, right now so this year, if that goes up 1%, it's about 300,000. We recognize the full amount. Yeah. And then the biggest thing though is that unduplicated percentage. So if you look 55.9%, and I have to give a lot of credit to Mr. Williams sitting over there. So with unduplicated, we're identifying students based off what they certified at the beginning of the year. We're collecting information on them. And while we can't, control whether a student is low income or whatever it may be, what we can control is how well we're doing when it comes to documenting the information. And we were roughly 75% last year of our parents had filled out the forms. And this year, our numbers skyrocketed. I mean, we were almost to the point, Brian, you don't by chance know off the top of your head, do you? 95%. So to give you guys an idea, and the reason why it was so important for Brian to get on board was the previous year when I was going through it all, we kind of developed a task force to kind of start diving down into it. And we were getting blocked at the secondary levels. At the middle school and high school, we were seeing that most parents weren't filling out the forms. Mainly because at the elementary grades, we have before and after school care where there's a significant impact in order for them to enroll in the program, they're filling out the forms. So that's where, Mr. Williams's brain worked wonders and we got that up to 95%. So, yes, sir. So, the way supplemental funding works, so within the local control funding formula, we're funded based off of attendance. But then we also get additional funding for students that are classified as low income, foster youth, and English learners. So the more students percentage that we have in those areas, we get additional funding to help support them. So once you hit the 55% mark, that funding starts to go up significantly. And the more you go into it, the more and more funding you get. Hence why it's a formula. So, and that's per student. So now that we've hit that threshold, the more and more that we go, the more and more we're getting per student. So that threshold was a huge number to hit. And it also unlocked a few different program changes. So before and after school care was just changed from 75% down to 55%. And what that did is because it was changed down to 55%, it unlocked a new rate for us. So now we get $2,700 a student that's in before and after school care, as opposed to $1,700, and well, actually it dropped down to $1,592.
And was projected to continue to drop, so we were very concerned about it, but the 55% and up hasn't dropped. It used to be 75, but that number has stayed consistent.
Yeah.
So now we're in the consistent number, luckily.
Austin, I have a question about that. Do you track the funding, the extra funding that you're getting? Do you track what resources are then given to the student?
On a per student basis?
Yes.
No, but what we do is within the LCAP, we identify all of the different actions we're taking to make sure that we're addressing the needs of those students.
Another byproduct of being over 55% is the LCAP. You no longer have to call out every individual subgroup because at 55%, it's assumed, not assumed, it's implied that when you're doing a strategy, you have such a high percentage of unduplicated now that it applies to everybody. So it should make Brian's job much easier now that we're over 55%.
I guess, do we have language to address how we talk about students that are getting that extra funding of how, I guess, how should I say this? Of how they're getting that extra support, like.
Yes, it is the LCAP.
That LCAP.
It's all of the
So all
LCAP.
of that is the LCAP.
It's required to talk through what, were we successful in our strategies, were we not, talk about each significant subgroup. Yes, that's where it's at.
The one thing I do want to talk about with unduplicated pupil percentage, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation because I didn't know that if we ever would. It was always a hope, but I didn't know that we would. The unduplicated percentage is actually funded based off of a 3-year average. So it's your average of your 3 years. So last year we were at 51.9. This year we're at 55. The year before we were right around 51. I think it was 51.2. So this year we're funded off the average of that. So as the next 3 years progress, and if we can hold that, we'll continually get more and more funding, and that's built into this budget. And then the next big piece, you heard a long time ago tonight, that trash service. So we've built that into this budget as well. If you notice, it's only 500,000. The reason it's only 500,000 is because we have Cali-Calmacac that has its own budget, and so their portion is built in. The Windsor Unified portion is 500,000. So this is our unrestricted budget. So again, I'm going to beat a dead horse here. We have two budgets within our budget. We have unrestricted and we have restricted. Unrestricted is kind of our core budget, and it does include all the LCAP expenditures as well. And then restricted are going to be all the additional grants we get: before and after school care, special education, all the title funds, Medi-Cal. I'm trying to think of all the things we talked about tonight, right? Like just a ton of grants. And that's one of the things that's great about our district. We have great CTE programs, which generate a ton of funding. That was talked about tonight, that there's special funding for the Build Corps. That's restricted funding, right? That can only be used in the Build Corps. So, as we look at unrestricted, I always have you guys look at unrestricted and restricted separately, because it's important to kind of know where our core budget's at, away from the grants. But one of the things that I have kind of come to realize is, even at the school sites, they don't necessarily know, hey, this counselor is paid for with a grant. And so sometimes I think that's a good reminder for you guys as well, that even though we're looking at the core, there are positions that are grant funded at our schools that, they may not realize and deem necessary. So that's just a good reminder for you guys. And then, of course, the biggest thing with this budget is that our largest dollar-wise union, we're not this year or for the out years. So that will have a significant impact, when that time comes. And this is combined, so this is looking at everything together. And I have to say, we receive a lot of grants in this district. I've learned that kind of as I've had to look at other districts' budgets. We are very fortunate in this district to receive a significant amount of grant funding. And I know Bill always talks about it, but that revenue figure, we're consistently over 70 million a year, whereas it seemed like 3 years ago we were in the 60 millions. Over 300 grants in this district. So again, when we looked at combined, what has been the trend with this governor, and that might be changing with a new governor, it changes with every governor, is this governor likes to give block grants. He likes to give a grant where you can spend it down over the course of 3 or 4 years. We develop plans on it, and then we execute those plans. So as that happens, we get all this money 1 year, and then we spend it down. And that will be a big change going in from first interim to second interim. Is in January, we'll get the governor's new budget. So we'll know what those one-time grants are for next year, if there is any, which we hope there is. So this is our fund balance. Reserve for economic uncertainty, we have a board policy of 5%. So that 5% is built in. We do meet it each year. Restricted, committed, or assigned. So again, restricted is the restricted funding, because we're looking at a combined budget here. So that includes, different grant funds as well. We currently don't have anything committed in our general fund. And then for assigned, we have assigned a few things, just in case we need them, like possibly additional buses that would not be used buses. They would be gently used buses, not new buses, but things that, what's that?
Like a BMW.
Yeah. And then there's our ending totals for combined. And this is the Cali multi-year projection. Cali doesn't actually break out unrestricted and restricted like the general fund does. So we always look at it combined. One thing that's interesting to note about Cali's is if you notice on our combined, there's negatives all 3 years. Cali actually spent most of their grant funds early on. And so those are going to start coming to an end. And then those will be conversations that we have, and hopefully we get more grant funds in the future to do the things, to continue doing the things that have been going well there with those grant funds, or possibly look at doing other things with those grant funds. And we'll obviously get the principal involved with those conversations. And then any questions? Bill?
Yeah, could you go back to the district combined slide,
Yes, sir.
Austin? So I'm pleased to see on the excess, we have the structural deficit, that 1.7 million dropping to 800,000 in 27. But as I think I heard you say, we don't have the additional expense if there's an additional expense over and above the assumptions of the CPI of the WDEA contract, but you don't have that additional revenue of what grants might be coming in out of the January budget.
Yes.
On this, and I asked you this question before the meeting, a number of people have asked me, well, what is Windsor doing differently than, for example, our sister high school district and one of the elementary feeder districts in Santa Rosa that gets them in such hot water and budget, and serious cuts were made and now they're facing those again? Is there a few things that you have in our budgets or the way that we're looking at things or the assumptions that have helped us stay out of those troubles?
You know, I'm glad that you mentioned it before the meeting because it gave me time to kind of think about it. And my answer is actually going to be a lot different than probably what you expect. So, you know, I've now been around long enough where I've seen the multiple generations of administrators come through Santa Rosa. And I think a lot of people will place blame on prior administration. I'm not placing blame on current administration. But one thing that I feel like we would do a better job of, frankly, is when I look back on their historical, they did not certify qualified at all in first or second interim of this last school year. And then they ended the year at unaudited actuals with a negative balance and unrestricted. So for us, you know, one of the things that I think is important as admin is that if we propose a budget and we believe that it's a qualified budget and that it's truly qualified, we're going to tell you, we had that issue last year where we said, this budget is qualified. And then we're going to go through that tough conversation. And I think at times people are scared of that conversation. They don't want to certify qualified, but there's opportunities within being qualified, such as, you know, we create a fiscal plan. If we don't execute that fiscal plan, there are more steps. You know, it could be hiring a fiscal advisor to come in. You know, there's a ton of different options that are in there. But I think it's important to give the board that opportunity of those options and make sure that they're aware of it if you get to that point. So when I look at Santa Rosa and I think about the biggest mistake they made, frankly, I think it was in this last year of not certifying qualified and even having the board go through those conversations. And frankly, you know, one of the things that I commend you guys for is you guys have tough decisions. And I think it's our jobs at times to give you guys the opportunity to even have those tough conversations instead of hide them and then they come to light later when it's too late. And I go back to, you know, a couple of the conversations we had tonight were really tough. I mean, Big Picture Learning is a program that every single person in this room believes in. We had to make a very tough decision that ultimately, I think we all would agree is in the best interest of students district-wide. And just a really tough decision.
Can I slightly expound upon that? Not much, but we've made cuts over time. which we had a plan. Yes, and sometimes they were big. We cut 14 FTE one year, right? I mean, we did that, and that was when the COVID funds ran out. We made that decision 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And instead of waiting until you're falling off a cliff. Also, I'm going to say, we don't just make cuts when we're running into problems. We look to see how we can improve our revenue by getting 95% of our families to fill out the form, by opening a preschool so that we can provide more resources to students because we can have dual roles for our instructional aides. I mean, we're creative, and I think I take great pride in that in this team, and that we're extremely creative with how we try to find money, because we are not a wealthy district compared to anyone, right? We're one of the lowest in terms of the way we're funded, and yet we maximize every single strategy to create revenue. I think we're very good at that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we're a very scrappy, district.
Yep.
That is always looking for different opportunities. So I think that our team, does an excellent job, and Austin, you do an excellent job. But I think out of fairness, I don't think that our school district is comparable to Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa is incredibly complex. A lot of where those schools are placed are incredibly dense neighborhoods that are very multicultural and diverse. And I think that they have, because of that, a very complex district with many different issues and challenges that I think where we benefit is that because we're so much smaller than they are, that we can easily pivot when we need to. And I think it's very difficult to pivot something the size of the Santa Rosa School District. Is really difficult.
Any other questions? And Jeremy, thank you for jumping in.
So do we need to make a motion to accept this or this? Yes. Okay. Before we do we do a motion first and then public?
Oh yeah, it's midnight.
Anybody in the public have any comments or questions?
Midnight.
And, okay, I'd like to make a motion that you want to go ahead?
Go ahead.
Make a motion, we extend the meeting for another until 12:30.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 12:30 it is. All right, cool. So I'd like to make a motion that we accept these first initials.
I'll second.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all approved. All righty, very good. So that's 6.12, resolution number 2026-10, declaring the property located at 8955 Condy Lane, Windsor as surplus. This will be discussed by Austin. I am going to, some of you guys may have missed Jeremy's discussion earlier. I'm going to recuse myself of this discussion, so I'm going to go sit out there. For you guys, I'm going to turn this over to Stephanie. Normally I would turn it over to you, but since she already is more familiar, however you guys want to do it. So ad hoc, so anyhow, and then I'll come back.
Yeah, we'll be here. All right. So Austin, you're going to give us an overview of why we're doing this right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, so the history on this project is, Windsor Creek was a school site, and they went through the 7-Eleven committee process, and then they decided in 2020 that they were going to close the school. That was in the spring of 2020. One of the things that's kind of been interesting as we now move toward surplusing this property is some of the laws have changed. And so AB 130 was passed as of July 1st, which no longer even requires the 7-Eleven committee process. So in this resolution, if you'll notice, I've actually referenced the 7-Eleven committee process, and then I've attached the full report. I feel like for the sake of it being an item that's public, we should show the historical relevance of this item and everything that went into it in the past. So all of that is in there. By declaring this property surplus, I do kind of, the actual item isn't too complex, but I do want to talk through some next steps. In the event that this item is passed, The process is that we then notify a few different agencies. So we notify the town of Windsor, the Parks and Recs Department, Sonoma County, and whatever parks agencies might be within Sonoma County. And then we also notify the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So then the Housing and Community Development will then develop a list of all the different agencies that might be interested in them. We'll go through and notify everyone. So they will have 60 days to submit a letter of interest. So that is what they call a notice of availability. So we're saying this property is available for surplus. They'll have 60 days to submit a letter of interest saying that they are interested. And then 90 days after that, we will go through and negotiate with each of them. So I just wanted that process to be out there so that you guys kind of know next steps in the event that this was approved. So with that, is there any questions?
Just to be clear before we vote and maybe ahead of public comment, while we've had discussions for potential marketing or negotiating agreements, as far as I'm aware, we have not entered into any fiscally binding agreements with any party to dispose of this property or transfer ownership.
No, sir. So okay. I'm glad you asked that question. So what can kind of get confusing at times is we do have an ENA right now with Gallagher, and that's simply to explore opportunities at Windsor Creek. So we haven't settled on anything. We're just simply seeing what's out there. And I know Jeremy mentioned that him and Stephanie are in the meetings. I've had the pleasure of being in a few of those meetings. And as of right now, there is nothing set and final at all about it. So while we're talking about what that could possibly be, and frankly, it's kind of an honor to even be able to have those conversations with a big company like Gallagher that's done a lot of projects, so that way we can see all the different possibilities that could be there. You know, it's kind of lended itself to where we can go, you know, is this a road that we might want to go down? You know, we'll know more once we submit the surplus and get the letters of interest, and then we can go through all of the different options. And maybe there's something with Gallagher there, but yeah, as of now, we are not in any binding agreement with Gallagher.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the public or comments from the public? I know that you've stayed the whole meeting. If you want to take an opportunity to speak.
One ice cream.
We do have a McFlurry left. Any takers?
Righty then.
You know the drill, 3 minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyways, good evening, board members and Windsor Unified School staff. My name is Kevin Scanlon, currently a 28-year resident of the town of Windsor, Windsor Creek Residential and Elementary School neighborhood. I've been in the government realm for 40 years and educated for 27 years, and was a volunteer for 16 years at Windsor High School until this popped off. Since the beginning of me coming to these meetings, I have advocated for the children of this community and families to be able to use WCE property. We have enjoyed the school for 28 years, knowing it was a thriving school until its closing, and also supporting Windsor Knights football and cheer, Windsor girls softball, and many that use the property for outdoor activities. Plus, we as a neighborhood have been watchful stewards of the property and in your absence. In May of this year, you Superintendent Jeremy Decker, which I do appreciate you, so stay steady, buddy. And some school board members showed up at the planning commission meeting begging to see things your way concerning the Quail Acres project. Superintendent Decker, you said something to the effect that we rely on the planning commission to see the bigger picture, which is needed for the amazing town. He went on to say our students deserve the right for fields to run and play on. Please don't tell us that you're willing to put our children on the back burner so the builder can line his pockets. That one's going to bite you. Just think when the superintendent goes to press for the next bond cycle, wouldn't it be outstanding to speak to the opportunity that the Windsor Unified School District made the right decision to take care of the students and community welfare by providing a space for the students to thrive, as it is listed in your mission statement. Many of the school districts have done the right thing and sold their alleged surplus property to their cities and counties, or co-opted the property to be turned into sports complexes and meeting centers, which is putting students and community first. Plus, the California Teachers Association advocates this type of turnover for the good of the community. Just a few more paragraphs here for Stephanie. Windsor Unified School District, you decided to seek a builder, and lo and behold, the controversial builder Gallagher was chosen. I'm sure this will have no effect on the town of Windsor and their decision about the overall decisions concerning Windsor Creek Elementary School property. Yep, since you won't admit it, instead of working with the town, you secured Gallagher, knowing his unfortunate, ill-advised influence will provide angst. You're willing to sacrifice all the positive items on this property. Your job in the community is to educate our youth, not be landlords. Here it comes, Jeremy. Remember that because of your insistence and actions, I guess the students won't secure the right for fields to run and play on. You have now just put the children back on the back burner so the builder can line the district's pockets and his pockets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
I live in the same neighborhood, Jody Piscatello. I live right across the street from the fencing, where there's 4 houses in each little, it's not a cul-de-sac, but it's a shared driveway. I'm the original owner of my home, and we forfeited our backyard because there was a big school across the street. My kids went to it, and we loved it. I was very sad to see it go. One of the things that we struggle with, and we did with the school, was parking on the street. There's the new, I can't remember what it's called, but it's going to be 106 units that got, okay. With that, the concern is that the overflow of parking, because there's not even one car spot per apartment, they're going to go out the exit of the fire lane and pour out into the only street that doesn't have non-parking signs. That's as it is right now. With this project, with this land, I would hope that would be taken into consideration. I am all for someone did a presentation, I don't know if it was Sheila, about the workforce housing, and I love that. I love that idea. I love it beyond just the school, though. Like our community members that work within the fast food, within the grocery store. We have people who are independent living, that are courtesy clerks, right? They can live on their own, and it would be great if they could live in Windsor and walk, kind of a thing. I'd love to see us extended out to the further community. With that being said, I'm concerned that it will be filled up. You know, there's a waiting list. We hear about that. Seniors have been on a waiting list for years. I'm really concerned that when we open it up to such a wide net, that we're going to lose the point that we're trying to achieve by having our community members that work in the place where they live. So there's that. And then when we are looking at those units, I really hope that we focus on giving them ample parking so that they don't have to walk way down the street. You know, you got single moms, you know, I really care about the safety of the people, including my neighbors, you know? So those are like the 2 main things that I just wanted to bring up in hopes that you would take into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for staying till tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Stephanie, can I actually add a point?
Go ahead.
For some reason, I think this information might have gotten lost at some point, but we were actually in ENAs before Gallagher as well, with a couple different developers. And I believe I can share this. But as we were looking at options, there were several options. And again, when we're talking about options, it was opportunities for what that could be. There were several options that we looked at and went, oh, our community would hate that.
Yeah.
And we ended those ENAs. It felt like they weren't able to provide options that, or not even options, but opportunities, like they weren't even able to creatively think about it. And so I just think that's worth noting as well, that it's not like we immediately went to Gallagher and said, we'd like to explore opportunities with you. We've already explored opportunities with other developers as well. And I just think that's good
That's a great point. And just to give a little bit more historical context, this is something that was an idea that I started being interested in and working on right when I joined the board 7 years ago. So that was when I started working on this and we went to a conference similar to the one that we just went to way back when, and attended a workshop, thought it was really interesting, and just started the process. We had already closed the school at that point. Because we had declining enrollment, and we're a district that makes really hard choices when we feel that there's some kind of fiscal issue or something that's not going like in a positive direction. We try to make that decision early, even if it's a little bit painful. So that school had already been closed. We went through the 7-11 process, and then we were really just investigating many different options of what we could do, from selling to entering into, I think, multiple ENAs before we got to the one that we're in now. And now going through this process so that everyone is on, all the agencies are on notice, and we're receiving all letters of interest. Like, it feels very comprehensive, and like that we've been really thoughtful about it. But I totally get that it can feel, when you're not part of this group, it can feel very different, like that's not what's happening. But that's what it feels like from my perspective, is just a really thoughtful, long process where we've really considered and weighed lots of different options of what is the best thing we could do for our constituents in the community. What would be the most fiscally responsible thing? Like, that's how we've approached it. So, and heard all your points on the parking, on like how we prioritize occupants to the extent we're able to under the law. We've thought about all of those things like really extensively too. So appreciate you sharing that. Is there anyone else?
I just wanted to make no misinformation, right? So we've only entered into one other ENA, so 2 total ENAs. However, we engaged with a number of other people and then decided to enter into an ENA with one other company before we entered into this one. That one expired. We didn't like what the deal would have been.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. So we entered into one other ENA. We have talked to other developers, though, about potentially entering into ENAs.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Then we will move on. Do I have a motion on this resolution?
I'll make a motion that the board approve resolution 2026-10.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. And then, Jen, could we have a roll call vote starting with our student board members?
Rebecca Herman.
Yes.
Natalie Valdez.
Yes.
Walker Gorno.
Yes.
Malinali Lopez.
Yes.
Stephanie Ahmad.
Yes.
Bill Adams.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Done with this item. And I'll hold off for our Presidente to come back and conclude the meeting.
This is a record, Rich.
I feel like I got set up to be the president and take the hit for the longest meeting in my 7 years and ours. I know that when Bill was gone one time, we got done in an hour and 15 minutes. Oh yeah, Malinelli was president at that time. He's gonna jump on it. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. I think we're done. I'm sorry, Joe.
Just to kind of recap, and maybe we can give Jeremy a little direction. We have the workshop on CASPs and scores and the things that came up. We have the curriculum development piece that came up. I think it might be helpful if we said which of those might happen first. I don't think there's another one that at least we're prepared to talk about publicly just yet. So we may want to just talk before we go off into the dawn.
I had planned
how to sequence those.
I had planned to prioritize CASP first and then move on to the kind of book adoption and the whole conversation. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. Okay. I was going to try to do probably mid-January, give us a little bit of, well, you know what, maybe give us a couple weeks to put something together. So it might be mid to late January.
How about like maybe super early February? The only reason why is I know that January is already almost.
I mean, that's a lot better for us, but I want to honor that Paul really asked us to get it going sooner. So could we maybe late January? Would that be okay with everybody?
Yeah,
we can work with that, I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. I just want to two things. One is, I know that everybody in this town knows that I respect and love Stephanie about to death. And I just have to apologize a little bit when I kind of turned my head and kind of said, are you going to be the one talking to the parents? Because she did yell at me first. But anyhow, I've been married long enough to know you're not supposed to yell back. 40 years of learning. And I broke that rule. Anyhow, and so I apologize. I hate it when we aren't a 5-0 vote. It just, it bugs the snot out of me because I think that a lot more people watch the way we govern. I think we're a good example for a lot of other entities on how to do things. And so anyhow, I appreciate everybody up here and all the gifts that we all have and how we all share them with our community and we treat each other. And I feel like maybe I wasn't my best in the way I, whatever. And so for that, still learning, still growing, trying to be better. I do want to just bring up one thing. I feel really bad that Julie is going to have to go and come up with some other curriculum or whatever. I really want to make sure that we compensate her for her extra time. I don't, and I'd like to just have you, hope.
I'll try that.
Okay.
So Brian, no.
Yeah, if you check in with her and so on that, yeah, the book thing and all that stuff, I want to get that because I really want a message to go to all our teachers that we do value them. We do recognize them for their expertise. It's just sometimes we got to be able to also at the same time, Bill says something, and both and, yeah. I'm trying to learn that phrase. But both and that sometimes we can respect them immensely, but just not necessarily agree on a particular avenue or whatever. And some of the ideas that I got a lot of ideas in our meeting yesterday. I was very encouraged, and because I think it's going to. My discussion yesterday, I wish you guys could have been there too. But that's what I want. I want us to have that discussion. I think it takes us 2 steps ahead of everybody else, and where we don't have these issues anymore. I don't want to read any more books on my vacations. So I don't even want to have these discussions, to be honest. They're very uncomfortable for me, but and I'm sure for everybody. So anyhow, the main thing is I just want to make sure that Julie is taken care of in that regard for her time. Okay.
Yeah. And Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Yeah, and all that to all of y'all. Just think of Bill's sweater in my stomach. So, Merry Christmas.
God bless.
Thank you all.
Staying with us for 2 days.
Make a motion that we adjourn the meeting
I'll second.
at 12:23.
So, how do I fill this up? I know there was.